4, and we are here at the Esports World Cup for the Stormgate Invitational Tournament. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Is the new era of RTS upon us? As Wars in the Infernal Host is invading the mortal realms, we have Vanguard trying to defend their home, and we have Celestials here, ready to make a lot of Argents. Welcome, my name is Kalaris, and joining me to get things going to my left-hand side, I have Zombie Grub as well as Rotterdam, my esteemed guests. I'm so excited to be here, guys. How about you, ZG?
It's exciting time. Everyone loves a new RTS, right? They love the expansions, they love the new units, they love to experiment, they love to actually beat a couple of pro gamers before they actually get good at the game. Yeah. It's a really fun time to be a part of a new RTS.
Definitely. Roddy, yourself?
I mean, it's a super special week for many reasons, but obviously early access going live for everyone right now, free to play. We've all been playing the game quite a bit over the last 2 weeks. It's fun. You think you've got something, you write some things down, you're like, I've got a solid build order, 3 days later, patch, and you can throw everything into the bin. And it's like, we start from scratch again. We play a completely different game, and we're going to build different units, but it's really been fun to see how it all evolves so quickly, and I'm curious to see what these guys are going to bring to the show tonight.
Yeah, definitely. You make so many good points. I mean, technically, if I look at my watch, and I think in about 5 minutes' time, it goes free to play for early access for everybody. Of course, there are still packs that people can buy to be able to get those extra little goodies going on in-game for Stormgate, but you make a great point, ZG, in that in the formative moments of an RTS, it's really awesome to be able to get on, join everybody, and there's going to be a lot of people joining today where they get to kind of experiment themselves with these 3 races, Vanguard, Infernals, as well as Celestial, and kind of try and figure out their own meta as time goes on.
Yeah, the beginning of any game is kind of like the what kind of people really want, right? Which is to be able to think of anything that they can do and then do it, and it actually works. And we know that as the game develops, it kind of gets to a point where they can get so far with that. But in the beginning of a game, you could be the guy who finds out a thing, and then you just skyrocket up on the ladder, and you feel gold. You feel like, oh, I'm finally good at a game, and then, well, pro gamers come in. But for a while, you get to actually think strategically and creatively, and you get to be the first one potentially to be like, this is really good, trust me, and you might be right.
I know, Roddy, you've been playing a lot of Infernal.
Yeah, it's fun because in the beginning it feels that those windows that ZG is referring to as well, they are so large. You're like, hey, I think I can do this, and you've got time, but then you play a few more days and then everybody gets a little bit tighter with their timings, they get a bit sharper, and at one point you're like, man, I feel like I used to be able to come back in these scenarios, and now it gets harder and harder. But we just had that 2 weeks ago, and now it kind of feels like that starts all over again tonight with obviously everybody being able to play the game for the first time. It's a really cool period because you look at some units and at first you're like, I'm not really feeling this, but then a week later you start building a few more of them, they're like, actually really awesome, and then you start coming up with these little bridges in your mind. If I just open up like this and I transition into that, I actually believe that this can work. And then the first time you pull it off, you really think you're a genius. And then you try it again and you play against someone that's better. It's like, well, okay, maybe it wasn't all that smart, but it was fun. And that's obviously what it's all about in the end of the day, right? When you play an RTS, not everybody has to become a potting or a clam. You can just play to have fun and build the units that you enjoy building.
It's early days, that's why it's early access, and the game has a long way to go. We will be seeing that as time goes on. But let's talk about the players that we are getting here for the Stormgate Invitational Tournament today. We are going to have double elimination, 4 players representing Mana, Theory, Parting, and Maxhead. So actually, a player from all over the world in terms of kind of representation here, ZG. What are you thinking about the player lineup overall?
Well, we do have 3 Celestials and an Infernal, so I'm a Vanguard player, and I would like to see some, but the Celestial matchup's proving to be kind of interesting. We are seeing some people innovate, let's say, in that one, and then the lone Infernal gets to try and actually prove that they can actually make it through, which I actually believe they do have a solid chance. The matchup right now is in an interesting state, but yeah, we're going to have a lot of Celestial versus Celestial. We're going to have a lot of people vying for victory and doing a thing, Jesus, doing anything they can to actually get through here. And so I think we also are going to see that they created some things for this tournament as well that they've probably kept off the ladder until then.
I mean, one thing that is cool as well is that obviously we've just come off the back of the Tasteless Showdown, Roddy. That was actually played on a slightly different patch to what we have right now, where some things were tweaked slightly like Morph Cores, so we might see some cool, fun, new things here.
It's going to look very different, especially Celestial against Celestial is going to look very different. I don't think we have to worry about Morph Cores flying over to each other's bases and chipping away the economy immediately.
2 damage.
Everything has changed because at that point, whenever I reached out to some of the pro gamer friends that I have, I was like, hey guys, so what do I do? They're like, all right, expand first and then you do this. Couple days later, it's like, never mind, scrap that. You gotta go quick units because you need to creep camp. You need to take out these camps. You need to take control of the map because the bonuses are so large. And obviously, we're gonna see that today. I mean, these games are going to be so different than the experience that most people have on the ladder because you just kind of look at the units, you build whatever unit you enjoy. These guys are gonna be sharp. They're looking for the win.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket here, and whilst we're doing that, we can talk about some of the overarching themes that maybe newer players might be interested in terms of what is different here in RTS compared to some of our other ones. So we will be starting off with Parting versus Maxed, and Theory versus Mana is on the way afterwards. It's best of 3s up until the grand final, which will be best of 5s. But Rotterdam brought up something very important, ZG, which is relative to, say, StarCraft 2, for example, where like creeping isn't a thing. Creeping, especially in this last patch, has become extremely important for your economy and preservation.
Yeah, it's the most important thing. So Roddy just summed it up totally perfectly, right? Like, you are supposed to be out there creeping and trying to even steal your opponents as well. So it's very active. It's very map, control based, and it can be very fun, but it can also be kind of frustrating to play against. And what Fury was able to show at the very least at that last tournament was that some type of turtle might still be able to work in that patch, and he might have figured out a way to get it to work in this one as well, because I think that might be one of the big problems, right? Trying to get that as the Infernal player up against all these Celestials.
Yeah, Celestial has some interesting mechanics, Rotterdam, in the fact that they can be very global on the map. Their buildings, obviously their arc ship is immovable. You're at a collection arrays. You can technically fan them out across the map to be able to gain Luminite, etc.
Absolutely, but that's not the only race, right? Because you still see great Infernal players also building their first meat farm near a creep camps, just so they can get a couple of these fiends early on, and then you can creep it out, take it a little bit earlier so you don't lose too many units. So every race will have some of that, but we're probably going to see that most of Celestials. And we talk a lot about creeping, but we haven't talked really about creep jacking, and that's massive in Warcraft 3, obviously. That is basically what I always did for 5 years straight, trying to figure out where my opponent was, show up at the right moment. And I've already had some really funny moments, man, where I got bamboozled in a big way by a guy with his scout, his dog. He saw me creep and he waited for the last hit and he got it. And I was like, okay, I'm not even really mad because it's actually kind of a cool play. I had 6 units shooting at a creep. He showed up with a single scout, and I hope that we get to see some of that today, because it's not all about I creep and you creep. Like, no, you can show up right when they start creeping and show up when they don't want you to be there. Maybe they have to disengage. You can finish the job. Like, all of that is going to be very important, obviously.
All right, well, let's talk about our first match then. That is going to be coming up. It will be Maxed going up against Parting. It will be Celestial versus Celestial. And Rotterdam, I'll come to you first here when it comes to Maxed. You have known this man for a long, long time.
Yeah, if I say I've known him for more than half my life and I'm pretty old, I'm not lying. I think in the summer of 2007, I went to China for like 6-7 weeks, honestly with the main purpose of becoming a better gamer and spending some time with Todd back then, who was living in China. I went to 3 tournaments and obviously was always looking for practice. And Max said in the year 2007 was one of these guys that was always down to play with me. It didn't matter if it was early, afternoon, or night. That man was always eager, and it's really cool to see that he's still around. Had a good career in StarCraft 2 as well. A lot of people think of Max and Jim, like they were the duo. They were the Phoenix Colossus brothers, and it's really awesome to see him here in Stormgate.
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe we're expecting some aggression coming out from him. Parting, of course, comes off the back of actually not winning the Tasteless Showdown, ZG, where I think a lot of people expected him to, because he's so prolific when it comes to RTS.
Yeah, because he's so talented at it too. Like, he can pick up any RTS and get into it and be top of the ladder, and he has been dedicating a lot of his time to Stormgate. So he was definitely the favorite to win, but it proved to be a bit difficult versus, I think, Probe and a Laser beat him out. So I think he's going to be pretty hungry to prove that he is one of the best, and I think we're going to have 2 very aggressive players in RTS as a whole, playing a right now aggressive mirror matchup.
Yeah, we're expecting a lot of Argents. We're expecting maybe some Vectors to come along here. Well, thank you guys, as we need to get to this first game. So without further ado, please make welcome to the stage our first 2 players. It will be Maxed and Parting going head to head. They take their seats here as they look to become the champion here for the EWC, for the Stormgate Invitational Tournament. Without further ado, let's head over to our commentators to bring you the first series. It's Tastosis for Celestial versus Celestial.
What is up, everybody? An exciting moment going into this first match here at EWC. It's going to be Maxed versus Parting. Should be a mirror matchup. And I got to say, I think Parting the favorite here, but we absolutely could have an upset.
Yeah. Maxed has been around forever. Roddy went over his history very well there. Very talented pros. And, of course, we're so early on. In fact, right now, the game is live.
Right now.
So guys, go and download some Stormgate, give it a try, and copy some of these builds that you're going to see. Because these guys, they've been playing through the alpha, they've been playing through the beta, they've been playing through early access. Now the game is actually launching. Now it's time to show what they have here at this Invitational.
Yeah, so if you're enjoying what you're seeing here, definitely go check the game out. It literally just went live right now. It's been interesting trying to unpack the game. Obviously, we have, 25 years of RTS experience behind us, but whenever a new game comes out, it's always a little bit special. People trying to figure out, okay, what works, what's broken, how can I win? And we see the meta begin to evolve from there to expand out. And we're going to get a good idea of what some of the pros think about this mirror matchup now, but it's going to be a long road ahead as we continue to unpack each of the matchups, each of the factions on the different maps.
Yeah,
it's an exciting time.
As we can tell, you coming from other RTSs with a background of nearing 30 years playing RTS games, they just evolve forever. So, if you're just looking at Stormgate now for the first time, welcome, because you are in for a long and wonderful treat of meta evolvement, strategy evolvement, patches, all sorts of new plays, and these guys are going to show their absolute best here today.
RTS games can be a little bit daunting. There is a certain amount of information you have to soak in before you can really get into the meat and bones of it. But that's also what makes it so beautiful, so compelling. It makes for so many different types of games, so many different stories. Right now, we're going to have Maxed here in the top right and Parting in the bottom left. Both players here rushing towards each other.
Yeah, they are moving out towards the center a little bit right now, and we'll see where they want to end up expanding to. It looks like those Morph Cores are going to go ahead and attach themselves. This is how you expand as the Celestials. These Morph Cores come over, and they can make those collection arrays that are going to gather up Luminite.
Now, only the Celestials have this much mobility right at the start of the game. Their starting building is able to move out on the map. You can see here he's going to be trying to use this now to attack and wipe these creeps out. Creeps, I think we all identify creeps from Warcraft 3, but they play a huge role in Stormgate. Different creeps give you different abilities depending on the totem that they're guarding, and of course they give you resources for each kill that you get.
And you can see Parting trying to utilize his early arc ship here with some of those top bar abilities to help clear this creep camp a little bit. And of course that's a great move. You can see Maxed doing the same thing. So you can already see that there's definitely places where these two agree, okay, this is a great opening strategy.
Yeah, and it makes a bit of sense. You're going to use those global abilities to power up and punish those creeps and push out. We had a lot of rushes at the Tasteless TV Stormgate Showdown, but in this matchup, right, it's a mirror matchup. It doesn't seem like one side should really be rushing the other. If the other player knows what he's doing, he should be able to defend.
Yeah. And the game is still being tuned all over the place. Some of the early aggressive factors have been changed up a little bit, and you can see right now they're both just really focusing on clearing out some of these camps. And of course, they give you all sorts of great abilities. For instance, this is a vision camp, which can be very, very useful.
So if he does manage to clear that out, he may actually leave that creep to be damaged for later on. Important to note that you can get creep jacked in this game. He's going to have the Argent come out here now. Now, the purple bar is going to be a little bit of a power boost here for the shots that he fires out there getting the kill. But he's going to have to wait for that to regen or get some kind of battery source to energize that if he wants to have more power in future fights.
And you can see that's exactly what Maxed is doing right now. He's going ahead and recharging that energy right away. Like you said, Tasteless, that gives a big power boost. It actually doubles the attack power of those Argents. But yeah, right now they're both just kind of working on taking down these camps, on building their economies. You can see more Morph Cores coming out, maybe wanting to get a few more bases here as well.
So we're going to have a push now. Now, this is important because Parting is now moving into Maxed's side of the map. We could have a moment where, we're going to have Maxed now come in here. It's in between the creep for the time being. It does seem like Parting has a little bit more, so Maxed has to be very careful, but a nice shot there on that Morph Core.
Yeah, he kills the Morph Core off, and the Argents are going to have to walk back. Parting has one more, but the creep is still here, so they come up and try to get that steal right there. Right now, Parting trying to take this vision camp, and in fact, Maxed does back off for now, but at least he knows Parting is over there.
So, the vision camp is his. We do have some buildings in the exterior. The Celestial faction, it is one that can really build anywhere on the map, which makes for a lot of really fascinating games. And in this case, we're starting to see Parting set up shop just outside the second base, outside of Maxed's position here. He's continuing to reinforce. And for the time being, it's going to be a little bit tough for Maxed to have any growth. There's basically two ways this game can go. Either Parting can attack more right now, or he can try to take more of the map.
Well, right now, Parting just has a few more Argents here, and Maxed having a bit of a hard time. Comes up for this engagement, but he just has lower numbers. This is looking pretty good for Parting. Parting with a nice little micro back there, but we are very close here to this creation chamber. So Maxed is going to have more Argents joining very quickly.
Parting seems to have just a little bit more Argents. He could threaten this structure up here. Punishing this and taking it out would be huge. And in fact, Parting's going to come in here for a huge dive. About to take out one more Argent. It looks like Maxed can't quite micro the weaker Argents away in time.
Yeah, and he actually does some good damage as Parting is trying to back up. You know, this is one of the deeper strategy elements here when you have the Argents. Do you attack a building? You're going to be wasting all that energy, and if your opponent lets it tank some damage, they can walk up and deal their extra damage hits to you. So definitely something that you have to take into consideration. Now, Parting staying here and fighting. Maxed is right on top of him, very close. You can see these pullbacks from Parting. Some beautiful micro right there, and saves some very low health Argents.
Yeah, that is huge. The fact that he was able to get away with what he did, having some of those units go in between the smaller trees while the other ones moved south directly towards the production structure. Parting continuing to put the pressure on. He's going to loop around now, debating about maybe pushing into this area right here. Maxed's going to send 4 Argents out, and he might end up just barely missing this.
Ooh, I think he sees him, yeah, just at the end there. Does get a little shot off, and, you know, Maxed's going to run away and try to get these units home. He doesn't want to just lose them for free, but I like the idea, right? Send out a few units, maybe do some harassment elsewhere.
Maxed going to push out a little bit further. Party needs to be careful to not overextend. Overextending when you have this much infrastructure outside their base could backfire in the game.
Well, if you have to do a full retreat, you're going to end up losing a lot of buildings, and that's going to be expensive to replace. So definitely something he has to watch out for. But, and you know, so far in this game, Parting does have a little bit more map control, but you can see the supply down on the bottom here. Maxed is doing a fantastic job. And look at this. He rotates over here, catches Argents as they pop out of this creation chamber, and he's taking a nice little concave here as well.
Yeah, he's starting to push up in here. Parting trying to micro back. We have a couple Argents popping out here from above, but that also is met with the reinforcements here from Maxed. Really good control here from Parting so far. It's going to come down who can target fire what a little bit faster. It looks like Parting decides he's going to have to back up as Maxed is pursuing.
Yeah, Maxed is actually taking a pretty big supply advantage right now. 27 supply to 44. So Maxed, you know, he's played this kind of patiently. It felt like Parting had a bit of an advantage there on Maxed's side of the map, but now he's in that full retreat we were talking about before.
And I think Maxed, excuse me, is going to try to press his advantage. He can move in here. He can actually capture this vision tower right out here. Parting decides to fight back. A little bit of an uncomfortable spot, kind of a bottleneck here between the lake and the trees here. But Maxed manages to push forward regardless. And if this keeps happening, I don't know if Parting can actually hang on. There's more structures that are going to be powered down right over here right now.
Yeah, but you see we're near Parting's base now. He's getting a refill on his energy very, very quickly there. And even though Maxed has a big army, he has to be wary of that. If he's dealing half as much damage, that's going to be really hard to beat Parting.
I want to remind everybody that this little purple bar below the health bar for each Argent is their energy. The energy is depleted each time they fire. If they're firing shots that are using up energy, they're doing more damage. So you can look like you might be winning a fight for a little bit, but if you overextend and you don't have enough energy to really sustain that fight, it will backfire. And that's a very unique feature for Argent versus Argent that you want to follow.
Oh, for sure. Whoever's dealing more damage is just going to have that advantage. And Parting getting his refills from his buildings here is making a huge difference. I don't think Maxed can stay down here and keep this pressure up because he's just not going to be dealing consistently as much damage as Parting is.
We saw a little scan over there from Maxed trying to identify where exactly is Parting at right now. He can confirm that there's more Argents being produced, and it looks like we're going to have a bit of a fight over the creep camp here. I think that, was that actually taken by Parting? I think it was.
It's hard to catch that one right there, but look at this, a counterattack from Maxed. He was trying to set this up before, comes down, does a great job against that collection array.
Oh, he doesn't get it.
Oh, it's just out of range. The Prism with 4 health gets away, Parting with the quick reflexes.
Nicely done. More units accumulating over here. I think this might be a bad idea here for Maxed to try to come in because there's so many Argents here for Parting. He's going to try to chase him up. And this means a couple stray Argents in the back are going to be picked off, and that can really factor in the long run. If you look at the supplies right now, that's the number of units that you currently have in the game. It tops off at 300 supply. It is 78 to 55, so this can look close, and it still is kind of close, but it is clear that Maxed has a lead.
Yeah, and look at this. Parting was chasing with so much of his army that Maxed comes down, does a little bit of a counterattack, but Parting splits off a piece of his army to push that away, so not going to lose those crucial buildings right now.
Parting continuing to chase up here. Maxed on the run. It's been kind of a back and forth, a bit of seesawing here in positions. Parting having even more units coming out here potentially for a flank. It is spotted there. And here we go. This creep is going to be wiped out right before. Oh, actually, Parting does get in here in time to contest.
Yeah, he tries to push up, but look at that Argent army. Just so large right now here from Maxed. He's done a great job with his macro. Still remaining about 25 supply in the advantage. And I really feel like Maxed's going to be able to end up taking this game, right? Like he did that nice counterattack. Well, that being said, Parting finds his way in for a counterattack as well.
Yeah, Parting kind of slipped through right there. Interesting play. Is this going to be worth it? He does manage to drive off any gathering of resources there on that Luminite base, but now these Argents are trapped in here. But just south of this position over here is another attack into the natural.
Oh, man, they're just diving on each other's collection arrays right now, trying to lift them off, trying to get away. Maxed trying to save this, but he can't. Parting with that snipe. But every time he's doing this, Maxed is having great army movement. Look at this, coming down, trying to body block, but Parting wiggles through there with a few Argents and won't lose everything as he runs.
So Parting has kneecapped Maxed right now. It's almost no income for the time being, but Parting sacrificed a lot of units to do that. So the counterattack may be the most important moment in this game. Can Maxed actually counterattack, push through, and crush, or can Parting barely hold this off?
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Parting. His supply is just so low right now. I think he's going to have to really utilize his buildings, some of these recharge, some of these defensive structures to be able to try to hold on. Because look at that Argent count from Maxed. He has just made a massive force.
Okay, Maxed coming down now. Parting just has to try to hold this off for a little bit. Maxed is beginning to get an income here, but it's going to be a game of catch-up. He tries to run by. Parting spots it. Parting on the hunt here. Those few Argents can't really be used for any kind of harass.
And look at that. Parting leaves just enough units to make sure he wins that battle, brings the rest of his army back home, as he needs to do, because Maxed is starting to push. He does have to micro forward a little bit here to get all of his Argents to shoot, though. You can see Parting kind of kiting backwards here as well. But I think Maxed has almost done it at this point. Look at this. He is surrounding this army of Parting, and Parting just doesn't have much left.
Yeah, I think Parting had a cool idea, but at the end of the day, GG Parting has been defeated. Already an upset here in our first game of the evening. Now it is a best of 3. It is possible for Parting to recover here. But, for the time being, I got to say, crazy game. Cool idea from Parting. Maxed, though, comes back and wins.
Yeah, Parting tried to stay very aggressive throughout, but Maxed just did steady macro, wasn't wasting units. Had a really great counterattack as well. When he went down and killed the collection array, I think that was a really key moment in the game.
Yeah. I think it's unsurprising to see Parting have the aggression that he had back there. But, in an RTS game, a lot of times rushes like that, especially ones that involve infrastructure being built right outside your opponent's position, it can be a double-edged sword.
Yeah, and we saw that there exactly, right? Like, he pushes the army back, Maxed takes some control, he kills the creation chamber just when he's ready to. He doesn't need to do it right away. You're not going to be spawning Argents up there anymore. So, really good control there from Maxed, and I think Parting has to back it up. Some of these very aggressive plays that have been working for him during the closed betas, during the closed alphas, don't seem to be working anymore.
Yeah, at the Stormgate Showdown we just hosted in Seoul, we had a lot of rushes in this matchup, but a lot of times in RTS games it starts out with rushes and it slowly moves into macro games, and we saw a little bit of that, back there. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we're going to continue on with Game 2 here with Parting versus Maxed. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to continue on here with our first best of 3 of the evening here. It's Maxed on camera right now versus Parting. Parting was the favorite of the tournament in the Tasteless TV Showdown over in Seoul, and he did not manage to win. Is he going to be eliminated here, or at least knocked into the loser's bracket, I should say? Starting off, we're going to find out on this map here. We've got Maxed in the top right, already on the move, and so is Parting here in the blue in the bottom left.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do a little bit of a better job. Looks like both sides going to go ahead and expand immediately with these initial morph cores. A very normal play. And, you know, I just hope that Parting doesn't make any big mistake early on. Does he move too far across the map and, you know, end up losing a morph core, end up losing chunks of his army, forced back and everything? It really puts you in a deficit, especially in a mirror matchup.
It's interesting to see this as a new common thing in the matchup, is basically creeping with your initial structure to try to drain out these positions and see if you can get anything done. We are seeing mirrored behaviors here on both sides. Now, on this map, you don't have to be in cross spawns. You could be sharing, let's say, the left side of the map together or the right. But regardless, on this map, being this far apart, it could be more of a long game. It could be one where we're going to go a bit more into a macro play.
Yeah, I would really like to see that. You know, the game doesn't have to look like pure Argents fighting each other, but when you have an edge like Max had, it makes a lot of sense to keep that up. Now, you see both sides, they're starting to creep a little bit. They want to take down some of these camps and gain that value from them. Some creation chambers going up. And, yeah, Max just getting ready, I think, to make a bunch of Argents here.
Yeah, I said that we might not have rushes, and, well, I guess we are going to have some attacks here. He's going to be gearing up to make a lot of those Argents right now. Parting is going to clear out this healing camp down here in the bottom. And we should point out that you start out mining Luminite. That gives you a lot of your core structures and core units, but you do want to also mine Therium, and that's sort of your second-tier resource. In this matchup, with the two Celestials we have, they also have to manage energy.
Yes.
And so it's a faction that functions off of trying to mitigate power to certain structures or certain abilities at the right time, and can make for a lot of different types of games.
You know, I actually think we're going to have a really interesting game here this time. You know, both of them are just focusing on the camps and kind of expanding a little bit, and it does look like we're going to get some Therium mining going here as well for Maxed as he comes over to that secondary resource. You know, it's just they're very far away, and honestly, if you're both making basically the same units, you can't really attack your opponent because they're just going to have like a little bit more than you because of the travel distance. So what happens is you make a certain amount where you start feeling very safe, like there's no chance you're going to die or anything, and then the tech starts to come. And once these really fast-moving tech units come out, like maybe the Kree start coming out, something like that, that's where we're going to have a lot of dynamic engagements in this game.
Yeah, we've got some creeping happening down here from Maxed. Remember, if he wins this game, it's just a best of 3, so he would be winning this and moving on. We got Party now intercepting, though, and there were a lot of already damaged Argents here. The targeting is pretty good, but he barely doesn't kill that last Argent. Maxed pulls away, and look, in a matchup where you're both going for the same units, getting... Oh, sorry, I would actually think we're attacking each other. That was 2 different Argent armies. In a matchup where you have... Argents versus Argents, you get a 1 or 2, kill lead here, and it can start to snowball.
Oh, absolutely. You got to be careful with that. And you see that Parting does pull back really quickly after losing that Argent. He's going to go ahead and take out some camps elsewhere. The supply is still pretty close here, a little bit higher for Maxed, but we'll see if Parting's going to actually switch up his tech a little bit. Maybe he'll start making some other units after he clears these camps.
Yeah, so he's going to go for this camp down here at the bottom. He is going to kite that. Since it is a melee attacker, clearing that out in these last 2 creeps should be pretty easy to kill. Just above this position, though, is Maxed, who's already going to be on the move. Now, he could end up getting trapped into this position just because he's actually unintentionally gone around Parting here.
Yeah, that could end up being a problem, but he is coming down with an attack. It looks like Parting does finish off that camp. And look at that, Maxed with another killer snipe right there. Fantastic moves, taking down that collection array, destroying one of Parting's mining bases.
Okay, we've got more of Maxed just pushing through here. Now, it's, well, I don't think this is going to be a very fluid position. Can he get trapped down here? It looks like Party's going to have a couple of Argents. He can't quite plug up that entrance. So Maxed does manage to slip through, but he's going to be eating a lot of damage while he's still on the run.
Well, I tell you what, I feel like he's trading these reasonably well considering he got the collection array, right? Like, that is a good trade for Maxed. And even though he'll lose several of these units running back, their supplies are going to be similar, except Maxed's going to be up a base.
Yeah, and it's funny. The scenario is similar to Game 1, but it's the roles reversed here. It's actually Maxed going with a little bit of harass and I think effectively escaping here. And this really puts Parting on his back foot. Parting is, you know, right now even in infrastructure-wise, but is behind as far as resources being soaked up here on the map. So I want to see how Parting handles this. You can try to play a game from behind, so to speak.
Yep.
Try to basically play catch-up long-term. It's going to be minutes, well, many minutes away before you could even get there. Or you could try to do something decisive, something tricky, something tactical.
Well, we have both sides teching up a little bit here. So we do have some scythes coming out here, and we have some vectors coming out. So Parting going to have these vectors, which are land units, and very, very mobile, very, very fast. They do have a little teleportation technique. But look at this move here from Maxed. He's made some flying units in the scythes, and he's going to try to harass with those a little bit, but they do get pushed back pretty quickly from that vector.
Okay, another little kill here from Parting. Parting does actually have a bit more map control in general. If you look at the mini-map at the bottom left and see all the little blue icons, these are creep camps or expansions or structures that are on the map that are under the control of Parting here. So Maxed, I think, had a cool strategy. It is still ahead for the time being, but Parting is playing a very different game. One about controlling the map, getting resources there. And, you know, we were talking about him maybe playing behind in some sense and trying to catch up later on. I think that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm really liking these two different tech routes that we see. Like, what is going to win? You know, we have Maxed, who is a little bit ahead, going for the flying units, which generally aren't as stable against ground units, but, you know, obviously can pass over terrain that the ground units cannot. And then on Parting's side, it's like, okay, yeah, his economy took a little bit of a hit early on, but he's got these vectors, which are very microable, very strong units.
Oh, gets one kill there before it can be microed away, and he's going to be able to get forward here, and he's going to get a second kill. And Parting, I mean, with those two kills and the investments that were already put into these flying units, that's going to be a huge punish here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like these sites are paying off for Maxed right now. Did he go down the wrong tech route?
Yeah, it seems almost like he got an economic lead and then teched into a weird direction. And so Parting, I think we can fairly say with the kills that he got there on those scythes, he's going to be in the lead now.
Yeah, it does start to feel like that a little bit. You know, I think these vectors are going to do a fantastic job for him in these coming engagements. They're so microable. And see, he brings them in immediately. Already some big defense there from Maxed, and Parting is going to have to get out of there.
Okay, we've got attacks coming in here now, and it looks like we are going to get the collection array shot down. Big punish here from Parting, and very little recourse right now from Maxed. He is going to pursue, but he's got to be careful. Are there enough scythes here to basically win this fight?
Yeah, that is a good question. You know, we're seeing some of these battles really for the first time here in Stormgate as it's gone live today. And the sights, look at that, using that awesome jumping ability. Going to clear this creep camp immediately as well with that top bar ability.
Yeah, using that top bar ability, you don't even have to trade out damage to get the kills on that. The Argents are trying to fight these scythes, but you can see that the scythes are just so much more microable. 3 more Argents are going to go down.
Yeah, those Argents being just destroyed by Maxed. So Maxed does take a little bit of a supply lead here after killing those Argents off basically for free. But if you look at the mini-map, like, Parting has taken over a lot of camps on this map. Like, he's been very, very active compared to Maxed, which is not what you want to see as the player who went for flying units.
You know, Parting is generally talked about as an aggro player, a micro player, a tactical player, but he's showing that he can really play a very, very different game. He got a black eye at the start of this fight here, but he's basically controlled the map. He's done a great job of expanding, growing, getting intel, and basically getting more ahead. And we got to see, can Maxed come down here and try to get something pulled off? He's coming down with a scythe now. It looks like he's going to be trying to go into the main, but there's really not a lot to get here other than this collection array.
Well, killing off another base would be very nice indeed, and in fact, he will be able to get that. Now, the vectors are trying to catch him, and in fact, they are going to go ahead and jump towards them, going after the other collection array now. And you can see that mobility for Maxed is paying off, but Parting, just with the stronger overall army, being able to kill a lot of those sites.
Beautifully done there by Parting. I mean, really pursuing that and punishing. It is still a very turtled up Maxed here. He's trying to take advantage of the configuration of this map, and to be honest, it does seem like it's a map. I know the game's very new, but I will say it's a map that seems like you can really punish with air.
Yeah.
Basically hitting somewhere and then running away, and it's a little bit more of a labyrinth to try to get back to that position. But with the vectors, of course, you could try to blink towards them and hit them that way. And so it's going to be Parting with this very different comp, continuing to build up, continuing to macro. We've got Cabals in this mix as well.
Oh, yeah. Very excited to see these Cabals. We haven't really seen that too much yet from any Celestial players. So great to see Parting thinking that this is a great move for himself. Continuing to try to chase these scythes out. The scythes continue to rotate around, though. And, you know, they just go over this terrain so quickly. But Parting, very quick, very much on top of their movement with these vectors.
Yeah, he's not able to really get in and get that much damage. Every time he swoops in and attacks, it does get Parting into this position where he has to organically reinforce and defend that position. And the more defense and setups that he has, the less likely it is that Maxed will be able to come in again and do that kind of damage. Right now, supplies, it's 102 to 56. Parting nearly doubling Maxed in the size and scope of what he has in this game.
Yeah, the game is looking kind of rough for our Chinese player. He really needs to figure out what he's going to end up doing with these scythes. Does he continue to mass them up and run around the map looking for damage? Or does he maybe switch, maybe go down a different tech route?
That is the question. We got the scythes continuing to roam around here. I feel like the game is beginning to quiet down a little bit here for Maxed. Parting, you know, it's funny. The way that this game has gone, he doesn't have to do a whole lot, right? Because he's basically getting to where he needs to be, and Maxed is not really able to stop it. We are finally seeing some Krees being made. I saw at least one of them pop out in the top right, which means we are going to see different tech, but this game, to me, it really illustrates how much more quick vectors are than the scythes.
They are quick. They are quick. And with that little teleportation jump, I mean, that really adds to their mobility and it's being used expertly. But Kree are coming out for Maxed. I like it as maybe like a last-ditch effort in this game. The Kree can be very, very strong as you begin to upgrade them a little bit, right? When they start rolling around and dealing all of their splash damage, it's a very tough unit to deal with.
Yeah, it is a very tricky unit. If it gets in your face and it starts to hit you, it's really tough to get away. But again, the question is going to be, is it too little, too late? Meanwhile, we have a battle here with a Scythe and a Morph Core. Looks like it is going to be just turned into a building. You might as well use it for something, right, and try to buy some time. You know, RTS games are funny where sometimes it's about creating so much chaos in the game and forcing your opponent to juggle so many tasks that maybe they can't keep up.
Now look at this. The Scythes roll out and attack Parting's army as Parting comes up into here. And you can see right there, when they have received lethal damage, they can go ahead and explode to deal some damage. So Parting smartly backs up there. But I think Parting's army is just a little bit too big here. The Kree are not in a large enough number. They don't have the type of surface area they need. And I think Parting is just moments from taking this game.
Yeah, Parting, really, the walls are closing in here for Maxed. Let's put it like that. I mean, he's got him surrounded so well. At this point in time, Parting, he's almost halfway to being maxed out. And in RTS terms, that means you can't even make any more units. The game won't let you. He's starting to push in here, and this is really him fishing out these Krees, drawing them in, and then exploiting the fact that it's melee versus ranged, and just hitting all those units, getting those kills. And it's basically rinse and repeat.
Yeah, you can see he's just picking off so many Kree each time. And oh, he does get hit by that AoE a little bit. He's not letting this slow him down too much since his army is so large. He's got about twice the supply here of Maxed. You see Maxed trying to back up. And, you know, he is getting some damage here, but I think he's just, it's too little too late.
Yeah, I think we're going to see slowly Maxed begin to tap out here. It might be after these few Krees are wiped out. And really, this was a game where Maxed got a lead. He teched in a certain direction, and Parting played a very calculated, very patient, very calm game, controlling the map. taking more resources and really not losing any fights after that moment. And from here, we're seeing the result of that. So this should be the end, with this being tied up 1-1. So the end of this game at least, which means we're going to go to that final rubber match.
Yeah. Some great adjustments in this game. And I think that this really shows you there's a lot of ways that you can end up playing a new RTS game. These guys going down completely different paths. You could definitely see strengths and weaknesses in each, but Parting having a much better game number 2.
It's funny, Parting winning that game, but looking a little bit tense. You know, he is, again, the favorite, you know, basically in Stormgate right now. Everybody's saying this guy is the strongest, he's the best. He did not manage to win the Stormgate Showdown in Seoul, but he could manage to at least get through here against Maxed if he could win this next game.
Well, I really feel like it could go either way. It does seem like the very early game, Maxed is doing a little bit better. And really, it was just him going into sites, and there already being vectors there to counter them. That was the problem, right? The Argents will be much too slow to catch the sites, but he had vectors just in the nick of time. He was more cost-efficient, and that worked out very well for Parting. So maybe if Maxed gets the lead again, he goes for vectors himself.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a very much macro game here from Celestial versus Celestial. I know we had a lot of rushes. A lot of people were talking about, you know, a Celestial being a faction where you have to rush. There's no way to do a macro game, and we're seeing that's not really true. Every week in Stormgate, the game is evolving. People are viewing it in different ways. And, yeah, cool to see Parting kind of play that out in a control play.
Absolutely. Love to see it, and I hope that it continues to evolve. Like, for instance, if they both try to go for vectors a little bit later, what does that look like? And do you need to switch your tech at that point? Does it turn into Mass Kree then?
Yeah, it's a good question.
And then if it's Mass Kree, suddenly the Kree don't shoot up. Maybe we go back to the sites.
You know, when you have a mirror matchup, it's funny. It's like, okay, what is the right unit to go for? And is there a workaround for that? Maybe you focus on this one unit, but in fact, if you can cut a couple corners here, you can get a better unit. But then, you know, how do they counter that? And so we're still learning that. We're still discovering that. We're still, you know, mapping that out. And it's happening here in real time, you know, with Parting versus Maxed. Again, neither player who loses here is knocked out. They will go down to the losers bracket, but obviously, you know, with stakes this high here, you want to do everything you can to try to advance there to the winners final.
Well, absolutely, and it does look like they are getting ready in that game right now. The pressure is on. Who is going to go to that winner bracket final, and who drops to the loser bracket?
We're going to be on Isles of Dread here for game number 3. It is Maxed here in the top right and Parting here in the bottom left. Now, I want to remind everybody who's tuning in, the Celestials, their starting structure can move, and you do start with a Morph Core, which can, it's kind of like a Swiss Army knife building unit.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want to call it. It can turn into a lot of different things, but it can also be used in some skirmishes and some fights.
Yep.
And so the other factions in the game, they're a little bit more cemented in their positions. They're a little bit more like a traditional RTS game, like a Blizzard RTS, if we could, you know, refer to that. Whereas this is a much more fluid faction that can kind of glide across the map. And there's probably going to be more and more creativity exhibited with this race with all the best players, as we're still trying to figure out how exactly it can function and what it can get away with.
Yeah, the Celestials are really like an RTS faction that we haven't seen anything quite like it yet. Is this super mobility that they have going to be the defining factor for them? Is it all about flying around with that arc ship, you know, getting rid of some of these creeps, expanding all over the place, and having, you know, a spread infrastructure? Like, how is that going to work over the long term?
Oh my God.
Dude, that got low. That got low, that arc ship. Man, very low indeed.
Yeah, this does happen. I mean, you can lose games to creeps. Obviously, for you know, the uninitiated at home, a creep is a neutral unit on the map that if you kill off, you're going to get, you know, resources as well as whatever the totem it's protecting that can give you that kind of boost. But yeah, you can have games where maybe the creep ends up killing you. You get out of position. You don't micro right.
Yeah, well, though it's funny, right? Because the game is just being released now, so there's still a lot of mistakes like that to be had. And I guarantee you guys, if you download this game, you're going to have that happen to you sometimes, just like Tasteless has it happen to him, and I have it happen to me. And it's just part of the learning process that one day we will all look back and laugh at.
Yeah, well, you know, even in Warcraft 3, occasionally a creep ends up getting a kill on something in a game where that was never supposed to happen. So in this game, we've got Parting immediately moving out on the map. I assume he wants to try to creep into that location. I think he doesn't want to attack into that until he at least has one more Argent.
Yeah, and you can see the Arc ship still running around a little bit. This map is a little bit different from some of the other ones because you have these double Luminite mines. So because of this, a lot of times the explosion of economy is a lot quicker, a lot larger as well.
So I want to point out something very important. This map is unique in that it gives you 2 Luminite resource gathering locations at each expansion. So the fact of the matter is that Parting's taken those 2. So that means he has 3 total.
Yeah, and their economy is just going to get really big really quickly.
Yeah, and Maxed's only taken 1.
Yeah.
So he's going to continue to try to power up. But, I mean,
so is he just going to mass Argent?
I think so. I'm a little bit curious about why he would do that on this map. You know,
yeah. It's a big map.
Yeah. I mean, the way I break this game down so far is that Parting, if he sits on these bases for longer, he's just going to have more money.
Yeah.
In an RTS game, the more resources you have, as long as you're spending it, generally speaking, the further ahead you are, as long as you've teched to the right tech and made the right composition of units.
Well, Parting is teching up a little bit here while he clears out this creep camp over here on the side. Of course, this is a health camp. In the middle of the map, and right now we have that little rotation of Argent, so I think this might have been Maxed's plan, right? He's been doing this a lot, where he splits off some Argents, he runs around the map, he finds a collection array, and he picks it off. You know, this is part of the problem about being so mobile as Celestials. If you have bases all over the place, it's really hard to keep tabs on where you're going to be attacked.
And there's a decent amount of infrastructure in here. It looks like Maxed's just going to come in. It seems like 6 Argents is the number, and I think he can actually, within 4 shots or 5, take out that collection array. He doesn't really lose that much either. In fact, it's just 1 Argent over here that's going to try to buy a little bit of time while the rest of the reinforcements come over here to the right.
Well, he is definitely going to lose these Argents, it looks like. He's trying to get them back a little bit, buy himself a little bit of time. And doesn't really end up killing off any Argents there as well. But look at this, a second attack here from Maxed coming in and killing off another base. Oh my gosh, Jesus, I think he's going to get all of them.
Oh my God, he's going to actually get all 3 of these, I think. Can he get a scan off? He scans. Is the range enough there on the Argents? I don't know that it is. He's going to run around to the side.
Oh my gosh,
and I
he's
think
so
if he
close.
kills this, there's going to be no income here for Parting.
Parting cannot be happy about this. Parting is going to have to make a big move very quickly. He is up in supply a little bit. He is, like, look at this. He's bringing all his prisms down. He knows he's in a tough spot now.
So now it's going to all come down to this big counterattack here from Parting. Parting went to 3 collection arrays and lost all of them. His income has been completely shut down. Meanwhile, Max said he pulled his strategy off, but he has to be ready for that counterpunch.
Yeah, he's got to back up. He's got to make sure he's macroed cleanly here. Maybe a good defensive setup with some buildings. But I feel like if he just kind of holds on, he's going to be in good shape. Now look at this. The Arc ship getting caught, Max said. Oh my gosh, losing such an important structure.
Yeah. Party now going to try to clear out these camps. We've got Maxed trying to close in onto this spot right now. He's going to trap him so that he can't get out here. If Party wants to leave, he's going to have to go to the right, but there's another Argent here in the way to try to block that off here. And there's going to be a lot more of these Argents being shot down as Maxed is continuing to pursue.
You know, losing the Arc ship is rough, but it does feel like Maxed has made a lot of good moves in this game. Now we have Parting resetting up a base. He has those prisms there helping out mining as well. And it looks like he wants to re-expand up here to these double Luminite mines.
The question is going to be, is he too far behind? We do have about a 10 supply lead here from Maxed. He's continuing to grow and flourish on the map. I think Parting is doing, in some ways, some ideas that are similar to what we saw in Game 2, in that he's trying to just kind of creep on the map and expand and recover. But, there's no easy direct line to a counter victory here for Parting. It's going to be a lot of hard work.
Yeah, it really is. You can see that supply just kind of peaking up here for Maxed. He's moving a huge group of Argents down. Obviously, Parting cannot engage this right now. He's backing up, trying to get into a more defensive spot. He does have a scanner around. This is mostly for scouting and checking out where your opponent is at. We'll see if he utilizes it for anything else in this game. But right now, taking a little bit of an engagement. He does have his buildings here to help out, right, to refill some of this energy. Is that going to be enough, though, to turn the tides on such a large Argent force that Maxed has brought down?
Yeah, Maxed out here. I think he wanted to see, could he come in here and do a little bit more damage? I think the bigger arc would have helped when he had that, but I think the infrastructure there was maybe enough to defend. Well, hold on a second. It looks like Maxed's going to try to come in here once more. And again, just more surface area on the ground, a nicer spread there for Maxed is going to be very handy.
Yeah, the overcharge here on the arc ship really helping out as well, right? Like he's just utilizing all of his defensive structures, all of his defensive abilities here to try to hold on. Now, unfortunately, his creation chamber is going to be under attack. He did aggro those creeps, I think, accidentally there. And now Maxed pushing forward. He is going to be able to deal some damage.
Okay, he's going to try to push in a little bit further now. And this is kind of an awkward spot here for Parting. I mean, if Parting, these buildings being in the way, that kind of helps, but they're also going to eat a lot of damage and eventually fall over time.
Yeah, Maxed is doing a very, very good job. But you know what? If he uses up all of his energy on these buildings, that might help Parting to end up taking the battle at the end of the day. But will it be enough damage that Maxed has dealt, I guess, is the question.
Yeah, it looks like this structure is actually taking damage here from the creeps. Party's going to barely be able to get over here and try to save this in time. But as he comes out, that allows Maxed to once again try to push in a little bit further. More Argents are going to come in here into the mix. Again, it's important to watch the energy that's on each of the Argents to see who's got the extra damage that's going to be coming out.
Yeah, I think Parting actually has just enough now to push Maxed back. Maxed hasn't had any way to really gain his energy back in a quick manner. So Parting here, who has been recharging over and over, starts to take it, but as more rallied Argents come down, still in good shape, and goes after the Arc ship again. I don't know, is that a great move?
I don't know. I mean, with the amount of damage that's coming out here, it might be an overextension. We see Max is going to try to push in here. This Arc looks really nice here for Parting. Max is beginning to back up a little bit. The overcharge also doing some extra damage.
Yeah, he seems to be mostly out of Argent and energy here. Parting comes up and starts to push him back once again, has that overcharge going on. And, you know, more Argents are coming down moment by moment here for Maxed.
We should point out neither player is mining Therium right now. So Maxed's basically trying to close this game out. He's trying to brute force this game. Parting has mined Therium, but is not spending it. I think he knows once he holds this off, he's going to have the tech lead, and he can take that avenue and try to close the game out. But really, for now, it's all about Parting holding Maxed off. And Maxed actually with a big counterattack down here into the main.
Oh, he's going for the same move once again. Going after a Prism first. He does pick off one of the Prisms. They do get a speed boost after a little bit. So looks like the other two should be able to escape. But Maxed is very good at these moving counterattacks. He's doing some moving shots as he goes through, kiting anything that he can, trying to trade these Argents as best as is possible. But Parting will end up killing off this army. And I'm starting to wonder if Parting's not about to take this lead back, despite being so far behind earlier on.
There's another counterattack over here. This seems to be a way to play specifically on this map because there's two entrances to your main base as well as two entrances to your expansion. So he's doing it, but at the same time, I do feel like Maxed is beginning to bleed off quite a bit. With the Argents being faster for the time being here for Parting, it makes it a little bit harder here for Maxed to actually pull anything off as long as Parting is crossing his T's and dotting his I's.
Yeah, I think Parting is like just playing such a solid defensive game in this area. You know, he was at such a deficit for a while, but you can see the supplies are getting a little bit closer. Parting still has lots of energy and everything as well here. And he will back up. You see he backs up, gets some of these heals going on. There's more and more Argents, so like this strategy, once Maxed gets ahead, this is all he wants to do.
Yeah. Parting, it seems like he's kind of towed the line here. He's done a really good job of kind of keeping his balance and keeping Maxed back, and Maxed's sort of bleeding off Argents the more he tries to attack in. If it doesn't actually give him that swinging momentum, it's starting to get him further behind. And the more this game goes on, the more it seems like Parting has stabilized. He could be ready to spend that Therium if it's time. I do agree with the decision to kind of lock the Therium in for the time being and not worry about trying to gather more, since all he has to do is try to hold.
Well, right now, Parting comes up and tries to flank Maxed's army while he's clearing that health camp. And it looks like Maxed just might have too many Argents for Parting to really do that right now. I like the idea, but doesn't seem to be working off. Not quite. He does go back for a little bit of heals here from that Arc ship, and has to be careful, though, right? Like, that is a lot of Argents still. We still have a pretty significant supply advantage for Maxed.
Yeah. Maxed, he's out on the map. Again, he doesn't have the ability to move anywhere near as fast, which means if he makes 1 or 2 mistakes here, Parting can close in, and he's going to try to do that right now. He's got the overcharge here on the arc ship, which is doing just a little bit extra damage, and that's starting to pile up. And now Maxed with this army kind of in a weird spot. It's almost marooned down here in the bottom right. If Parting does this correctly, he might even be able to cut this off before it can get back home.
Looks like we have a few Argents being sent for a little bit of a counterattack. It's not as many as he was sending before, right? He was sending 6 a lot. Here he's sending 4, and Parting already knew he was going to do this. So he catches them. He is going to get at least 1 kill here. Yeah, and in fact, he has that movement speed upgrade, which is really going to be helping him out massively.
And I think over time, this is going to be the defining feature that is the win over this game, is just that he basically invested in tech enough where he has better Argents. That means you can pursue and get kills more easily because Maxed's too slow to run away. It also means you can micro your Argents out of the fights more easily so they don't get sniped in time. You can scout more quickly. You can take out creep camps more quickly. In every sense, Parting's Argents are bigger, better, faster, stronger.
I tell you, that's in RTS games in general. Any speed upgrade, any range upgrade, those are generally the strongest things that you can find because, you know, there's so many different tactics that you want to pull off. Can you move around the map more quickly than your opponent, get into better positions? Well, right now, Max said, going to go ahead and expand again. He still does have an Argent advantage, but let's see if that's going to be enough. Like, these are huge armies that are going to be going at it.
Yeah, the Argents are going to try to come down here, and I think Parting wants to try to fan this out. Again, it is still, Max said, in a position where he has to figure out some kind of road to recovery. Parting, yeah, like we said, he's going to get that nice arc. He's going to try to come in here a little bit further. He's just trying to micro away the weaker units. He's going to stutter step micro forward here. Is this enough damage?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think Max said has enough. He just has so many coming down still. Now, the arc ship comes up, and he does get on this healing camp, so that's something there for Parting. You know, he's still doing a very good job despite generally having a slightly smaller army.
Yeah. Well, the fact that he's able to heal up is honestly pretty huge. For now, it's going to be Max said staying out here. And, you know, it seems like that ramp could be a really good bottleneck position to try to control, right? You can kind of stay on the low ground and just have a better angle where you can take fights more easily. But Maxed's solution to that is to fraction off some of his army, and he's going to come in here and take out so much of this infrastructure.
Maxed has been so good at this throughout the series, killing, well, he doesn't quite get that secondary prism, very, very close to it. But once again, getting another collection array down. Parting having a very tough time right now. Retreating once again, he's down 15 supply right now, and Maxed is just attacking everywhere.
This is wild. Maxed, who seemed to be behind for most of this game, basically waited it out. He was patient. He stayed back. It looks like he's going to get another collection array here, and this could actually put Parting in a position where he might not be able to win. Oh, amazingly, he actually gets that out in time to survive.
Just barely. That Argent anti-air range, not quite enough. The trees do block them from going forward. But look at this. He's trying to run out of here. You know, he'll lose a few units here and there. But he's done so well on these counterattacks on hurting that economy. Still up 10 supply, trying to take another battle here against Parting. And in fact, his retreating units coming to help out against that left force here from Parting.
This is a crazy back and forth game here. Maxed has done something kind of remarkable in that this has started to even out. And, you know, right now in supplies, he actually has a little bit more. Had that one collection array been gunned down in the main, I would say that this is 100% going to be a Maxed win. But I think the question is going to be for now, can Parting accumulate enough of an income to create more collection arrays to expand and mine, and at the same time not die to the push here from Maxed?
Well, right now, he does have Maxed kind of split off right there. So Parting controlling these engagements a little bit, running very quickly after some of Maxed's army. The arc station coming up once again to help out, to give him a bit of support. You saw Maxed, he was looking once again to rotate around, but Parting catches it and forces him back.
Little scan over here to see what's going on. He's going to try to shoot down the arc ship that's over in this position. Easily microed back here. It's going to be a fight over this healing area, and Parting's going to push in and basically try to force a win here on this fight. And you know what? I think he's got enough energy on these Argents that this should snowball.
he's definitely going to win this battle. I do think that there is a little group of Argents out in the map here for Maxed, but it might not be enough. He's coming down for a little bit of a flank, but that's too little too late at this point, I think.
The Argents are now fleeing here to the south. Maxed going to try to do another counterattack. Now, I don't know. Can we check, actually, are there Illuminite bases over on the natural for parting here? Because that's where I think those Argents are going to be going.
Yeah, maybe he was trying to get down there, but it looks like Parting heads him off on the left side of the map, forcing him back. And look at this. Oh, man, trying to take over the resource camp and everything as well. Parting is taking huge control of the game now. He was down 10, 15 supply for most of this match, and now he's up almost 20.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. He's going to try to take a fight over here. There should be enough, especially with a wider angle here. But there's going to be an attack here from behind. Parting just going to crush this position, and there's no way for Maxed to retreat. This could be game-ending.
Yeah, this flank is maybe the nail in the coffin for Maxed. He's going to end up losing all these Argents. He's bringing a few more down to fight, but I think he knows that the writing is on the wall at this point. GG is called, and a very close, very tight series here ends up in our Korean pro gamers' favor. Parting winning against Maxed.
This was a hell of a final game here. You know, Maxed with the will to just hang on and set up for these great counterattacks. You know, the main on that map, there's 2 entrances there. Your natural expansion, 2 entrances there as well. So you can kind of do these drive-by shootings with the Argents.
Yeah.
You come through, you take out the key buildings. In this case, it's going to be the collection arrays. And he really punished them. He took out, I think, literally all the collection arrays at the first run-by.
Yeah.
And then in the second run-by, which was much later on, he actually took out the, 2 of 3 collection arrays. The party just sort of held on, hunkered down, played defensive, tried to counter the counterattacks, and ultimately he wins.
Yeah, it was very well done from Parting. But that's it for us right now. Let's throw it back to the desk and see what they think about that series.
Finally, Parting getting himself the victory, and in a Celestial versus Celestial where very different to before what we saw from the patch. Obviously, we saw a lot of Morph Core aggression before the patch. This time around, a lot of Argents to start things off, ZG, but so many collection array snipes.
There are so many of those, but that was actually a very surprising series overall. I mean, definitely the last we heard just a few days ago, Maxed was doing a lot of these vector rushes, and he actually didn't do any vectors at all that series, right?
Nope.
It was Parting who defended with vectors against the Scythe. So it was very interesting seeing who kind of like was, you know, stronger at certain parts of the game and certain aspects of the matchup, and proved to be Parting who was best.
Yeah, it felt that Parting was a bit cleaner in the early game when it came to creeping a little bit quicker, getting out there. But obviously in that first game, he lost that Morph Core on the other side of the map. But the whole idea is to be aggressive and build units on the other side of the map. If you can't build a creation chamber there, it takes so long for Parting, his Argents to show up. So even if Parting had a slightly better start, slightly more efficient, you can't really fight into superior numbers if you're working with the exact same unit. And Maxed obviously knows how to micro. I really enjoyed this series, especially that final game, James, was all over the place, where it's like, looks good for Parting. Oh my god, no, Maxed's got it. No, Parting's got it. No, Maxed's got it. And perhaps losing that arc ship the first time for Max, it was unnecessary, right? Like, why was it there in the center of the map? And because of that, he couldn't build any more prisms. He couldn't take any like economic advantage anymore. He was just forced to end it. But that map is large, and it's hard to end it with just Argents. Even if you've got a bit of an economic lead, Parting obviously good enough to eventually stabilize, recover, and get economically ahead, because he didn't have an arc ship anymore. Max said that is.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's take a look at some of the moments from this game as well, as we had to start things off. This is, again, as you were mentioning, Roddy, losing that Morph Core, which could have become a creation chamber, really did impede the progress of Parting for Maxed to take an early lead.
Yep, and of course we had a great run by later on with Argents in the bottom side of the map where he sniped the collection array, but I think at that point, Max had pretty much already had it. Once he successfully held, once he took control of the camps on his side of the map, won a battle or two, he was just ahead in numbers, and Parting may be an RTS god, but if it's Argent against Argent and Max has got 10 more, you're not going to win.
Something we were discussing, ZG, is if this continues to be the case with collection arrays being so vulnerable, it might become a case of you need to SimCity. How do you deal with this?
Yeah, that's why I brought up to you. Because this is one of the more frustrating aspects to actually play as Celestial, is that your economy is very fragile.
Very,
So a lot of units can actually come in and snipe it. So I was thinking maybe SimCity would actually play more of a part for this race as the game goes on. Something just to block the Argents from all of them shooting at once, or whatever unit you're using to try and get the collection array. It still gets kind of weird with those scythes, which I think is one of the more annoying ways to play. But Max said with those scythes in game 2 couldn't quite do it, which I assume we'll get to eventually. This game, as you said, was over with the Morph Core.
Yeah, so moving into game number 2, of course, we did see a bit more kind of tier 2 tech coming out. Vectors going up against Scythes. Vectors, as you can see, obviously, Roddy, they've got themselves Blink very available. And again, collection arrays are vulnerable. Scythes do more damage the closer they are to the target. So that is another danger that you're seeing here against this. But maybe a misclick here?
Yeah, perhaps, but I can't believe we're looking at another RTS where Parting has his hands on units with Blink, man. Like, that man has already been a world champ, okay? Do we really need to see it all over? Yeah, Parting played this well because it looked promising for Maxed for a little bit, and I can absolutely see Maxed's build work against inferior players where they are just chasing after those sites over and over again, but Parting's so good in applying pressure at the right moments. It's like, hey, now you're forced to fight with these units. You can't just fly around, harass, and take care of camps. No, you're forced to fight, and clearly that's not what Max had wanted to do because those Vectors did really good in the straight-up fight.
I also really like that we saw Cabals in that second game. We didn't get to see them and like reverse gravity beam, but their debilitation is very powerful. And then we get into game 3, which is just collection array snipe city, right? And there was some good movement, but the map is large, as Roddy said, so trying to actually end the game and effectively an all-in because you don't have an arc ship is so difficult on a long map with these kind of slow units, but also with the Sim City that you get with those power banks and the attacks that I forget what they're called now. The nodes, is it? And so
link nodes.
Yeah, link nodes. Thank you. So it just is a combination that really works well. And then actually getting a perfect concave with Argents is pretty freaking difficult. Not only are there very few spaces on maps where that's possible, but then they do tend, because they're a little slow. So a lot of them do get lined up and kind of behind each other. So Parting just played a defensive style very well, and Max had kind of realized that it wasn't going to work, I guess, a little too late. Yeah,
if you went out those low eco situations where you've got like one collection array, one prism kind of mining from it as well in a lot of situations here, the Argent numbers eventually for Parting are going to equal out here. And then you have defender's advantage. If you have Sovereign's Watch available to be able to do damage.
We saw that non-stop, right?
Yes.
I don't know how many times Parting used it throughout that third game, but it really kept him alive because he was down in numbers. But Max will just be kicking himself because there was no need to lose that arc ship. There was no need to lose that main in the center of the map. Like, it was just there, I guess, to tank a little bit for a camp, use Sovereign's Watch one time. But like, it didn't have to be there. And if it would have been anywhere else, I actually think that game could have gone Maxed's way. He played a good series, but Parting found a way.
Yeah, it's interesting right now because of the diversity of the maps that we have in terms of like the resource layouts, which are very vastly different on all of these maps to be able to play against. Yes, of course, collection arrays are being sniped left, right, and center, but Lost Hope creates a completely different kind of dynamic for these games to be played out on.
Yeah, the large Therium in the middle.
Well, nobody's touching that.
Well, yes,
especially Celestials.
No, it's true, it's true. But it is just a large map with actually like a big space to have some really sick like concave versus concave. So I know you're a big fan of the map, and I think it is going to be one of the more interesting ones. But bringing up the maps are a very good point. Every map is very unique in a way that other RTSs don't necessarily have all the time. But right now, there's actually no set pattern. The mine is pretty much set, but the Therium can be a lot of different options. So I think we're going to see more play with that the longer that we get more, macro economical games. But yeah, it's Parting is just like so good, right? Because I really thought that the build order was his, but then the mid game wasn't. But then it kind of felt like he like shifted gears and then started getting more of that mid game in game 2, and that helped him bring back.
I'm just upset we gave him Blink again, man. Like,
you're not getting over this. Those Vectors are terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, we've always seen Mana play a lot with them as well. But yeah, that is going to be a nightmare to play against because a man like Parting with his speed, his ability, they're going to be in your face all the time. But yeah, I'm not surprised that he ended up playing the Celestials.
So the cool thing about all the units is that they all have kind of like a path for upgrading, right? And the Vectors that blink, you can technically upgrade an upgrade for them that allows them to recall to the blink location, which people aren't really taking. They're just relying on the blink right now. But there is possibilities there. But anyway, let's check in with the brackets and see what's going on so far as we have ourselves Parting finding himself in the upper bracket final, he's going to be joined by either Theory or Mana, which will be a different matchup. Theory expected to be playing Infernal here into Mana's Celestial. So we've got a new flavor on the way, ZG.
I'm pretty excited. The Celestial matchup actually ended up being longer and just more diverse than honestly I was expecting. I got some air units in there for sure. And I'm really curious what the Infernal play is going to be from Theory, because it did feel like he came into the tournament, Tasteless tournament, and kind of proved that Celestial wasn't unbeatable, right? And then other people did too, and we expected that. But Theory, I think he definitely is a theory crafter.
Oh, I hated that. That was awful.
Thank you.
So let's talk about our next matchup coming up as we have ourselves Mana go. That's Max said and parting. Let's check in with Mana. There we are. Hey, they're on the toes. Mana versus Theory. Now, what is going to be the big change here? Not a mirror matchup. Rotti, I want to come to you to talk Infernal. Talk to me about Infernal. Talk to me about kind of even basic mechanics that people should be looking out for here.
Well, I'm obviously still a pleb as well. But basically, when it came to Infernals at first, like the macro is kind of cool because you have charges per building, so you don't necessarily need like 4 barracks immediately. You can have 1, and there's also top bar ability, which reset the charges. You do need 40 energy for that. It takes a little while to get there, but it's kind of fun. I really enjoy the build-up, and in the beginning, basically, this is what people told me, and I followed the advice. Like, it's all about Gauns. Gauns are amazing. They've got 2 upgrades. With Gauns, you can spawn a lot of Fiends, you supply skyrockets, and then you get a speed upgrade. But that recently got nerfed, and it used to be 60 seconds and 60 seconds to get both upgrades.
Yes.
1 tier 1, 1 tier 2. Now it's 90 seconds and 90 seconds, and I've really felt the difference in my games. So it kind of feels like I would think it would be unwise to go straight into Gauns, because Mana is obviously very good. He's going to take care of the map, and Gauns without their upgrades are a little bit underwhelming in my opinion. So I'm incredibly curious what kind of a style Theory is going to play. There could potentially just be a couple of roots early on, split them into Fiends, and then try to bellow those camps. I don't know. I have no idea what to expect. I do really love it. I love the Magmadons, obviously. Who doesn't? They are cool. But I don't know if we really get to see a lot of those.
So that's my question to you, ZG. What other units do you think we should be looking for other than the Gaunts?
Other than the Gaunts? Yeah, pretty much the Magmadons. We might see the Weaver picking out some of the bigger units if the game goes on, I guess. And then Hellborn also sometimes make an appearance. I'm not sure so much in this matchup, but it is going to be, I think, a lot in the early game, what the maps are and how easy it is to get SimCity and turret defense for the Infernal. Because, again, we saw that from Theory in the previous tournament. So I think he's going to be really good about having the correct placement. He might even use the top bar ability to spread Shroud a little bit to make sure that he can cover like 2 bases very securely in the beginning. But that's honestly just a guess, because the meta has shifted a lot more to 1 base. So I am looking to him to see if he can prove the meta is not exactly set, where I think that Mana is going to be bringing out the typical Celestial meta. But I could be wrong. They had so much time to prepare for each other.
Yes.
We did see already a different Celestial versus Celestial than we were expecting.
Well, Theory really came into his own when it came to Stormgate. Obviously, we've seen him playing other RTSs as well. But Mana is an absolute RTS veteran, Roddy.
Yeah, but it kind of goes for both of them. Of course, Mana started off in Brood War so long ago.
Was already like 12.
Already a really good Brood War player. In the early days of StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty, Mana became one of the very best Protoses in Europe, won international tournaments, and honestly, 14 years later, Mana is still one of the best Protoss players. But that man has just been so excited over Stormgate since the very first day it was announced. He has read every single article, he has watched every single announcement video. Mana was all out, but I think the same can be said for Theory, who was also a good Protoss player in StarCraft. Didn't quite have the same success as Mana, but these were just 2 guys that from the very first announcement, the very first screenshot they saw, they're like, oh, I'm all in. So it's really cool to see these 2 in these early days, obviously, of this beautiful game already square off against each other.
One Celestial unit that we did not see in our mirror matchup is the Animancer, and that could potentially play a role here. What do you think about the Animancer?
Yeah, Dark Prophecy, right? That's the big ticket item.
Basically, Storm, Dark Prophecy.
Yeah, so it
slows.
It slows. It doesn't do as much damage initially, but then it does more damage after 2 seconds. So that slow is really impactful for that extra reason. It also can mean maybe you get all your units attacking because they can't escape as easily. That could absolutely be big. I mean, we're definitely seeing a lot more experimentation with spellcasters, because I think logically it's like we just make units go burr, right? We're RTS players that at the very least gets us, a decent way, I suppose. But the spellcasting, we know that it takes a little bit of time for people to realize that they might even be abusive. Thinking of Infestors back on Wings of Liberty took some time to realize how good that was. So I think we're going to be seeing a little more of those spellcasters, and definitely should be worried about it.
That is a good point that you bring up, because a lot of our games, in our Celestial vs. Celestial, it was kind of obvious that we were going to end up in a lot of Tier 1 wars for the most part, but it does feel like in the formative times of an RTS, people really kind of figure out the Tier 1. And it takes a while to really get into the Tier 2 and all the spell casting, but I feel it's been slightly accelerated because of everybody's experience with RTS as of recent, Roddy.
Yeah, it's really hard to say because I don't think we've seen too many high-level Inferno against Celestial matches yet on this patch, so I'm really curious, how does Thierry survive till the mid-game? Once he gets those good Tier 2 upgrades, then his army probably becomes a lot more competitive.
Yes.
Mana's going to make that very hard on him, but obviously you don't want to be stuck on Tier 1 forever. Like, I don't know, Mana could very well go for Vectors very early on and just be in his face, and they do very good against Gauns early on if the Gauns are not in high enough numbers yet and they don't have upgrades. So, yeah, it's hard to say. What I do know is that Purple Vortex really hurts your Gauns in high numbers, so it's not even that, oh, once I am Tier 2 as Inferno, once I get a bunch of Gauns out, I'm always going to be fine, because you're going to have a tough time fighting those.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. I mean, technically speaking, if we really get deep into this game, Celestial has access to other units. Like, if you think about from the Legion Hall, you've got Archangels, you've technically got Seraphim, which were doing something weird before the patch. Now that's been fixed. But Archangels are a potential threat.
Yeah, Archangels actually can be really fun. I think that's definitely one of the units that you see and you're like, oh,
that's cool.
That was cool. Yeah, and then they get flames on the ground too with an upgrade.
Yep.
And we've seen them, you know, if you get enough of them, they can impact a battle. Just one or two might not actually be enough, but one or two can really be good at harassing mines. Just jump on top of all those workers and let it do its thing, give its like Mountain King ability where it buffs up and stuff. And
it gets big.
Yeah, exactly, and you're good to go. I've been having a lot of fun with that, and we might get to see it depending on how long the game goes.
Yeah, we may. You look like you want to say something, Roddy.
No, not at all. Like, I'm like, yes, that exactly has happened to me. They've jumped in, and I was then just thinking about my imps, but I was like, what if I get the imp upgrade and I blow it up immediately? Like, is that
worth it?
No, probably not. But that's the first thing I was thinking of. But I haven't seen too many of them. They have jumped into my army a few times and looked really cool. But if you have like 30 Gauns, you're like, that looks really cool. And now you lost your unit, mate. So that doesn't do much for you. But there's a lot of cool things.
I'm like theorizing how many imps it would take to blow up an Archangel, but I don't think it's worth it.
Probably a decent amount, right?
Quite a lot. Yeah,
but it would look very cool.
Quite a lot. You've also got lots of different flyers that, say, Infernals have for, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Technically, there are a few.
Yeah, I might be in a highlight with some Shadow Flyers, apparently. I found out that they're not only good versus that air, like the Scythe, for instance. I was actually facing someone who was turtling and going mass air, Celestial, and I was getting awfully frustrated. But I was like, let's try this Shadow Flyer thing. And it was great versus the air, and then I was like, oh, but he has so much Sim City and static defense. And I look at their upgrade, and it's like literally a dive bomb that blows up buildings. And I'm like, they're the perfect answer. Let's just make 1 billion of these. That could be really fun. I actually don't know how that balance works out. I don't know if I was just, you know, generally better or what, but again, like these are all very hypothetical because as Roddy said, Celestial versus Infernal on this patch, not really fleshed out. General agreement is that Infernal gets better the longer the game goes. But is it going to get to that point?
Yeah,
can Theory prove it can get to that point?
Yeah, definitely. If you're just kind of tuning in at the moment here, we are just waiting to get this game good to go. That's why we're having a nice little chat here about what the possibilities are, because there's probably a lot of people out there that are aware that now the game has truly gone free to play here, and as I look at my watch, it is, so you can get it on Steam, but also there's a lot of opportunity for you to get involved as well and start learning a brand new RTS. But thank you very much, guys. It is time to get to our next series. So without further ado, let's make welcome to the stage here. Mana is going up against Theory. Versus Theory is going to be on the way in just a moment's time here. These two players going head-to-head and trying to figure out who is going to be victorious. Theory has a lot of hype behind him when it comes to Stormgate, as he has been able to play at the very highest level. But this is Mana's opportunity here to put all of his practice into Worth and try and take out Theory on the main stage. That's it for me. Let's head over to the commentator team at ZG and Rotterdam, who will be bringing you this match.
All right, welcome everyone. We are magic. We actually blinked just like Vectors. All right, over to the cast. We are great to go. We're good to go. All right, Roddy, we already talked a little bit about the potentials of this, but again, kind of want to emphasize, I really feel like Theory, he's taken to this game in a way that I feel like a North American could, you know, like really great at the theory and really great at the beginning of a game too, and then it's a matter of keeping it through. So I'm definitely looking at him, maybe a little biased for North America as well, but I also love Mana and would love him to do well. As you said, really, really intensely interested in this game. I think he's got a couple of tricky builds we can be looking out for.
Yeah, that goes definitely for both of them. They've both been so excited and been going all out pretty much since the very first day. And I think the moment that Mana got his hands on the Celestials, at first it was like, oh, I'm just learning. Then he kind of stuck with it. He's like, yeah, this is the way to go. Taking a look at the map, Vitos, we're going to start off on the map that we just ended that previous series on. It's obviously a very large one. I'm so excited to see how the early game looks. We have successfully loaded into our second, the best of 3 of the upper bracket. The top right side, we're looking at the main base of Team Liquid's very own Mana.
And in the bottom left, we do have Theory playing Infernal, the only non-celestial here, going for an Iron Vault right off the bat. We're on a very large map, and so this early game harassment is going to take a little while. This is the Hexen. It's got a little skull. It flies around, deals a decent amount of damage, but it is your early game scout. It scouts, it throws out a couple of skulls for some damage perhaps, and then it recalls back out. Still a very, very useful unit for killing camps. You definitely don't want to lose it.
Mana is indeed going to go for the Star Forge immediately. This is something we've seen him do in some of his YouTube videos and obviously on the stream as well. The man has been absolutely loving the Vectors, just like Parting used them a little bit in game 2. Even though that was maybe perhaps more of a response of what Maxed was doing. Mana just loves opening with them, and he's so annoying because these guys are fast, right? They will get so much value out of these quick units. And this is going to make life hell for Theory here in the early game.
Oh, wow, very quick recall, actually. I mean, I do think harassing Celestial is very annoying as the Celestial player. You really don't want to be having to drop any type of energy in the early game, but we're seeing that proxy Vector coming on out. Very good at taking control of the map and potentially taking control of camps. First camp attempt here from Theory. If that one unit dies with a skull on it, you do get a Fiend, which has already happened. And it looks like this will happen with a Vector coming on in, so it's a little awkward. It's going to snipe a lot of the units, actually. Take the money away from Theory.
You see that Mana's prioritizing getting the Hexen here. That's the only real range unit that Theory has at the moment. Now, the Fiends are quick, and obviously it's not something that Mana can ignore with his Vector, and they are getting some hits off.
Flower,
there is
flower.
And actually the Fiend gets it. Perhaps Mana didn't see it.
Yeah, that's actually a little interesting. I definitely think it would have been worth doing it, but you know what? It kind of looks like his micro isn't perfect yet with the Vectors. He looks like he wants to shoot and pull back, but sometimes he's missing the shot.
Could be perhaps a little bit of nerves as well. As the Brute splits up, we're going to get a few more Fiends. Blinks away, but Fiends are very quick. And these quick Fiends are going to get a few more hits off. So Mana uses one of his very expensive Vectors here in the early moment. And obviously it's so important for Mana to keep them alive, make them snowball. Because 1 or 2, that's not going to be enough to battle multiple Fiends getting on top of these units over and over again. Mana wants to get up to 4 or 5. And that's where you can really start applying a lot of pressure to Theory.
Yeah. I mean, good use of the Fiends, right? And the speed boost, it's working out okay. But eventually, the Vectors are going to abuse this exactly like you see. The Fiends having more of a promise, but more Vectors are on the way. A couple more Fiends are going to try to help out here, but it does seem like this camp is going to go to the way of Mana. What else is happening actually behind all of this little skirmish around the camp?
We've got a double Iron Vault opening on this side of Theory, so he can build multiple Brutes. It's very early, by the way, to already have 2. Yeah. Seems like he does have a expand as well. I'm curious to see how many workers do we have on an expand. Because Theory, of course, started creeping, got a bit of bonus money. But he's already been building a lot of units. You can't really imagine that he's got a big economy. Mana is now starting to get into the main base. Potentially a little flank coming in from the right side with a couple of these very quick Fiends. Oh, Mana could actually make a little mistake. He does, of course, have Blink. But 2 of those Vectors are very low on HP. And I actually think the Theory is going to be able to get the kill on quite a few of them. Even drops the Shroud Stone.
Yeah, very nicely done. Top bar ability doesn't cost very much, but is extremely helpful in these scenarios. I mean, this is one of the big questions, you know, the Vector Rush. It's not that it necessarily ends the game right off the bat. It just takes such solid map control and takes the camps, which have really become important to the meta. But this is not going, I think, as smoothly as you would hope. I think Theory definitely has faced this before. He's figured out some way to early game deal with it. because the Fiends are a good choice. If he had gone Gaunts, I wonder how that would have looked like.
I agree with you, but on the other end, it also kind of feels that Theory is a little bit stuck. His supply is not very high. Obviously, on this map, an expand is always going to be relatively far away. He does not have it yet. Nobody really wants to be on double Iron Vault building brutes of a one-base economy. It just doesn't really feel like that's going to go anywhere as he's trying to get a meat farm up. I actually am starting to believe that Mana is exactly getting what he's been looking for, because obviously it's impossible for Theory to get anything done right on the other side of the map.
Yeah, that is currently the problem. There might be more skirmishes around outside of Theory's bases, but ultimately the Vector plan is kind of still working out.
Yeah.
Now that farm right there is going to give you some Fellhogs to help defend the camp, and that, I don't know if it's going to push it over the edge, unfortunately. Just the fact that it is ranged versus melee makes it extremely difficult for the Infernal.
Especially because these range units are so quick. They are about as quick as these Fiends. Obviously, they have the blink ability, so they can blink away. There is another flower that Mana can pick up. So honestly, I'm afraid for Theory that he's running out of steam as the first 2 Gauns do show up. They don't have any of the upgrades. And against 4 Vectors, those Gauns simply don't stand a chance.
Yeah, there's definitely some promise, but unfortunately couldn't really fully stop the pressure, you know, and couldn't take control over any of the map. Can't threaten any counterattacks either. It's so large. You can try to send the Fiends over there. There's Sovereign's Watch to go ahead and defend, so very tricky game. Theory, you know, I definitely think he knew it was going to be a problem, and he, you know, if maybe he had really collapsed on all the Vectors at once, it'd be different, but one at a time was not enough. They've bulked up to a number of 5, and they're just speeding around having fun.
It's so difficult, though, right? Because you just feel as a Theory, as the Infernal player, you don't have too many units. You don't want to be building a crazy amount of units early and completely destroy your own economy. You're just fighting with 1 or 2 units at a time. Not only are Mana's units incredibly quick and ranged, they've got Blink as well. So if they ever go a little bit too deep and you think you've got them, you don't really have them because it's going to blink away. And Mana's is having a field day here, and that is going to do it for the first game. And Mana with his Proxy Starforge straight into the Vectors and gets the job done.
Yeah, that worked out eventually. A little testy in the early game, maybe a little miss micro as he kind of gets warmed up in the competitive spirit, but eventually it did win out. I'm going to be honest, I'm actually kind of surprised that map made it into the map pool for Theory. When I was talking about the maps on the desk, I was imagining some of the maps where your natural is maybe closer to your main, first of all.
And you've got a ramp to work with.
Exactly, a ramp to work with, and you might even have a camp very close to your natural, for instance. And then he could also get some static defense to help out. And that map just really makes it difficult to do that. Even if he got static defense, it wouldn't cover everything. It maybe covers his base, but then again, he's pinned. So ultimately, the game is still very difficult.
Yeah, I'm sure Theory thought about this being a possibility of Mana, that this was going to be his build, and maybe he thought if I can just get that speed camp very quickly, then I can kind of trade out units 1 by 1, but if it's 1 base against 1 base, I'm going to get a slightly better economy than you, and eventually things will go well, because I do have control of that speed camp. But unfortunately, it did not go that way. I mean, perhaps because the map is so large, he thought it would take a little while before the Vectors would show up in high numbers, and he would just barely have enough time to get enough units out. But yeah, I'm with you. I think it would have made more sense to go for one of the maps where you have a ramp leading into your natural, so you can try to get a tower up there and take full advantage of the tower. I mean, this map so wide open that even if you get a tower, I mean, Mana's is going to fight literally anywhere where the tower is not at.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're on Jack and Ma here. In the top right, we got Mana. Bottom right, we do have Theory. This is a this is a difficult map in general. You see, it's a U-shape, kind of maybe some scrap station vibes from the early days of Wings of Liberty, and it has been difficult to play versus Celestial. In fact, you know, some people just said don't play it at all. But Theory allowing these maps through. He did have some bans of his own. And I think you're right. He had a plan for the last map. I'm not saying he just didn't think about it. He had a plan, didn't work out. Let's see what his plan is here.
Yep. I've had a very painful game on this map as well, where I just turned into so many, mostly there's power banks, towers, and it just felt like I could not attack as the Infernal play here, where eventually it was just everywhere.
This is actually the play to stop Vector rushes, apparently. You have to block them actually being able to build the building. So that's why that was happening. Unfortunately, it does come down, and you obviously can't kill a building. And from a Morph Core, it builds faster as well. So, yeah, this is already a little frustrating, I think, because even blocking it for a couple extra seconds, I think, means a lot for the defense.
Last game, obviously, Theory did lose his Hexen relatively early. Now, he clearly tried to save it. He was microing with it. But in the end, he just didn't have that range damage anymore because Mana was able to justify the kill on it, even if he lost one of the tokens. After that point, it was basically just pure melee versus range, which with micro is always going to go in favor of the range player. This time I already like it a little bit more when it comes out of Theory here, because not only does he have that Hexen here, that obviously he's going to try to keep alive, he's going to have a couple of gowns, so it's not just those melee units that Mana has to worry about. Mana's going to have to worry about this range damage as well, and yeah, if Mana wants to go up this ramp over and over time, that's going to be okay for Theory, because Theory is going to get so many free shots off, and he's got the healing camp to fall back to.
Yeah, you know, before the patch, there was a lot more of the actual Morph Core rushes into the main base. This is the Vector Rush, and I think that Theory's little Sim City here, and yeah, the map difference as far as how that natural is constructed, how close it is to your main, has already really worked wonders. So, good pick from him. Jagged Maw maybe kind of needing another look from the general populace. Maybe it's okay. But the Vectors ain't done yet, because we kind of had some faith for Theory last game, and that disappeared at some point.
Yeah, but now we do have that health camp, though, which I do think is going to help Theory a whole lot more. Theory is actually just going to go out and get on top of this Starforge. One more Vector spawns. It was stuck for a little bit. Obviously, it does have Blink, but all three Vectors are very low on HP. And Mana can't really take control of that health camp, so I actually really like the start here for Theory.
Yeah, no, I'm with you 100%. The Vectors are going to do what they do best, actually trying to still take some of the camps. The healing one, that's Theory's. Yep, and that is the Starforge gone. So Theory, he's in a great position. Definitely can play out to the mid game, I feel like, at this point. Mana, question for him is how is he going to evolve from this?
Because the meat farm is there as well. It's just so annoying because Mana doesn't want to take any damage from those units. Can't really steal the camp away. I actually think Mana is in a very problematic spot. He is going to be able to find one Gaunt here, and that's going to be a very easy pick-off for these three remaining Vectors. It's going to take a long time before Mana is going to get any additional units. And 3 low HP Vectors, that is absolutely something that Theory can deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Mana trying to expand at this point by the looks of things. We do have the Vectors starting to heal up thanks to the flowers on the field. 2 of them in the middle, actually, where there's also some very nice resource camps. Little bit of an engagement. Vector, ooh, nice blink away there. It seems like it really wants to get that Gaunt. Is going to get it. Now the flowers, I think, are gone, so he would have to take his own healing camp to get them healed up again.
Yep, he did get 2 there for free, basically. He didn't lose any of the units, so well done. But I think Theory can survive. That he's going to be able to creep. He should be able to take an expand in the near future. I don't really think that Mana is going to continue pushing into a meat farm, into a Shroud Stone as well. I'd love to see Theory drop a second base.
Yeah, actually, thought that was going to be the plan. Maybe waiting a little longer for some technology. He is going to take care of the Vision Camp, which is a pretty easy tier 1 kill. Get that vision of the middle of the map, and then you also have Luminite, I believe, to the left. And that's a little bit more difficult to actually take. So takes the vision. It's very difficult to get across the map unless you try and go to the right. You can kind of sneak, but it can usually happen. And the Vectors do want to start trying to get on this, take whatever they can down before it approaches their base.
Tiny bit of a creep jack here by Mana, but fortunately for Theory, the creeps are not very strong yet. Mana really wants to get that final down, gets it again, gets a Fiend as well. Might even be able to find a Brute here in the middle of nowhere. Apparently does not want to stick around. I think we're just going to bellow over the camps for a little bit. You made a good point there, because in the beginning we already spoke about how different some of these maps are, where it's like, all right, you always start off in a mine where you can mine some Luminite, and you should always have at least your secondary resource as well. But after that it gets weird. This is one of these maps where it's weird. You do have very easy access to that second Luminite, but it's so hard to mine more Therium here. You can go for the high ground, but it basically means dedicating a base to only Therium, as a couple of these Argents are going to get surrounded. First one got picked up, second one gets surrounded by the Fiends. Great pickups here by Theory.
Yeah, honestly playing with fire right there. He narrowly avoided being surrounded once. I thought he was going to be, thanking God for that one, but unfortunately did come back in, is now losing some of these Argents, and might even lose another one. The heal could come in, but the healing stops from the Arc Ship once it's attacked, so it can only do so much. And I guess that was another option for healing the Vectors, but they're back to being injured. One just went down again. It's going to be enough. Mana, he is going to have the defense advantage. That is absolutely kicking in, and so he will be able to maybe even take his own camp again. Theory, he did finally expand by the looks of things. Don't know how saturated it is. He's continuing to rally forth. He thinks he's got a shot.
It's a very large map, and obviously without any of the tier 2 upgrades, these units are not particularly fast, but the Fiends are quick, and this is Theory once more trying to trap a couple of these units. Unfortunately for him, this time he's not getting it. Does get the Hexen spell off on one of the Argents, kills that Argent, Turns it into a Fiend as well, but he's going in deep.
Yeah, Seraphim actually was the choice here. That's interesting. It's going to help out against camps. But right now, obviously helping out against the ground army. Not a lot that shoots up here. Brood's coming out as a cheap option. They do provide good fodder. If they actually get in range to attack, they're pretty good too, but they don't shoot up. Not
many workers yet on that second base of Theory, who does have a lot of camps, but eventually you would like to get a few more workers on your expand as well. At this point, I have the feeling that Mana's probably out-mining him already. If not, that's going to happen in the near future. Surprised that he still wants to push. I mean, there are not too many creep camps you could still do. Because the only two that have not been done yet are the strong ones. I think you need a slightly bigger army for that. So we're just going to continue battling over this health camp.
Yeah, one Seraphim did go down. Second one's very, very low. I can see why Theory thinks he can actually make this work, but this is also Mana pushing away from his natural, so he's not actually getting the full extent of his advantage. So, you know, maybe this is a contest around the camp, but I'm not sure it's a contest around Mana's base, you know what I mean? So Theory does need to worry about the next phase of this game.
Yep. Well, apparently we went up to 9 imps at this point. Perhaps he's been using some of the overcharge as well on his buildings to reset the charges. Saturated a little bit quicker, because earlier we looked, he had 1, now he's got 9, so that went incredibly quick. As Mana is starting to get a few more Argents out. I'd say I think it's time to slow things down a little bit, and let's stack up, and perhaps even take another base over here, ZG.
Yeah, that might just happen. So with the Seraphims not just purely defending, they will be very helpful cleaning up some of these camps. Obviously, they can also fly, so they can go harass the main base in a really obnoxious way, as you could call these spawn positions close by air. And that's exactly what's happening. Great scout with the skull, and even flew back into it, so some damage and vision. We got those Shadow Flyers out, and they are very similar to Scourge, guys. They do Suicide Bomb into the air units. They get an upgrade later on, which you might see as well.
I'm surprised that he went straight to Shadow Flyers rather than just a few more gowns that can help out defensively, but then obviously later on in the straight up fight too.
I am surprised. It does seem kind of expensive to get all the way up there, but this is definitely, this is actually some of the first time I've seen this exact type of game, right? So I can't really read the pace. Theory might also be having some trouble, but Shadow Flyers definitely going to be great for stopping any harassment in the main base. And then I guess that's really all he wanted.
Theory has been supply blocked for a little bit right now, so you could really use an additional meat farm or two. Now, especially with the creeps coming back, if we are going to creep, we're going to get a couple of extra fiends as we do find these units. Theory gets the kill on at least one of them. The second one is very low on HP, and I think that should be a kill too. Well done.
This control here isn't really working out. You know, if you're losing out on the ground, these Seraphims are great for going around and trying to snipe those camps, but he can't get to a good enough number, and he can't harass with them either thanks to the Shadow Flyers running around. This isn't really working out as a plan for Mana, yet he does stay ahead on the supply, and obviously got this collection array over on a, not a hidden base, but one that I find is often unchecked.
Yeah, in the center, because you don't really get there easily. All the guns are going to go for it, going to get on top of a couple of these prisms. First one goes down, second one goes down, and the third one gets popped as well. It's going to be a little bit harder for Mana to mine all that Therium here. I don't know if it's okay to go in this deep, Zombie Grub.
This is where you need the Shadow Flyer upgrade, honestly. This is actually kind of a comical number of power banks. Not that it's a bad idea, it's a good idea, it does look a little silly. The way to break that is actually the Shadow Flyer upgrade, so I think we're going to eventually see that, might even see them do their own kind of harassment into the main through the middle of the map. Very interesting stuff. The tides have certainly turned. You know, it is now Mana who does need to worry about kind of turtling for a little bit longer. The fact that he's got another collection array where Theory hasn't checked is a big deal.
It's interesting that he even went double Spire that quickly. It's obviously going to give him access to a lot of flying units. This does seem like it's an alrighty fight for Mana. One of the elements does get surrounded, so that is nice, but Theory is going to lose the vast majority of his units here. Only gets out there with the Hexen and a couple of the Fiends.
Yeah, that was actually not a very good fight at all. I mean, put it bluntly, that was him getting us around, and I think he thought that was going to be more effective than it was, and I think we had a bit of a panic spacebar in Stormgate, which he brought the Shadow Flyers over, and they didn't help. So, an overextension, but the size of the map does help, and then you do have that top bar charge for the Infernals in case you need to ASAP make units. We're seeing the Animancer come out, so I'm doubtful that she has Dark Prophecy at this point, but that is going to be the big spell that we're going to be looking at in one of the bigger fights later on.
Yep, now he's going to get the tank as well. The tank is just going to come out, get a couple of shots off. As a Theory is also creeping, a relatively difficult camp. You can see the yellow bars fill up, means that the creeps are a lot more powerful right now, and they are way more difficult to take out. Obviously a lot of money to fight over. Both players trying to take control perhaps over this vision camp in the center. I feel like Mana's army a little bit more right now than Theory's army, who has been investing a lot in infrastructure at the bottom and obviously getting an extra expand up. I don't think we can quite fight the army of Mana at this point.
No, not quite. And this actually is, it is going to be interesting. As much as this game has been back and forth, and right now it seems like Mana has control, the general sentiment is that Infernal gets stronger as the game goes. But we're not quite there yet. Not too many of those tier 2 or 3 units. We do have the Weaver coming in. They can yank, actually, okay, well that one just went down, so that's not going to be helpful. The SimCity is trying to help out here. There's Dark Prophecy. That black hole in the middle of the fight, dealing so much damage. The first 2 seconds, not as much as the next 4, but it also slows you, so it's insanely difficult to get away.
This is a very powerful army by Mana, who got on top of the towers immediately as well, managed to destroy those. And it does not seem that Theory can now crank out an army that's capable of fighting this many Archons, with obviously the Animenses in the back. Still have a couple of flying units, and we even have the rocket launchers showing up, firing a couple of missiles as these Conclaves and Iron Vaults are going to get taken out. Theory is in a lot of trouble, Zombie Grub.
He absolutely is. Unfortunately, the Weavers, I'm just going to say it, they're kind of derpy. Look at them.
Yep.
What are they doing? Who knows? Don't even know. But unfortunately, that means that they don't get often close enough to the powerful units, like the Animancer, to actually pull them. And that's really what you need to do. And then they can take them out maybe fairly fast, but this is just retreat, retreat, retreat. In theory, did need his bases.
We have a Magmadon in the mix, and if we can get a very big stomp off, perhaps we can deal some great damage. Sometimes these fights can start snowballing as we have the Imps coming in as well from the bottom, and they will start blowing themselves up. That's actually a fantastic move on the side of Theory, but there are still a lot of Argents left over, and there is still that Dark Prophecy being casted that is just so incredibly powerful against the Gauns, but the Magmadon is having a bit of an impact on the fight as well.
Yeah, I think you can see what would have happened if all of the units of Theory worked out in the first fight. But defending that high-level, high ground base, actually kind of weird. The SimCity can definitely work against you, which it might have in this particular battle. I do believe this is Mana's game, guys, so I'm kind of wrapping up the analysis. But the Magmadons, look how effective they were when they finally got into it. They just are the only thing here now.
Love the Imps as well, the flanking Imps, that was awesome. Getting a couple of very good connections, and Mana definitely respecting those Imps blowing up. Does not want to overstay his welcome, but Mana's probably feeling pretty confident. He knows he has taken out a lot of these high-tech units, these very expensive units. Theory is using one more of his top bar abilities. That is the 4th one. That is not a regular Shroud Stone. It's actually a Shroud Stone that deals a lot more damage temporarily. Eventually turns into a regular tower, but it is not enough to deal with all these Argents.
No. I mean, the army has been thinned out, so totally understandable that Theory thinks he might be able to muster up a defense and try and recover in some other way, but he has been put down to his 2 original bases. You do run out of minerals like most RTSs. I'm not sure we're anywhere close as of yet, but 2 bases against a continuously expanding Mana, who actually Collection Array died, maybe the Shadow? Wait. I actually don't know how that died. Well, the Shadow Flyers are coming in now, and that's exactly what it was. Okay, you got the upgrade. Called it.
That's actually a very cool move, and that's obviously going to slow the economy of Mana down a little. But I think Mana knows that he's got Theory on the ropes, and he's going to try to get him out of there. He's taking out one more tower. There is another Weaver here, but more a little bit derpy. Seems like we were trying to get an Abduct up, but that did not quite work either. The last few Gauns are just not strong, as we've got another Dark Prophecy. A few more Imps. Can the Imps make the difference?
Well, they might in the actual army. Well, not in this one, actually. So no, but even if they did, then they would have sacrificed all of the economy. We do have the energy being healed up here on the Argents. They're back up to that full damage when that happens. Not that they really need it, but just making sure. More Shadow Flyers trying to change the economic position of Mana, but I think it's too far gone.
Really fun way to play, though, with those Shadow Flyers. Getting that upgrade and start blowing up some buildings, dealing economic damage like that. It's a shame. It felt that if Theory had like another minute, I think his army would have been so much better, and then he would have been able to find some of that economic damage. Maybe those Magmadons would have been there a bit earlier, and then you can fight while you're dropping that extra strong Shroud Stone temporarily. It just was a perfect timing by Mana, and I've got to give it to Mana. It was very decisive, getting up that ramp over here on the left side. It looked a bit scary. There was a big army there ahead of him. There were a couple of towers, but Mana believed in his army. He went for it, and he gets the 2-0 here in the semi-finals of the upper bracket. That means that Mana is going to play a little bit of Celestial versus Celestial in the upper bracket final versus Parting. Overall, pretty fun game. Tommy Grub, I felt like we did get to see two very different games because that first game looked nowhere near like that second one.
No, the first game was certainly, I don't know if cheese is the right word, but it was a very well-executed build order is certainly the case. And so that just worked out as the plan. The second game was certainly more back and forth, and it is difficult to read the game because it is so new. We're kind of learning along with you guys, but I really think that you're right. If another minute happened, the Infernal Army does get very, very good. So if it had better positioning, if it had another minute, then I think it actually would have surprised you in how powerful it is. Maybe Dark Prophecy would have changed that, to be fair, but it is actually pretty powerful. So I think we were reaching a point where he might have been actually doing well off the beginning and the middle, but the end just wasn't quite soon enough, basically, for him.
And maybe that map choice of the first map wasn't quite it, right? Maybe we should have gone for literally any other map because Mana is so cheeky with his proxy Starforge and those very quick vectors. I do believe that the boys at the desk are ready, so I'm very curious to see what James and Tastosis have to say about that best of 3.
Thank you. We have Polish Power from the Celestial Prophet as Mana is taking it 2-0. Unfortunately for Theory, now falling down into the lower bracket. As they mentioned, joining me, Tastosis, to talk about this match. And to start things off, Dan, man, Vectors are pretty useful units.
Dude, I love the Vector. Like, we were talking about it off camera, obviously, while we were watching, but I think that that is, like, my favorite unit design. I love their mobility and everything. I'm kind of surprised that they still shoot up. I feel like that's going to be taken away eventually, but they are a lot of fun. Like, to see them get microed around, especially when he gets the speed camp, it's like, you can't catch those things.
Yeah, very difficult. I mean, you look at that first game, Tasteless, and thinking about how do Brutes and Gaunts even try and deal with a proxy like that? It's very difficult.
It's one of those games that, you know, the snowballing started and it really got totally out of control and closed it out. You know, you take out one of those Brutes, then the Fiends right after that, the Vector isn't killed off, the damage starts to pile up. It's all about melee units that aren't fast versus range units that are, and so that was game 1. Very straightforward.
And then we move on to game 2, Jagged Maw, of course, which is a very different map when it comes to how things play out compared to Isle of Dread. Obviously, yes, okay, there's some kind of aggressive tendencies. Interesting things like the Hexen trying to block the creation of the Starforge at the start of the game.
But you can tell that Mana's played against that before because he moves it back and forth, and he knows eventually he's going to get ahead of the Hexen and be able to land somewhere, so well done by him. But it felt like Theory had a very good plan for the map, right? Like, he held on, he actually started to get his tech up. He was looking pretty good, but I tell you, those Animancers, when they come out, that is a hard unit to play against.
Yeah, very brutal. As they were mentioning in the cast here, Tasteless, Dark Prophecy, not only is it doing damage, which slowly ramps up over time, but the fact that it slows as well, you've got to be on your toes.
Yeah, you really have to be in the position where you're not going to be affected by it ahead of time, because once they get in there and get that damage done, I mean, things are going to snowball very quickly.
Let's take a look back at the games then and see how they went down. Mana with the 2-0 victory to start things off. Dan, as we were mentioning before, these Vectors are so brutal. We were also talking about the fact that we like how kind of the Fell Hogs are used in the game. Obviously, you kind of put them in certain positions to try and like even help with creep and other scenarios, which is kind of cool for the game.
Yeah, no, I like a lot of the designs of these early game interactions. But when you see the Vectors come out and just out-micro absolutely everything in this early game, you have to feel bad for Theory.
Yeah, obviously we moved into game 2. Mana was not being totally successful with his Vectors to begin things. I mean, even just running rings around those armies here, Tasteless, and just sniping out Gaunts, which die so fast to Vectors, is strong too.
I thought this part was kind of interesting, this little push that he had going on over here. Eventually, it was driven back here by Mana. And I got to say, you know, if on Jagged Maw, which has been a very polarizing map, obviously, because we had iterations of the game where there was a lot of rushes immediately from air, I think in a dramatic macro game, this is a great version of Stormgate right here. The back and forth, the expanding and pulling into each side of the map. It was a lot of fun to watch. One of the most powerful things on Jagged Maw for a long time, even before this patch, was eventually getting those siege camps and using those as a push tool, Dan. We did eventually see that in the later stages of this game once Mana had established some control.
Yeah, and this was a little bit tough here. You can really see the Animancers with the Dark Prophecy ruining everything here for Theory. One thing I really like about Theory's Infernal, by the way, is his Weaver usage. You know, that's definitely one of my favorite units in this game as well, and I think he does a good job there, but this push just hit a little bit too hard, and with all the AoE coming in, It feels hard to deal with that as Infernals right now.
Mana using that yellow beam that you could see there as well. That's called Purify, one of the top bar abilities from Celestial, which recovers the energy on any units that are inside it. So that's a very powerful tool in Tier 2 Faceless that you can use alongside the Argents, for example, or any units on the Celestial side.
Very different Celestial way to play. I guess we'd say they were playing right. You know, if,
Sure, yeah,
if you're one of those guys who's like, oh, Russian, you don't know how to play the game. Well, this is an example of playing Celestial, powering up, teching up, going for a push, and ultimately taking a win. Very impressive.
Yeah. I mean, there was even moments where, obviously, we saw Theory get very aggressive there, and it seemed like the Legion Hall came up pretty quickly here from Mana. It felt like maybe you had to get the Seraphim out a bit quicker for the defense, which isn't necessarily the most useful defense unit, but it's got its uses elsewhere, of course.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen them take decent engagements against Gaunts and stuff in the past. You know, obviously he's trying to utilize some of their mobility there and everything.
Yes.
It felt like Theory started to get something going, but, you know, Mana's defense just a little bit too good, and just the timing of the Animancers plus the Catapults, very hard to deal with.
Do you think Mana can extrapolate anything from the Celestial versus Celestial that he just watched prior?
I mean, it does seem like there's this thing in Celestial versus Celestial, which is really about, are you able to tech, or is this going to be just a hardcore no Therium rush? Because we've had a lot of those games. We had a lot at the Stormgate Showdown.
Yeah.
We had at least 2 of them here today so far, and you know, with it being a very Celestial-heavy tournament for this small show match here at EWC, we'll have to see. It's going to be one of 2 things. Either he's going to be able to play that game, where he's going to be rushing and doing a better job than we saw Party do as an example, or we're going to have him, you know, tech around it and play a very long and drawn-out macro game, like we saw in the last game where he beat Theory.
You bring up a good point about the kind of the eventual having so much Therium in terms of the games that happened before, because for a lot of those games that were in your tournament, the Tesla Showdown, nobody mined any Therium.
Yeah.
But even in this one, technically, there was a bank of like 2,000 Therium, or either partings or Maxed's side. But it's just because they can't transition in some of these Celestial versus Celestial matches to try and get some of those higher tech units.
Well, Maxed was not letting that happen.
No, absolutely not.
He is Mr. Argent, so I understand why that was happening to Parting there. But I think that Mana is a very different type of player from Maxed. So I think the series between him and Parting is going to be really dynamic, actually. Like, Mana, like, really puts a lot of thought into it. Like, you can see the way that he played there against Infernals. He's like, let me get out some vectors, do some harassment, tech up a bit further, and then, you know, get a really high-quality army together. So I don't think that's indicative of someone who's just going to make Argents.
For sure. All right, let's check in with the bracket then here, as we have 2 matches down, but we've got plenty more to come. We now know that Parting versus Mana will be our upper bracket final to see who goes through to the grand final. Do bear in mind that will be a best of 5. Everything from here, before that, of course, is best of 3. So Maxed and Theory down towards the bottom. My question, I guess, to either of you, if you want to take this, is, can Theory kind of break this hold? Because Infernal is having a bit of a rough time here versus these Celestials.
Yeah, in each of the iterations that we've had here of Stormgate, you know, one faction looks really strong or really broken, then a couple adjustments come in and things change. And look, we've got 3 Celestials and then just 1 Infernal. You kind of got to root for Theory here. I hope he can pull it off. I think he's a very smart player. He's been playing since day 1 of the closed beta, but it's going to be tough for sure.
Your thoughts, Hartos?
Yeah, I think Maxed is generally a pretty aggressive player. Every game that I've ever seen him play, Warcraft 3, StarCraft 2, and now here in Stormgate, he's an aggressive player. And that's something that I think Theory has a lot of practice against, because Parting is generally aggressive. They're teammates. They played against each other a lot. I think Theory's going to know what he needs to do, and I think we're going to see him again later on in the bracket.
Makes sense. I was just kind of thinking bigger picture for a second. It's really exciting to talk about a new RTS. Just like getting to like nerd out and about exactly all the possibilities. I mean, realistically, we don't know what is the true solution to a lot of the problems that are being thrown at us. I mean, even the players don't to an extent here. And it's great to kind of see them also try and solve these puzzles at the same time, Tasteless.
Yeah, it's fun to see all these crazy ideas come out, who's got the best one. And then, of course, you've got the developers who are trying to figure out, okay, is this fair? Or do we like this? Is this the direction we want the game to go? And here we are in this very new version of Stormgate. Obviously, it just came out, like an hour and a half ago? And we're seeing what they're trying to pull off here. But yeah, I always feel like the best time, or maybe the funnest time, that ultimately becomes the most nostalgic time for RTS is right at the start, right when everybody's getting in.
All right, well, we've got plenty more to talk about, but before we do that and before we get to the next games, what we're going to do is go to a short break. When we return, we have got more from the Stormgate Invitational Tournament here at the Esports World Cup.
Good job, guys.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Stormgate Invitational Tournament. We are done with our first round of matches. Now we find ourselves in the upper bracket to figure out who is going to move through to the grand final. Joining me once again, Tasteosis, to talk about our next upcoming match. Mana looked great, Tasteless, and now he's found himself in this match.
We've known Mana's been a great player for a long time. It's going to be interesting to see how exactly he plays in this. He does seem to stray away from the way a lot of the Celestials play. I do feel like you get a situation in any RTS game where one guy gets one idea that kind of works and everybody starts to copy it, and maybe it's a carbon copy of it, maybe it's an improvement. But Mana does seem to have his own approach, so it should be a pretty novel mirror matchup going into this.
Yeah, someone sets the meta trend, and then somebody's then got to try and solve that. That person becomes the most studied player. And in Celestial versus Celestial Artosis, getting out of the Argent versus Argent trap that exists currently is difficult, unless it's like Lost Hope, for example, a huge map where people can be a bit more flexible.
Yeah, well, I think if you stay back pretty defensively and your base doesn't have two entrances, it is doable. You can switch up that tech a little bit. I think that's what we're going to see from Mana. I don't think he's going to go super aggro. I don't think he's going to be trying to make pure Argent. I think he's going to be the one that leads the tech forward. So we're going to see if Parting can actually end up dealing with that, because at the Tasteless TV showdown, he could not deal with it.
Yeah, it's true. We had a lot of rushes, but I do feel like this matchup may start to pull more and more away from that. You know, I think one of the best ways to learn an RTS game is to start out by rushing, and then you learn how much you can get away with because your opponent teaches you how to stop it. Hey, some of the best players in previous RTSs started off extremely cheesy and then figured out as time went on how to macro, and then they became dangerous because they were able to macro and be great cheeses as well. But it is Mana versus Parting. Parting, of course, comes in with all the hype of Earth, as people expect him to be going far in tournaments, any tournament he plays, in fact, Artosis. And I would say people would see him as the favorite for this one.
Well, I mean, he's kind of dominated most of the Stormgate scene through the alpha, the beta, you know, the early
regardless
access.
of what race he played.
Yeah, and I mean, he's a former StarCraft 2 world champion. Like, what do you want? Like, he's one of the best gamers there's ever been. Yeah. So, yeah, he's definitely the favorite. But I'm choosing Mana here. I actually think that he's going to bring something that Parting isn't quite ready for. A lot of Parting has pushed the meta forward quite a bit, and Mana's going to know what he does.
All right, well, let's figure out. It is a best of 3 here. The winner will move on into that grand final. Make ready as we get ready for the stage, as we have ourselves Mana versus Parting in a best of 3. Regardless of which RTS it is, these two are very familiar with each other, but now we're here for the Stormgate Invitational Tournament. One of them goes to the grand finals. Let's head over to ZG and Rotterdam for all the action.
Versus Mana. That is an exciting match in any RTS that you would see. And here we are in Stormgate, Celestial versus Celestial. Some bold predictions on the desk. What do you think of that, Roddy?
I can absolutely see it, because I have seen Mana play a lot of this Argent versus Argent stuff, and obviously Parting is known for a fantastic micro, but Mana's got very, very good micro as well. I think he's got great understanding of how much he can get away with economically, and he is the guy that if you give him enough time that can sneak out a couple of creeps, and his creep movement is really cool, because I've already seen some fantastic flanks. When they come in from the bottom, they start blowing up a bunch of those Argents, so that is going to be very fun. In the top right side, I believe we took a little look at the main base of Team Liquid's Mana, as Parting is, of course, the blue Celestial player. In the bottom left, I feel like this could start off very, very similar to what we saw Parting try to do against Maxet.
Yeah.
And let's see if this time we can keep that Morph Core alive.
I hope Kalaris doesn't mind this anecdote, but we were watching this in the first series, and he just literally watched this and was like, why didn't I think of this? Usually using the Sovereign's Watch on the Arc ship to help take care of the camp. There's always neat things to find out when you watch these guys. So this is obviously something that is well practiced amongst the pros, and they are going to take the camps. And then, yeah, do we see him actually try and do that rush again?
I kind of think if you do the exact same thing, both players, and right now we are obviously mirroring each other, and there's a good chance that we continue to mirror each other for a little while. I would personally much rather be the defender because that just feels a little bit more natural. Maybe you can get some superior concaves going for yourself as well. It is obviously difficult because you can't give up all the camps in the center. You can't give up the vision towers. So you are going to have to fight a little bit away from your natural, but if Mana has a good read on what Parting is doing, and I think that he's expecting Parting to do something very similar to what he was doing in the very first game, I kind of fancy Mana's chances here.
Well, we don't have an attempt to actually fully proxy any of these creation chambers. Taking care of the camps thus far, very much mirrored. And then I expect to see the same thing with Argent versus Argent. It is a difficult map to, I think, actually secure. Well, I'm not going to say this is the most difficult map. There are some maps are kind of large right now in Stormgate, so to secure your advantage with the slower units can be a bit more difficult. If you do have roly-poly Krees, which we might get to eventually, they're a little better at getting across the map, doing some counterattacks. But it seems like Argents are the way to go, and then just actually getting them behind enemy lines without noticing. Got a Starforge already on the way for Mana.
Wow, that's quick. That is very, very quick. So he really does believe in the Vectors, that if he can just get a couple of them out, he can start microing. He can obviously take advantage of the Blink as well, but first he will be forced to build some Argents as he finds one of the healing flowers to make sure that his Argent stays full on HP. He knows that he cannot give up these camps. The 3 camps give a lot more gold right now than they did before. You cannot let a man like Parting take control of the center and obviously take away all that gold that technically belongs to you because it's on your side of the map.
Yeah, it's supposed to belong to you, but that's kind of the game right now, is arguing over that. And we do see Mana actually just letting it go, realizing that he couldn't do it, or perhaps waiting for a better moment later on. And then the question is it Vectors or Scythe? And there you have it. It is going to be the Scythe. So we saw Maxside kind of use this, but maybe not in the best situation, or perhaps didn't make full use of it as far as the economy behind the harassment. I'm just kind of guessing here, and I'm saying he's going to worse than Mana, but I think we're going to see the Scythes actually play a very harass-oriented style, sure, but then the expansions behind it, and then the development post-Scythe is going to be more interesting. Right now, it is Argent versus Argent.
Yeah, nice Argent movement there by Mana as he gets a full volley off from the high ground against that low ground Argent. But Parting is already getting himself into a spot that is pretty promising, perhaps taking a note out of the playbook of Maxset, where it's like, hey, walking past the natural and going straight for those collection arrays in the main base, or going for a Prism, that's a pretty good play. And Mana is obviously the one who's been tacking up. Mana cannot take the Argent fight right now.
I'm not actually sure that Parting knows that Scythes are around, so they're going to appear, kind of they have to, but I'm not sure if he didn't know that they were actually there, if he didn't scout the Starforge, I wonder if hiding them and just going for your own snipe on his collection array would have been better. Perhaps they weren't numerous enough. Now they are trying to help out, it seems like they need to. It is going to be respected here by Parting, but actually getting away from these units is a different question. Mana can't really chase again, maybe until he has a few more. He seems to be going pretty well now, so that is going to punish Parting for arguably an overreach, but it did get the collection array.
Are you surprised that Parting did not eventually turn around and start fighting?
Little,
because
yes.
we've been running for a long time right now, and I did feel that he had far superior numbers. Great save there by Mana on one of those sites. Obviously still has the health camp above his natural, so Mana is taking a pretty hefty supply lead here. As Parting, I think if he would have just taken a fight, that would have honestly been relatively close and competitive, but by walking away for as long as he did, he just kept on eating 3 shots over and over again.
Maybe he was actually trying to bait. Okay, there's 2 options, honestly. Either he was trying to bait into more reinforcements, or he actually respects the Scythe a lot, and I think that is totally reasonable. Right now, a lot of people, even the guys who have played like 1,000 hours over the entirety of the betas, they don't necessarily know how the matches are going to go, the battles are going to go, like they would in the game they played for 14 years, StarCraft 2. And Scythes do have an ability that activates that makes them not take as much damage, so they are deceiving when you attack them.
Well, Mana is the one who's now getting on top of one of these bases of Parting. These units obviously stuck. Maybe Parting can use an overcharge there. Sovereign's watch, and that is exactly what he does. Mana is going to respect that. There's another one that gets popped at the bottom. Yeah, Mana is still just going to fight these Argents where they don't get any protection from those production facilities. And it feels to me that Parting is in trouble. He's going to have a very hard time taking control of the center of the map.
Yeah, honestly, it's very frustrating to deal with Scythes with only Argents. This is why Parting did go for the Vectors, and I think he would want to go again, but might be in a weirder situation, basically, as these are going to threaten all of his collection arrays, and they're going to get out almost scot-free, honestly, or even pick up a couple more Argents before they leave.
Mana absolutely dominating here, taking out one of those mines and now still getting a couple of Argents as well, saving those sites over and over again. Still has that health camp rather on his side of the map. He's baiting out a little bit of a chase there. This is starting to look incredibly promising for the man from Poland, as he could potentially go for this collection array as well, but changes his mind and goes for one of the power benches.
Okay, all right, gonna grab that and then skedaddle. It's all in control for him right now. Parting finally getting his Vector out, and it's a response, but you know now it's 1 versus 5 units, and that's just a numbers game.
Yeah, that is a complete opposite of what Parting found himself in the game against Maxed earlier, where he basically had 4 or 5 of those Vectors for 1 or 2 of the sites.
Right.
Now the roles are reversed, as Mana is doubling the supply, and that's obviously very telling. One of those sites does get picked up. Same time, a Vector is going to get picked off, and it really does feel that Parting is going to lose everything of his original setup here.
Yep.
This is just very, very painful for our man from Korea.
Yeah, I mean, if Mana wanted to, he could also take the health camp, but it looks like he's going to go for the throat. He knows he's got the superior army, superior position, and he can camp the Starforge, which is what he is getting at. Eventually, you run out of Sovereign's Watch. You don't have that defense to help you out. You might have a node helping you out, but is that going to be enough as Mana just takes control over the map while doing this?
Yeah, Parting was forced to drop them relatively early, a couple of times earlier, trying to keep those Argents safe, but he was just so spread out. That is something I've noticed as well that happens often on this map, where it's like the natural is so safe, but the moment you try to go to a third expand location, it actually becomes really hard. Like, where do you take it? And then you suddenly have such a large area of the map to cover. That's obviously something that Parting found himself in here. He does have a couple of the Vectors. He's going to try to micro them to the best of his abilities. You mentioned the health camp. Mana's having the time of his life here, and this is an unfair fight for Parting.
I actually wonder if Mana will ever bring over his Arc ship, because it's also maybe less vulnerable if it does get on the offensive, where maybe you could be scared of the Vectors trying to go for a snipe, I guess. I just speculating out loud. Maybe he really doesn't need it. Maybe it is too valuable. Maybe it's just too busy actually being used to get more ahead back at home, building prisms. So that's certainly is the option. He is doing very well with the sites, but it seems like their time might be running out. The Vector count is growing a little. Maybe without that 4th helping, that was a little premature of a blink. He almost gets the scythe in return. Mana could pull that back. Doesn't do it fast enough.
Well, but he did snipe another collection array, so that, like, even losing 1 or 2 of them is really not that bad. Mana has a couple of Argents walking around as well, and it seems like he's having a hard time making them participate in the battle, but he's got to be incredibly happy with what these sides have been able to do. And it is like 4 or 5 Vectors at this point. Obviously, they do have Blink, but Mana still has this health camp, which honestly feels like a little bit of a cheat code at this point.
It's a little cheat key as well as kind of a cheat code. But it obviously makes sense. He got the money, now he has the heals, and Parting cannot get it back. Again, it seems like maybe this will eventually tip to Parting's side for the Vector versus Scythe specifically, but what about the rest of the plan here for Mana? He's still doubling the overall supply, still looks to be in a fantastic position, but it does feel like Vectors would be one of the better units to capitalize on a good fight and counterattack immediately, right? They're fast, they have Blink. Gotta be a little careful and gotta start thinking about the next step.
Does have one of those Luminite camps there to make sure it doesn't fall too far behind economically. I mean, Parting basically had all the bases, especially after sniping that collection array in the main base of Mana. It did seem that Mana really put all of his eggs in one basket, but I want to say that has paid off. So Parting still battling, trying to trade out a unit for a unit. And once upon a time, 6 sites has now become 1. So we have a couple of Argents coming in the mix as well. Parting is definitely doing a good job in giving him the idea that if he can just stabilize, this game will actually go amazing for Parting, but I still think it's going to be incredibly difficult to stabilize. These Argents just keep on dying one by one, and it's so hard to get them together.
Honestly, I'm going to ask you, where is Mana supply? How does he have so much more? I guess it is just all this, yeah. It's going to be enough, too. But it does seem like we've already witnessed a couple of overextensions when you lose your economy. Trying to end the game can be very difficult. It's just, Parting's not tapping out just because he wants to have a go at it, but because he really believes if he gets 1 overextension, his counterattack might be able to deal equivalent damage.
I mean, at this point, Parting probably feels that he's got slightly more micro potential with his units than Mana has with theirs. So at that point, you always believe that if I can just get the fights going my way and can get 1 pick off at a time, eventually this could snowball. I have the feeling for every unit that Mana is going to lose, he's going to build 2 in return. He's still been finding economic damage as well. And you were wondering about all Mana supplies was? Well, he kept a couple of units at home to perhaps deal with some of these run-bys to make sure that he wouldn't lose another collection array or a couple of those important prisms. He's healing up his sites here as well. I mean, Parting is definitely doing a really good job in making this frustrating for Mana. But in the end, it is not going to be good enough. The man from Poland takes the 1-0 lead as he transitioned into those sites. And I still think the moment that Parting was there with all those Argents, where he sniped that first collection array, if he just stands there and fight, of course Mana can micro units back to the health camp. Of course Mana is going to get the immediate reinforcements. I don't believe that Parting loses that many units for free.
It's honestly a question, you know? Like, the only reason I'm even just kind of thinking here and not just being like, yeah, Roddy, I think you're absolutely right, is that is I don't know how to say this. Like, it seemed like something Parting would know just by being good at RTS. You know what I mean? Like, so I think either we're underestimating the scythes or he overestimated them or whatever it is, but it made it very awkward no matter how you slice it, indeed. And I think, for me, the question is, did he actually scout that was happening? You do have kind of a scan as Celestial does cost energy. You can get that natural and see that there was a Star Forge and kind of predict what was coming out. But if he never did, because he figured it was Argent versus Argent, then apparently those scythe surprises, even though I was like, oh, maybe he could have hidden them a little longer, just two did apparently push it all back and then started the snowball for him.
Yeah, I believe that Mana could win the fight, but I also think that Argent against Argent, obviously those battles are kind of funny, and it's not the quickest unit, especially not in the beginning of the game. So if Parting would have clicked his Argents on top of Mana's Argent, maybe Mana wins the fight, but at the bare minimum, he trades out a lot of units. And yeah, of course, running back does mean that he's going to get closer and closer to his own reinforcements. He lost a bunch of units for free, was not able to get a lot of shots off. Brilliant tech choice in the end by the man from Poland, who was obviously invested in that tech for a little while, especially after losing the collection array. Parting technically had the better economy, but could not take advantage of that as he just was too spread out.
Well, on to the second map. We did already have that little bit of, you know, again, upset, I guess we're talking about, but I think the desk absolutely called it correctly. Mana coming out swinging. A little bit of a surprise. Parting's have to be very wary of that. Now we're here in the second map. We got Parting in the bottom right, Mana in the top right. It is a 4-player spawn, but you actually cannot spawn horizontal. So close by ground, as we used to call it. But this would be kind of the close by air. And then again, you do have some scans. If you wanted to use them for Celestial versus Celestial, maybe you can wait a little bit longer or just decide not to use it early on. We are seeing those camps being taken in similar fashion on both sides.
Yep. In the beginning, it is incredibly easy to take care of these creep camps. You guys can see the yellow circle. It only has a single yellow bar in it. Throughout the game, the camps respawn, but the creeps do become a lot more powerful. And I've already had a couple moments on the grow where I thought my army was good enough. And then, you know, the 40 army supply I had turned into 4 army supply. And I was like, well, I got a bunch of gold. But those creeps were a whole lot more powerful than I thought they were. But in the beginning of the game, especially if it only has 1 yellow bar, it is incredibly easy to creep these camps.
Yeah, this is the typical way that it goes. So no one going to try and do anything cheeky and actually try and steal it. We even have very similar placement of buildings. Again, I think what's really going to be important is the Parting's going to have to keep track of any potential tech swaps because he knows the answer. And he even had a couple of moments where it was like, oh, maybe the vectors were enough. It was too late. And with it being kind of, again, that close by air, this isn't nearly as abusive as Jagged Mobs, but still, we might actually see Scythe again.
We get one of the Argents getting a bit of extra energy. They can do bonus damage and creep out things even quicker. Mana was definitely mining a lot more Therium early on than Parting, which obviously allowed him to pull off the tech switch and get some of those higher tech units. This will be important for Parting to keep an eye on, because we can already see it in the bottom side of our screen. Mana right now earning some of the Therium. I don't think Parting is earning anything.
Yeah. We did see, it was a Max said it was very good about only getting enough to get the upgrade for the Argents.
Yeah, and then he just stopped.
Yeah, he literally stopped. So Parting had a couple of, the gas in the bank, and it wasn't really that helpful. The Therium, and then, they ended up still winning overall anyway. But additional technology coming out from Mana. He had success in the first game. Will he try and mimic that success? That is a different map and a different approach. Different camps too. More fours do break trees, guys. So you're opening up the back entrance to Mana's base currently.
That's actually very cute. I love this. Parting already thinking that is going to surprise Mana. Because at this point, if you're Mana this early in a Celestial versus Celestial, The last thing that you would be worried about is an army showing up in your main base, and Parting is even dropping a power bank and a creation chamber, basically in what is supposed to be a very safe pocket expand later on for mana that most people take as their fourth base because you don't have any Ethereum there in your third. This is really going to completely surprise Mana.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It actually might be too late to have a good response. Collection Array gonna get sniped here, as well as the Prism. The Arc Ship could also be in trouble. Mana is having zero idea that was happening, having a big weakness, and is gonna have a very frustrating loss potentially.
Yep. This is not one of these moments where you ever expect to lose the game already, but this is now already been a successful attack. Mana does have one of the sights out once more early on, but this time Parting is not overly respecting it. He's actually kind of just clicking in deeper, and he is trying to get on top of those Argents of Mana.
Yep, now this actually I think is a numbers game. There we have the activation for the scythe to save it for a little while, but that Collection Array does not have the same ability. That is going down. Arc Ship did come along with Parting as well, so we've got a little bit of healing. He could also place his own offensive static defense and batteries, the power banks, and it could get uglier as time goes on. But again, we have seen overextension, so you do want to be careful, especially as the scythes continue to grow in numbers if they continue being retained.
Now it is important to mention that Mana can still get some income. He could still mine even without a collection array. He's just going to mine a whole lot less. The problem is that he didn't just lose one, he lost both of them. And Parting is here with so many Argents. And this time I feel like he's just playing with a lot more urgency, a lot more belief in the power of the Argent. Yeah, Mana is going to be able to get some micro potential out of these sites. But as you said, Zombie Grub, this is a numbers game and it feels like Parting is all over Mana. What a cute little play to break down those trees and attack Mana from his own pocket expand.
Very, very frustrating too, because I think there might be a lot of games where you think, oh, this could happen, you know? But then it doesn't happen for so long, you forget about it, and you forget about it in the biggest moment, right? So it's one of those, like, hand on the forehead, just slap your head and be like, oh, okay, I should have maybe been checking that a little bit more. Let's not have that happen again in potentially game 3. Mana, however, as you notice, not tapping on. He's not going to give up quite yet. He has his own possibility of sniping collection arrays with the Vector Scythe duo. That's just going to try and run around, but very weak already.
Technically, none of these units are stuck, as obviously the Vector could go to the left side and could maybe blink away, but the side does get picked off. The Vector does get picked off, and that is going to do it. Parting with a brilliant move, going through the trees, building a creation chamber there inside of the main base, technically, of Mana, even though that's not the direct main base, but that is still a part of the main base. Well done, completely caught Mana off guard.
Yep. And workers can kill trees. The Morph Core kind of working as a worker, basically, I guess, kind of. You can kill trees in the early game. It just is not something I think that is actually too pervasive on ladder, that strategy that Parting pulled out. And like I said, it's just, I feel like it is one of those cheeses, you know? You depend on being surprised, and Mana was certainly surprised, that you just actually don't find that often, or as I haven't anyways. But then it comes out in that one big game, and you did forget to check that one game, and it's just so frustrating.
Yeah, and it just happened very early. It's not even that the two interacted with each other yet.
Yeah.
Most of the time, this is something that could happen if you already had a little skirmish in the center, and then both players disengaged. Suddenly, they go through the trees, they surprise you. But this was the first time that Mana really saw the army of Parting, and it showed up in his main. Lost that very expensive collection array immediately. Even lost a couple of the prisms too, so it's not just the collection array he lost. I think at that point, especially since he was the one who was stacking up, and Parting was obviously one just pumping out a lot of Argents. That's not something you can recover from.
Yeah, and that's on a base you're going to take as your natural, in any games that I've seen, actually. So
it's far away, and
yeah,
there is no Ethereum there.
Yeah, exactly. There's no Ethereum in the other natural, but it's still closer to the third, and it just makes more sense, right? So, and in those positions, I guess you would never really trust that as a fourth, but we didn't get nearly that far. Here we are actually in the third map, 1-1, Parting in the bottom left, Mana in the top right. The Isle of Dread, the name is?
Yep.
Yeah, and it's a big one. It's a huge map, and it is where you have multiple entrances into bases. It also just, I think, gets really difficult to track everything the longer the game goes as Celestial, so we're going to see, I think, more of those mistakes as well. And yeah, 100% more collection ray snipes.
Yep, it can be a bit hard to eventually get your hands on more Ethereum if this is where you decide to expand first, where the double gold looks so appealing for all the races. Especially, I think, for Vanguard players as well, where you bring over the buffs and you power build, and you're like, oh my goodness, I can build buffs for days. Does mean that it's a bit harder to get Therium later, but yeah, if we're just going to spam Argents for a little while, obviously that does not matter. A lot of creep camps as well, especially in the center, that are very useful. Yeah, I think this has potential for a very fun final map. It is fun, because when I came into this day and I looked at the maps, and obviously I've played a bunch of games on these maps, I actually thought this was almost going to be like an insta-veto for all the players, for all the races. It's like, it's so large, it's so different. I figured that they would like play on the smaller green maps a little bit more, but we've actually seen it in every single series so far.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some frustration, particularly with Vanguard versus Korea before patch, where you couldn't really wall at all. Not that SimCity is, I think, as advanced as it is in this game as of yet. I think it's going to get way more interesting. So there was definitely frustrations on the map, but overall it does seem to have come into its own. Just an interesting, different map where that natural is a little more contentious, and the overall map is just huge. And a big fight around the middle. That's where you see a lot of camps in the middle, vision to the side, also where the flowers are. Could see a lot of skirmishes around that.
Both players doing pretty much the same thing so far as the Argent numbers are going to go up. Creep jacking could become big later on, but in the beginning of the stage, obviously the creeps are relatively weak, that even if you send a single Argent out to creep jack your opponent, they'll look at it and be like, well, I can actually fight you and the creeps at the same time, because the creeps are not very powerful yet. It makes a lot more sense to clean up as many creeps on your side of the map as possible first, then you start looking for creep jacks later on, maybe when the creeps are a bit more powerful.
So Mana was trying to get the Scythe last game. Technically he got there, but not for very long. So there is a trend. We do have 2 Scythe maps from Mana. Will he do it again in the third? Yes, he will. Star Forward is on the way. And I think it is great. I think it was just that he was so surprised so early on, getting Argents in his face with only his first Scythe out. That's just not going to happen on a map like this, no matter how hard you would try to do that. So Mana going to have a little more flexibility there, but Parting should be very much anticipating that and prepared to add on vectors.
Yes, Parting can also just make a few more Argents and try to clean up as much of this map as possible, as obviously creeps give so much Illuminite at this point. I mean, he is mining a little bit of Therium at this point. It's going to be fun, though, because they both took that base with the double gold, where, you know, all the Illuminite in the world, but it is really going to be hard to get a lot of Therium later on if you do want to build a lot of those tier 2 units. So I'm very curious to see how this one is going to play out. Trying to keep track of the army movement. Mana currently creeping all the way in the top side of the map. That could have potentially been a little bit risky, because there would have been no way home for these Argents if Parting would have shown up here.
Yeah, he did make sure, both of them made sure to take the vision camps on either side of the map. And that does, I think it actually does cover the entrance through the middle, but obviously Parting could have come in from the left and Mana wouldn't have known. And honestly, that's a pretty common camp progression. I said that weird, progression. So there actually could have maybe been a play there, but not in this particular game. Parting, actually not getting vectors yet, I'm not sure, but Scythes are definitely on the way for Mana, and they're going to have a field day running around this large map where your bases are very disconnected.
Once more, I guess we're going to hunt for some collection arrays, maybe snipe a Prism if we can. This is a good scout by Parting, even if he's going to end up losing the Argent. It is nice to get that confirmation of, hey, the first side is out. This is now something I need to officially worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, I think he should be predicting it a lot more here. We do have the top bar ability taken out the camp for Parting. That's exactly what it did. It just took it out. It also replaces it if you use it on your opponent's camp, which is interesting. Not sure we've seen that in too many high-profile games. But yeah, the control is currently going to Mana. He's taking more of the camps. He's going to be threatening run-bys on all the collection arrays, which are right near that high ground, which the Scythes do love. And you see Parting trying to compensate for that, putting some static defense back there.
By far and away the richest that both players have been throughout this entire best of 3. I feel like they're going to have so much income to work with. We could get a couple of pretty crazy battles as the first vectors are out. Mana sees them. He's got his Argents in the mix as well. Seems like Parting is going to bring his Argents back. They're going to come in through the top right side. This is something that Mana needs to keep in the back of his mind. He's going to have a hard time getting these units out, right? Because if Parting just wants to take this fight, I'm afraid that Mana's going to have to leave these Argents eventually.
Again, well, now it's 5 Scythes in the air and 6 of the Argents on the ground. That is a little scary. With the help of some static defense, this might be holdable. I mean, more than holdable, actually. He's even coming in here with a bit of a surround. Parting with some confidence, actually taking the fight to Mana. Still has a little bit of a static defense helping out, too. Good pullback there from Mana. He's continuing to rally in the Scythe. He does need to do some damage, but unfortunately, he is not winning this battle, losing the Scythe as he tries to retreat. The blink forward to actually capitalize on it. Mana with the overextension.
Yeah, Potting did a really good job in kind of guiding Mana all the way back to get a little bit of help from one of those overcharges as well, getting just a tiny bit of damage on, because the fight was close, but it is such a large map, so every unit that Mana builds, especially an Argent, would take forever. But even with sites, it takes a long time before they make it to the bottom left side. Meanwhile, every unit that Potting builds is there immediately, participates in the battle, and then obviously using Sovereign's Watch to get a little bit of extra chip damage in. Could have potentially made a difference there. If I was Potting, I'd be feeling very good about it, especially since it does feel that his unit should scale a little bit better. Even if these sites are always scary and always dangerous, Potting with a bunch of vectors seems like it's very difficult to deal with if you don't have your own Blink units yourself.
Yeah, I do feel like the sites... Okay, so obviously Mana knows way better than I do, but he's using them in a fight-on-fight, which sometimes is the better idea, but the vector number has grown. He's not winning fights anymore. He's even getting caught in the rally. These Scythe units are just obnoxious, guys. If you run around killing all the collection arrays and prisms, that's where it feels tilting, that's where it feels good. Taking direct fights, yeah, it could have worked if he had judged it correctly, but frankly, he didn't. And now he's really feeling the repercussions.
Why does it feel like this is Potting hunting down a couple Metavacs with Blinkstalk as these vectors are roaming the center of the map, trying to pick off these low HP sites? Mana did save a couple of them, but now his own main base is so exposed. These prisms are going to get popped immediately. The collection array is going to get picked up as well. This is going to be very difficult. Mana may eventually push this back, but it feels that whatever Potting does here, it is always going to be good.
Yeah. Actually, he has a lot more size than I thought he did. It's like suddenly he has a bunch, so maybe he can come in here. Two very weak, doesn't want to put them in until they're a little more healed up. Hopefully the rest can do the trick. It does seem like that is the case. Vector's gonna get out of here. They did do some economic damage and definitely took down some scythes, but I did not give Mana enough credit. That's a lot more than I thought he had.
Obviously, they are both pretty damn rich since they have that double Luminite mine to work from the very beginning, and they didn't spend crazy amounts of Ethereum early on. Yes?
He never took the second one, though. Mana did.
That's correct. Also only has a single prism. I mean, he did just lose a lot of prisms in his main. He's got units here, but having units at home or bringing all those units to the other side of the map and then potentially fighting in range of a Sovereign's Watch or two, right? We've already seen that as well. Still seem like that is going to be incredibly difficult. It's one of these games where the supplies look even, but you feel like Potting is just going to explode in the next 90 seconds, and Mana's going to have a hard time throwing.
Yeah. He still has a very scary army, not maybe in the direct battles, because the Vector army is currently dealing with it. But again, if he gets some to go for backstabs, then that's where it can get frustrating. Parting really has to worry about just rallying forward, and it gets a little more complicated. So still definitely giving Mana a chance here. Defensively, he can work out with a static defense for a while, and it looks like he is going to think he can do this. So he's going to go for the run-by. It's seen parting those camps. They're not vision camps, but you do have a little vision on any camp you have.
Yep, so Potting knows exactly what is up. Don't know if he finished off that camp on Mana's side of the map, but that obviously always feels great once you're taking those creeps away from your opponent, especially since Mana's already hurting a little bit economically. Seems like Potting didn't finish them quite off, but then the creeps do get one of the Argents. Mana is here as he's going to try to find some economic damage. Finds the first collection array very quickly. Probably going to get the second one, but I can't imagine that he's not going to lose a bunch of sides here as Potting is coming in from the right. These units can blink. They do use one of the blinks. This definitely was not for free on Mana's side.
No, it was not. Not able to escape with a ton of scythes. Some, 5 literally getting away there. So once again, the worry is him being able to defend. If he had been able to snipe 2 collection arrays and get out with every single scythe, that would have been freaking amazing. But Parting, the mobility of the vectors, and Parting being Parting with Blink, right, was definitely caught up, you know? He knew that he could chase him down. He knew he'd get the ultimate better battle, and now he just has so many vectors.
Potting having 2 different groups of vectors is really awesome there too, right? Because he shows the first group like, hey, I'm here, I'm putting out damage. Mana's like, well, kind of get those collection arrays, and then hopefully I can still get out. And that's when that second group shows up and hits him with the devastating blink right underneath all those sites. Potting getting so many additional hits off that Mana obviously was not looking forward to. Feels that Mana is in a lot of trouble. I think Mana knows that he's in a lot of trouble. Maybe hoping that Potting overextends, takes a bad fight in the Sovereign's Watch, but really does feel that Potting has got this game by the horns. Has a really good read on the situation. And just, this is his game at this point. The world is his oyster.
It is. It is. Mana's whole plan here, not really, again, working out quite as well as it could. Definitely not the same exact game as Max Edge won, but it's kind of the same vibe or the same pace, right? Where it's like the Scythe kind of look good in a direct battle once or twice. They look really frustrating when they go for the snipes. But then those Vectors are actually the answer. So as soon as they get into a number, they are more mobile and, well, arguably more mobile. They're mobile in different ways, but they're able to punish, is what I'm trying to say. And that is what's happened once again. Parting, taking control of this game, over double the supply. Scythe's going to go for a little run by, and that's great, but Mana is still only on one collection array. Maybe he did get a second one, but he lost that main one ages ago.
He's dealing good economic damage, but it just feels like it's a day late and $1 short because he's bleeding out some very expensive units here too. Parting is going to chase them down. Mana's going to try to turn around, but perhaps Parting caught a glimpse of that. Not totally certain. It just feels that it's going to be so damn difficult for Mana to ever get another base up and running, as these units have turned around, so they will get a blink off, and the first site goes down, the second one goes down as well. Parting is all over Mana and is just reading him like a book.
Yeah, he is. You know, Mana, he was quite dedicated, actually. His economy was not very strong. He went for the double Luminite, but they didn't actually take it. So this was more committed. It did have to do some damage. And you know what actually seems to be the case here is that this map just calls for people to overextend in this position. Now, this is clearly too many numbers. I'm not worried about Parting doing that. But it did kind of happen with Mana. The choke there is so powerful for the defense that Parting was able to hold against the initial scary Scythes, and then just worked out with these Vectors, which I guess they'll take a while to kill the entire base, but they don't have to. They just kill the collection array.
Yeah, and with the sites, obviously the sites are pretty quick. They could temporarily disengage, but Mana was there with his Origins as well. And once the Origins are there, you're just kind of committed to the fight. You're stuck because those units can never make it home, especially not if Parting is roaming the map with a couple of these very quick Vectors. And he may not have that many yet at that point, but even if it's only 3 or 4 Vectors, 5 Origins, too much to just leave all by themselves and let them die for nothing. But running them home is also not really a play, as Mana realizes he is just too far behind. GG, well played, gets called. And it is Parting who wins the upper bracket final. 2-1. A couple of very fun games on the graph. I felt like we saw a little bit of everything. We saw different routes of getting to where players wanted to be. But I think especially in that final game, Parting showed that he's not just a good Stormgate player. That man is just a great RTS player. And his spidey senses of what to do in the right moment at the right time are always tingling.
Yeah. It did seem like he was a little surprised in the first game, but then he immediately went into his own surprise, his own cheeky cheese, kind of reset the momentum there, and I think he was just so much more forewarned about the plan of Mana that he had. A very good plan. Vectors do deal with them very well as long as they're in any type of position. If they're totally out of position, okay, fair enough, you're going to lose a lot of economy. But once they're in position, once you can even start playing around with some surrounds, which Parting was going to do, they are better.
It was a very close fight for a little bit, but perhaps that one Sovereign's Watch, a little bit of that overcharge damage made the difference, and at that point, Parting was in control. Let's hear what Kalaris and Tastosis have to say about our upper bracket final.
Well, guys, I'm a fan of those cheeky players, as we've got ourselves Parting advancing on into the grand final. He finds himself in a best of 5 now at the very end of this tournament. Joining me are Toasters and Tasteless to talk about this one. Vectors, pretty good. Dan.
Yeah, and I think that they're pretty good mostly because they counter the Scythes.
Pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, the Scythes did a really good job. You know, that game 1, you could see the look in Parting's eyes where he's like, this tournament's a lot harder than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
And the Scythe play really seemed pretty cool and everything. But, you know, coming back with the Vectors to counter them, obviously, those things are good.
We're in this phase of the game where we're seeing players experiment with, like, what is the right unit to go for, right? Not that that's the end game, but it's going to bring you somewhere where you should have an advantage. It's clear, as far as we've seen in the few games we've had so far, that the Vectors seem to be able to chase the Scythes down in open territory. Despite the fact that Scythes are very mobile because obviously they can fly, the Vectors are faster and just able to get around to more places and therefore do more damage.
Yeah, scary. A lot of damage. I mean, in that last game as well, I don't think I've ever seen that many Vectors coming out.
Yeah.
But, I mean, let's talk about Game 2 briefly as well here, because Lost Hope's an interesting map. Artosis, generally, I would say, in a lot of Celestial versus Celestial, you're expecting it on Lost Hope to go a little bit longer in a position like that. However, opening up that back path and then being able to get in via that tree line really caused some problems for Mana.
Yeah, this is something that maybe he should have paid attention to the Tasteless TV showdown.
That's right.
Because this is something that Parting did back over there as well. This was a strategy for the map. So I think that was a good counterplay to get those Argents out there so quickly for the counterattack while Mana's trying to tech up. So very good choice there from Parting.
Let's take a look at the replays from this game. Here is game number 1, where the Scythes really did reign supreme, Tasteless.
You know, it almost looks like, you know, it's the game started out with Argents, and that resulted in a response of Scythes because you can play the game. You have a very direct hard counter, and that they kill Argents on the ground, and then you could take the game into your own hands and go from there. And then the result of that is the vectors. And this might sound silly, but it does seem like we've seen this tiny tech evolution of this beats this, so you go to that. And I don't know if it's going to ever loop back around into Argent again, if there's something ahead of Vector that you want to try to go for, and maybe that creates an opening there. But there is this sort of Ouroboros of counters that we see going on here, where this goes to this, goes to that. And so, yeah, we saw a lot of Scythe versus Argent early on in the first part of this game.
Yeah, but, you know, I think that as we're seeing the Scythes become strong, that's where you see the Vectors become very, very strong. Because the Vectors can kind of be microed against anything, and as we all know, triangle is the strongest shape.
Well, yes, that's oddly, yes.
And look,
that's
they're
true.
like 2 triangles. Isn't that crazy? It's like twice the strongest shape.
Is that why all the keys are triangle shaped here?
And they're connected with a tuning fork. It's
Whoa.
You're not going to be able to stop these things.
They make a really nice noise as they fly around.
By the way, a lot of targeting on the collection array. Am I saying that right? Yeah,
Yes,
just getting in there. It feels like it's a tanky building, at least when I was playing a couple games, but when you get the really good players against each other, even though it can fly, even though it could, you know, in theory, get away if you had enough information ahead of time, the Argents target it down really quickly. The Scythes take it out. I guess that also is a byproduct of not really having that many workers to try to kill in a faction that functions the way this one does. But a surprisingly brittle building, all things considered. We've had games with just a couple minutes in, and already that structure is targeted and taken out, and then you don't have anywhere near as much of an income.
I do wonder if as time goes on, it might get a little bit of a health buff. 500 health against what is normally Argents that are kind of sneaking on in and just getting there. Therefore, they probably have a lot of energy to be able to expend on it very quickly. Artosis means it goes away like that. It's scary.
Yeah, they have been dying quickly. Honestly, like, I think that they need to be able to be killed pretty quickly because you can spread them around the map and like have them hidden and stuff, so they do need to be
that's
punished.
fair. Yeah.
I think it's more like I kind of predict that soon we'll have maps that are like more linear in how you get to places. Maybe trees don't get into the back of your base, right? Maybe there's not 2 entrances into your bases, so that it's more easy to defend.
And they're also unbelievably important for your main and natural currently, because if you do not have them available to you within 15 range, you can't cast Sovereign's Watch in that area, right? So if you're thinking about Lost Hope and the map that actually played out, he takes out the collection race very quickly. No Sovereign's Watch to defend there for mana, so that's another problem.
Yeah, you're right. It's not just that it is a resource gathering structure. It's also kind of a launching pad to do all sorts of things, from building things to defending over there. And even though in some of these games you see the Argents kind of slow running in there, right? It's not a lot of time to deal with it once you actually get the damage dealt.
We were saying, like, maybe it's actually just worth leaving it landed and not trying to run away to get the extra 10 Luminite, no things which is ridiculous, but anyway, that's how it goes. Let's take a look at the bracket here and see what's up, as we've got ourselves Parting in the grand final, finds his way through there. Whilst that match was going on, we did play out Maxed versus Theory, and Theory keeps the hopes of Infernal alive here, Artosis, so a rematch is on the cards.
Yeah, and I like this because, you know, I did think Theory would fare well against an aggressive Celestial player, and he did clearly. And the thing is, his games against Mana were not that bad. Well, game 1 was a little bit rough, but you know, maybe we'll see the vetoes a little bit different this time.
Correct.
If he can play a similar game to his second game against Mana, I could see Theory squeezing his way to this finals.
We haven't gotten to see too much of Maxed, unfortunately, but he is now out. That being said, on the ladder, Tasteless, this guy is grinding, so he is no pushover. So for Theory to take him 2-0, that's a big scalp to take.
Really impressive stuff here to see Theory take him. I think it's hard to not root for Theory right now. I mean, the one Infernal guy that we got going into this. It would be very cool to have a non-mirror matchup here in the finals. We'll see if we get that. If we're going to get it, it's going to be because Theory managed to get that far.
Yeah, and again, the revenge on Mana from the previous series, which is all important. As you say, in terms of kind of learnings, Isle of Dread, probably not going to be a thing. Maybe we try and push it to a Lost Hope. And other maps, I'm trying to think what you could go to. But, I mean, all the other ones are a little bit smaller than Lost Hope, so you got to be careful, Artosis.
Yeah. Look, I mean, Theory did very well in the Jagged Maw game, and that was a map that more recently Infernals wanted to ban. So I think Theory has a new toolbox here to work with, and we're going to see. I do think it will be slightly different vetoes, and we're going to have some clean games from him. I think he can do it.
Yeah, I think 100%. It's very possible. I don't know. It's been fun. It's been cool seeing the Celestial breakdown here. We're watching this matchup rapidly get sorted out, get solved, but I don't know. Could we have possibly Theory come through and take this in a kind of an underdog matchup? The only guy not playing that faction? That would be exciting.
Before we end up going to a break, I mean, obviously, we've not really got any chance to see Vanguard, unfortunately, in the tournament. We just don't have any Vanguard players. But obviously, if you are joining the game now, which is officially free to play as of today, the campaign is currently focused on Vanguard and some of kind of their mission through the campaign against the Infernal Host. But in general, Artosis, you're a Vanguard player. What do you think of Vanguard as a whole so far?
So Vanguard is the race that you want to play if you really want to think that you're playing something very hard and
you're honorable.
You're playing the most skilled race, but the other races are overpowered. It's so this fits to me very well. No, really, it's very fun. It's very micro intensive.
Yes.
It's kind of more standard than the other two races in terms of just RTS play in general. Nothing's like really making instantly or teleporting around the map. It's more like my things build out of the buildings. I make them right there, and then they walk to where they have to go.
Yeah.
So kind of a more standard RTS race, and for an old man like me, that's what I want to play.
I think it's a really good race to start out with. I think it's it's a little bit more straightforward, especially if you're new to RTS and you're watching Celestial versus Celestial right now. It might be a little bit overwhelming. It might look a little bit abstract, and it is. But if you're going to start out with this game, Stormgate, I would say go to Vanguard immediately. I think it's going to be very, very a good way to pick up the game.
And since the patch, it's been given quite a boost. Before the patch, it was having a little bit of a time. This patch has given it a nice bit of oomph against some of the races. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time for a break. When we return, we have 2 more series left. One best of 3. It's going to be a rematch between Mana and Theory, and the winner will go on to parting in the finals. See you soon. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have got 2 more series on the way here for the Stormgate Invitational Tournament at the Esports World Cup. Joining me, of course, once again, we have Artosis and Tasteless to talk about our next matchup. Infernal has survived somehow, some way, and now Theory goes up against Mana in a rematch once again. I think one thing we probably expect from this, at least a little bit, Dan, is the fact that it shouldn't go exactly how we had our previous one with vector proxies and causing some problems on, like, Isle of Dread, for example.
Yeah. So Theory is going to remember what Mana just did. He got some more practice games there against Mixed, so he's going to have a revised plan, and Mana doesn't know what that is.
Yes.
So, that gives Theory a little bit of an edge coming into this, because Mana is, he's going to be like, well, I won, pretty convincingly, so I'm going to try to do that again, and Theory's going to have that in his mind and try to play against that.
Yeah, a lot of times the builds that are going to really work, you get those out of the way early on, right? You're going to use your very best stuff out of the gates. Now, when you get a rematch, that's the moment that your opponent can do a little bit of fine-tuning of their own and maybe have a little bit of counterplay. And one thing about Theory is he's very good at thinking on his feet. He's very adaptive, and Mana will have to watch out for that.
And here they are, Mana going up against Theory once again. As we do previously mention, if you're just tuning in right now, this match already happened in the first round of the upper bracket, and Mana was victorious after a bit of a cheeky Starforge proxy with the Vectors to start things off, and then a longer game on Jagged Maw. But we were talking about Jagged Maw, Dan, and how it kind of plays out. It is one of those maps that if you do survive some of that early aggression, if it's not like just constant air versus air battles in that close air position, it takes a long time to get to your opponent's bases and try and put some pressure on, so you can survive it through a lot, I would say.
For sure. It seems like as some of the rushes get kind of filtered out via patches or counterplay, maybe we can see some longer, more interesting games there. Obviously, that game certainly was. But is that something that Theory's going to want to change now, right? If they play Jagged Maw, is it like, oh, maybe I gave him too long to kind of get the Animancers up, and it seems like that's a hard unit to deal with for the Infernals.
All right, well, let's see how it's going to break down here. Will it be revenge time for Theory, or will Mana prevail and make it a Celestial versus Celestial finals? Let's get our players now onto the stage. Mana and Theory go head-to-head once again. All right, here we go for one more shot to get into that grand finals. Will it be Liquid's Mana, or will Theory be able to put Infernals in the grand finals? ZG and Roddy, take it away.
And we are going to find out if Theory can think on his feet. I think it's about maybe an hour and a half that he was able to, well, not even actually think that entire time, right? He was playing a whole nother matchup. So he's had a little bit of time to think. He definitely probably already was like, well, I could have done this better, I could have done that. Maybe I don't play on that map. So we will definitely see something different. But it's still a question if he can actually beat Mana, who also is going to be prepared for a more, I guess, robust Theory. He'll probably be a little bit better off against the early game harassment as we were spawning on Broken Crown. Top right, it is Mana. And bottom left, we got Theory.
Theory, of course, representing the Aftermath esports. And this is basically what we were already talking about after that previous series. It was like, yeah, that first map, Isle of Dread, too many openings into your main and no high ground to take advantage of. You're not going to get any free hits off. This is a very different map where you can safely expand. You still have a bit of a ramp to work with. And even if you don't have as many range units as your opponent, you can get a couple of hits off for free, and maybe your melee units can get 1 or 2 hits off as well. Like, in theory, no pun intended, I already like this map so much better for Theory, as we are going to see the Hexen, well, at least, the Hexen finding this proxy Starforge immediately as he activates the creep, but I feel like the creeps often ignore the buildings.
They do, actually, so he's going to have to do that when a Vector pops out, but I do like the idea. I think he realized very quickly, like, that wasn't really going to do very much.
I've tried this as well, because in Warcraft 3 that always worked. If you see them building something, you're like, oh, I can wake up the creeps, and then the creeps will just attack the building. Right, well, not yet in Stormgate. Maybe one day, but that is not yet the case. We do have an Iron Vault as an opener, but we also have a Conclave already, so he can go for a mix of a couple of Brutes, a couple of Gauns. Knows what the deal is, but he can take advantage of that ramp. Got the meat farm way far out. This is obviously not something you want to give up. So I guess the idea is, let's get this health camp and then just kind of similar to Jagged Maw, stabilize with the health camp.
Yeah, I mean, this is it kind of familiar to that first game, but with the map being so different, I think we were going to see
Whoa.
that effect. Whoa! We needed that blink. Fortunately, got it in time. It does mean that there's not going to be any more snipes on the camp, and that the camp is absolutely officially Theory's. But this is actually the map that I was thinking of when I was talking a lot about what he could do defensively. This is a map where there is actually back trees that you could kill. We might see that eventually. But initially, that natural kind of lends itself to defense to the third as well, because of the way you position your units on the corner, exactly like Theory is doing now. What he did actually in previous tournaments that he participated in. He was very good at making sure he could lock that up. And now with the first Vector poke, I suppose, kind of dealt with nicely. The second one's kind of do some damage, but now it's also in, well, I was going to say some trouble, but I guess it could just blink out.
Nice save on one of those imps, right? Morphing it into a meat farm temporarily. Doesn't really need it yet, so he doesn't really want to let it complete. But at least he saved the imp. 2 more guns popped. If we blink, we can blink again. So this is actually going to be a little bit tricky, I think, for Mana to get this Vector safely out of here. It's taking a lot of damage all the way down to 27 HP, but it will live for now.
Yeah. Third one's going to join up, and he is taking the camp here. Not much that Theory can do about that with the army that he has. It's a little bit sketchy, but this is just a solid setup, and this is very familiar to their Jagged Maw game, in my opinion, where, again, I actually really hope that we get to see a very similar mid to late game, and then see if Theory can get his army in position, get it to the state that he wanted it to be, which I do think he was like 30 seconds away from, and take that win there. But a little bit sketchy here. The imps happen to be pulled as the Vectors find some nice harassment opportunities.
This is painful because the units were way out of position for Theory as he was trying to get another creep can going near that Star Forge. Instead, we're just going to work on the Star Forge. That's nice to know, but this is a crazy amount of economic damage against one base Theory. He got that Shroud Stone up right at the edge, thinking that that could keep him safe. But the Vectors are so quick. They can blink cross it as well. They can blink onto the high ground too. It's actually very painful. I don't think this is what Theory was expecting at all. He probably thought, all right, my main base is safe for a little while because I've got that set up with the ramp. I've got my Shroud Stone there too. Those units just blinking into the natural with vision, of course, from that speed tower. That's very painful.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many imps died there, honestly, but it obviously was a lot of lost mining time.
Yeah.
So it's definitely the damage that Mana wanted to do. At the very least, you know, obviously winning the game would be preferable, but there's that damage. So Theory's going to have to recover, but his setup is decent, so I believe in his chances to. But it really is unfortunate, because I think you're absolutely right. He figured, yeah, he's not going to try and go for it anymore. I'm safe to go and push out in the map, and that just wasn't really true.
And now he's afraid to move out because he's paranoid. He's like, last time I moved out, a couple of Vectors showed up in my main. And if you have a 2 or 3 base setup and you've got 35 or 40 imps walking around, you're like, yeah, okay, it's painful if 1 or 2 of them fall and you have a bit of lost mining time because they have to battle, but I'll survive. But on a 1 base economy, that is something that you're really going to feel. You feel that in every RTS, and Stormgate is no different in that regard. I think that was an incredibly painful moment for Theory, who actually didn't even get the creep camp, by the way. He did get the Star Forge, but he didn't even get the bonus gold of clearing out that creep camp. That means that those creeps are still there, and Mana could potentially finish those camps off as well and take control of that watchtower in the bottom right. I guess Theory is getting there at this point, so in the end he will get it. And it's still that he could really used earlier just to grow a little bit quicker into the mid game.
They're 100% right. He was afraid of the run by again, so he even left a skull to scout the kind of camp, but also the jump in point. And there's kind of generally the movement of the Vectors. So it was wise. It is unfortunate because he actually is kind of a position perhaps where he needs to take a bit of a risk because he did take that damage. So just that little bit of a delay on getting his own camps, and well, they just blink right in, don't they?
Very cool as well. He used the scan there to get some vision, blinks into the main base immediately, and it is round 2 for Mana as he gets deep into the main base of Theory. Theory obviously does not want to lose any of these imps here, but I think it's going to be inevitable that a few of them will fall. 2 gowns is not going to be enough. We have a couple of fiends showing up, but 1 or 2 fiends also not enough. Mana is just having a field day here in the main base of Theory with these very quick and very awesome Vectors that just seem to be able to get the job done.
They do seem to be doing that. At the end of the day, there's also just so much chaos. Do keep that in mind. It really messes with your build order. It messes with your flow, so further mistakes are more and more likely, honestly. That's the kind of the additional factor of being good at a tournament, is keeping your cool, and it can be difficult when you're losing like this.
Mana does end up losing a couple of these vectors as Blink was temporarily on cooldown, but we look at the banks. Mana is sitting on 1200 Luminite. If he starts spending that, he's going to have triple the supply of Theory right now. He's done a really good job in spending his money. The only problem is Zombie Grove is that he doesn't have a lot of it.
Yeah, no, that's a big problem. Mana going to be slapping down a lot of production facilities, some buildings, some nodes, battery banks. I mean, he still hasn't spent all of his money, actually, which is... It's getting kind of weird now, actually. I don't know what he's waiting for, but perhaps just having too much fun with the vectors right now. Or maybe he has enough... No, there's no way that he has enough camps to build 10 Argents at once, so I don't know why he's saving money.
I think we'll take care of it eventually.
Eventually, yes, I do believe
We
that.
can search some of these creation chambers too to build them a little bit quicker. Feels like Mana is once more absolutely in the driver's seat here as Theory is just having a hard time getting an army. At this point, the Menace is not capable of getting an army. Every unit he builds is kind of getting picked up one by one. Even the Hexen is going to get picked up. Like, what does the Theory really have right now? I think those 2 counts, that's literally it.
Oh, no, that's not a good sign. That is not a good sign at all. Unfortunately, maybe... I don't know, maybe he did actually consider this back when he chose the other maps. He knew that that could be a blink in, thought that he had a good enough start, and then just kind of underestimated the potential. Yeah, I can see why it's very frustrating here. Theory, not going to give up quite yet, but Mana finally getting all his production up. Now actually can spend that money. He got a 3rd base as well. He took that kind of behind one as the natural anyway. He does lose that...
Meat farm.
Thank you, meat farm. And not that I was helping out too much, but at least it was something.
Yeah, well, now we are supply blocked,
Oh,
so
yeah.
we do kind of need
Yeah,
that
we did.
meat farm. At this point, the man does not have one. He basically has his main, he's got his natural. Like the idea with the Shroud Stone, I thought it was cute. Unfortunately, Mana just found a very clever way to completely avoid it. He's going to use one of his top bar abilities to completely make that camp disappear. Mana is having a field day. The only thing that he needs to do is start spending his money, Zombie Grub, because the average unspent resources a little bit too high for a player of Mana's caliber in literally any RTS we can think of.
Oh, I'm sorry if you ever watch this back, Mana, but it is a little interesting, you know? Perhaps maybe a little too stuck in the ways of like, well, no, on 3 bases I need 3 and then 5 creation chambers, and it's like, actually, if you're bad at RTS like I am, you just realize better spend the money is, 50 command centers come down. But I think he also knows that he's just in such a winning position. You know, he's not really urgently doing much back at home.
Perhaps he feels that keeping the tempo and momentum that he has created for himself is a little more important than keeping those resources low, even though we are closing in at 2K at this point, and that really is not where it should be looking. But Mana's going to get a few more power banks, a couple of additional creation chambers, I'm sure, as we're just expanding, perhaps another collection array. And he's just doing a really good job in resetting Theory into the Stone Age over and over again. Like, poor Theory is still working with the most basic roots, the most basic gowns. Can't really get much going. What he does have at least is an expand. We are getting a lot of imps, so Theory does have something to be hopeful of. This is not as disastrous as I have a 1-base economy with 11 imps on Luminite, and that is it. Like, no, we've got 2 bases. We have our first Magmadon relatively early as well. But obviously, Mana is still in complete control of this game.
Just scanned ahead, saw that there wasn't much to defend. Magmadon is going to cause some issues, but it's only 1, and it will get shot down. This also only is a little bit closer, as another Magmadon pops at a very appropriate time to really help out there. But again, while this does look good, and this did just reduce the supply gap, it's also those 2,000 minerals or 2,000 Luminite that Mana has that should be more like a 75 or 80 supply to 50.
Well, that's actually really cool to see that a lot of the things that we know about traditional RTSs hold up here as well. Attacking upper ramp into static defenses is difficult, even if you've got a few more units. Do not underestimate the power of a tower like that early on, or a couple of these fiends helping out. Obviously, the Gaunt's are able to get a few more extra hits off. That was a really good fight for Theory. Does not really change the state of this game. Mana should still be in control, but Mana is going to have to clean it up a little bit, and he truly, I'm sorry that we started to sound like a broken record over here, he needs to start spending his money, because it is becoming a little bit ridiculous to see a player of the caliber of Mana sitting at 2.8k Luminite.
Okay, finally spent about 800 of that, but it's not just like, okay, Mana's really good at the game, trust this, guys. It's actually one of those macro mistakes that might be lending itself to a comeback for Theory, because he's not only making a huge macro mistake for minutes at this point, guys, he also did over-dedicate. The Magmadons did their job. The second one timed out perfectly. In Theory, I think he's got a little bit of optimism now. There's that hope that is finally there.
I would love to see if Theory has like a Hellforge already, if he's getting the Magmadon upgrade, or if he got the upgrades on...
Oh, we got Shadow Flyers again. Wow, he really likes these units.
Yeah, that's early. Especially for a game where it feels like he hasn't been that rich. It feels to me like it's a big investment.
It's his only way of counterattacking because they will be able just to Suicide Bomb into the prisms. So, and if he gets the upgrade, they also take the collection array like we did see in their first series too. So I do get it, but I also agree that it's kind of expensive to get there. And then, oh, I guess he was also thinking of the sites. I kind of forgot that was there. That wasn't really committed to by Mana. He went back into Vectors.
I mean, honestly, the Gaunt's are obviously becoming better. I assume that we've got the upgrades, both of them. They look faster as well. Theory is really starting to get into a position where he's probably a little bit hopeful. He's like, man, I've been doing surprisingly good. As Mana is going to get on top of the third base here, though. And that is one that I'm afraid Theory is going to have to cancel. Now he's going to try to fight. He's going to drop his Shroud Stone. He's going to go for it with the Magmadon, as he's also using one of his top bar abilities. No, he's just building a tower by the look.
Well, this is still going to be maybe too bad of a fight, but the Observer just pointed out the Argents don't actually even have their upgrade. Like, Mana, I think got... I'm going to say, I think he got kind of lazy. It doesn't matter. It's kind of like he deserved to because he did so well in the early game. But these are the reasons that Theory has hope at all.
There's our emergency tower. It's very powerful, as it, I think for 30 seconds it shoots twice as quick, so it's really powerful. Regular Shroud Stone's already pretty good when the armies are not massive, but using your top bar ability to summon one of those Shroud Stones immediately makes them real powerful, and it's going to push Mana back temporarily. Now, after 30 seconds, you still have your tower, so it's not like it disappears, but all the Theory is still just a little low on units.
I think, maybe I missed it, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't there. Now it is there. We could probably continue on to the secondary and tertiary tiers, in fact, because absolutely Mana is winning. He has been winning, and it would have required a lot more mistakes, I think, to actually lose this game.
Yep, all the Argents are here. They are doing their thing. We've got a couple of the Vectors still in the mix as well. And Imps, they can push out a little bit of damage, but not enough to stop such a big army of the Celestials. Once more, it is Mana who's going to take the 1-0 lead. Well, the Theory had a cool game plan. I liked a couple of the things, but the one move he just did not expect were those 3 Vectors blinking onto the high ground. I guess Mana used a scan for that the very first time as well. Blinked in, the army was way out of position, and if you're only working with one base, that just deals a devastating amount of damage to your army.
Yeah, it does. Completely threw his flow off. I think you can really see his plans. You know, get to a solid foundation, get the Gaunts, get the Magmadons, and then have Shadow Flyers for harassment, which are great for going around the map while you defend at home. It's a great plan, and then he can capitalize on that potential to go into the additional units. More Magmadons, maybe those Weavers that he likes, right? But he keeps on getting stopped just short. So in that game, he was stopped short very, very early on. But the last time we saw kind of a similar start, he got stopped short later in the game. But nonetheless, he just got stopped before he could really get going.
Yep. Mana obviously just kind of keeping up the pressure, want to make sure that he did not let go of the grasp that he had on that game. And that's perhaps why his macro was slacking a little bit. Or he was just too rich, man. He's like, I've got so much income, I'm not used to this. He kept on building power backs, he kept on building creation chambers, but he couldn't quite spend it. But it was all good, because at pretty much any given moment, Mana had that 20-30 supply lead. And that plus the piggy bank obviously made him feel very confident.
It is still like very... Yeah, I'd actually want to ask him about it, honestly. You know, did you just actually kind of get so sure of yourself you focus more on the micro than the macro, or did you have something we didn't notice as far as a block? They don't get supply block. The Celestial supply is actually very interesting and definitely different than most other RTSs, but perhaps we'll get into it after the introduction of the players. The 4-spawn map, bottom right we got Theory, top left is Mana, so we got a diagonal spawn here.
Yep, a Lost Hope cross map. It is a very fun map where obviously you've got a relatively safe expand to take that gives you a bit of high ground to work with as well. You've got a health camp nearby that should help you out defensively if you're forced to defend against some early aggression of your opponents. You can see Theory opening up with a Conclave Fort that he builds on the ramp with main to the natural, and then gets an Iron Vault and a meat farm on the low ground. Start creeping, and then eventually, once we have enough resources, probably drop a second base. I really love the idea of just going for a mix of a couple of Gaunts and Magmadons, and then eventually getting the Flyers out of the Spire. That's not something I feel like you should really rush, especially not if you've been hurting economically, because it does cost a worker, it costs a lot of resources to drop those buildings, and you need an army to fight with whatever Mana is throwing at you, because Mana does really seem to be a pretty damn aggressive player, not in the sense of he's all in all the time, but he's absolutely going to be in your face.
That's for sure. Somebody is like actually in StarCraft as well. Need a couple more all-ins there, but a very aggressive player indeed. So we have him going for an expansion. The natural is up, perhaps even quickly into a third expansion. I think that is actually the plan. Yeah, so he's going to be a little greedy here on one of the larger maps. It also is an uncertain spawn going up the top left. I think he did actually scout it with the Hexen eventually, but point is now it's actually the longest that it can be, rush distance-wise.
It's actually kind of funny because I don't think Mana necessarily knows yet, right? The theory is in the bottom right.
I thought his Hexen... Oh, Mana, yeah. No, I don't think that happened.
So Mana could have technically taken a base here that is in the main base of theory. Because it's vertical or cross.
You're actually right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless we missed a scan, which I was also...
Yeah, that's
It can be hard to catch when it actually happens. You know, it can have like a spiral and then it's you know, kind of gone. But that's also what I wondered in the Parting versus Mana game, if Mana didn't even realize that he was actually in those particular positions. But anyway, we have Mana getting a lot of economy and is going to be playing naturally into more of a mid-game, giving Theory perhaps his chance to really show his playstyle off finally.
Yeah, and that's going to be awesome, because I felt that we were so close on Jagged Maw of Theory, working with the units that he was dreaming of, getting all the upgrades and showing us some cool moves with maybe nice ground movement, great stumps, Weavers doing their thing and abducting an Animancer perhaps. Unfortunately, none of that really came into play, but perhaps here, cross-map, lost hope. If it's ever going to happen, it should happen. It seems that Mana did throw down a scan in the bottom left main spawn. And after he realized that Theory was not there, perhaps he went for it.
I think that's what
Polaris
coming in as a third commentator.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's a funny expand to take because the ultimate hidden expand.
Yeah, but that is always the frustration of Celestials. You know, we've been seeing a lot of how they play out just like a 1 or 2 base, but this is one of the rare times I guess we see just instantly into 3. And then going into the mid-game, but I don't... I'm looking forward to the mid-game, but Mana is going to be very rich, and Theory does not know about that.
Yeah, but Theory is creeping like a madman, though. He already took out 4 camps at this point. Meanwhile, Mana only took out a single one. I kind of feel like we live in the era where creeping is supposed to be a bit more powerful than taking expense. Mana is taking a lot of damage on one of his vectors here against these creeps that are really not very powerful yet, but I guess if we're not paying attention, they will start dealing some damage. So finally, Mana gets his second camp. But this has gotta feel good for Theory, because finally he can play a normal game where his entire game plan did not get disrupted by a couple of vectors right in his face from the very get-go.
Yeah, no, it's very true. I think we're going to see possibly, I know it's calling it very, very soon, but it's definitely the best chance for Theory to get a map versus Mana. And the creeping has been excellent, as you pointed out. That's one of the big reasons why you don't want to expand. Not just that maybe you can't, because they're going to snowball against you army-wise, but you also can't because you're not the one getting the camp. So they're going to snowball against you camp and money-wise, which might have already happened. We have a lot of units out here, and Mana is going to be forced to retreat. Unfortunately, those Argents not nearly as fast. Almost get surrounded, not quite, but it looks like those two are gone no matter what.
This is the power of the camps as well. Theory having both of the speed camps at the moment. Look how quick his army is, even though he doesn't even have some of those mid-game upgrades that we expect players to normally get. Perhaps around this time, not quite yet, but they're going to come online soon. But because he's got both camps, his army is so freaking quick, and he can actually finally start battling those vectors without feeling like his army is slow and the army of Mana is so quick.
Yeah. Mana forced to pull everything back to help defend. Now, fortunately, that high ground with the ramp, with all those power banks, is going to be helpful in defending. We've got another base, actually. That's 4 bases for Mana then, right? And that was scouted, but I don't believe the one on the other base, the other spawn position has been scouted yet.
But it's actually very smart for Mana to take this base, because if he didn't, then Theory might be wondering, like, okay, what on earth have you been doing? Because you're not creeping nowhere near as much, you haven't been annoying with vectors in my face. You somehow suddenly let me creep the entire map, and you're only on 2 bases? Question mark? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So I think it's very important for Mana to take the 3rd base, to at least give Theory the idea. It's like, oh, I'm just investing in my economy, that's all, there is nothing else to it. Of course, he does not want to see Theory find that hidden base.
That's actually a really big problem. That is an excellent point. I mean, is it worth sacrificing it? Well, I saved it the first time, maybe not now. I mean, weirdly, kind of, but he's so far managing to not have to straight up sacrificing it. Air unit's not getting back there. Or not air. Yeah, well, air unit's not getting back there. So the collection rate, when it is microed away, yeah, can take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's that third base on this map, I think, is in general very hard to attack because you have to go past that high ground of the natural of mana, and that's where the towers are, that's where the units are standing too. So it's not really feasible to attack the third without being able to attack the natural. And attacking the natural up that tiny ramp into all that static D is just incredibly difficult. So I think Mana knew that, okay, this might get awkward, but I should never really lose it, and he did not end up losing it. Now that doesn't mean that it's all bad news for Theory. Still not aware yet of that hidden base. Man will just continue creeping. And I do think his supply is going to be higher this game than it's ever been throughout any of the games he's played against Mana.
Yeah.
And I'm so excited to see him create his dream composition. The right amount of downs, the right amount of Magmadons, maybe even a couple of Hellfires in the mix. We'll see. I think it's going to be fun.
I think so. You know, I've been talking about how there's a sentiment, or we've certainly seen some games where the Infernal in the late game looks stronger, and one of those is definitely highlighted in the Tasteless TV tournament, where it looked like the Celestial had built up literally a maxed out army, I believe, with a bunch of static defense, and then they're like, understandably, everyone was like, well, I guess that's it, right? And then the Infernals actually broke it. So seriously, do not underestimate the late game just because we haven't seen Theory able to use it correctly yet.
We already see that the first upgrades for the Magmadons are being researched in the Hellforge, so that's nice to see that they're going to be able to stun units while they use their stomp ability. Of course, there's a tier 3 upgrade as well. That's going to make them a lot quicker. It's a massive upgrade, but it takes a little while to get tier 3. As Mana is thinking about his first drive-by of the game with 5 vectors, the Magmadon was right there. Zombie Grub, why does it not fight? Well, apparently because Theory has found the hidden base, so that is pretty big. But it's going to be less big if we end up losing a whole bunch of imps at home against these 3 vectors.
Well, so far not losing a lot. Now we finally might have some go down. Theory does have 3 bases to actually crank out these imps, especially with the top bar ability. So some can be sacrificed, but obviously if this killed like 20, that would be a different issue. I don't think I got anywhere close. I mean, this was bothersome. This, you know, distracted him a little bit, but as he found and killed the base, so the distraction really wasn't that important.
The prep one has now already killed 4 out of 5. I think you're spot on. This definitely worked out a lot better for Theory. I might start kicking himself a little bit, right, for completely changing up the game plan and letting Theory play the kind of game that I'm sure Theory is very comfortable with and also incredibly good at. Because that man crept fast, took full control of the map, got the speed camps too, and then even without those tier 2 upgrades on the Gaunt's, his army was so quick, so fast, and was able to put up a very good fight early on right off the get-go.
Yeah, it's not the plan Mana wanted, but it is still chugging along, right? Like as much as he's been under pressure, he's lost the base, he's had to temporarily give up the 4th base, now the 3rd. Like, he's actually still in the game, obviously. But it is a question of how you're going to deal with that late game army, especially on a map that you can actually get this humongous wide battle. You know, it's not a bunch of chokes where the Dark Prophecy is going to capitalize the most it ever can. In fact, the Dark Prophecy in the middle of this map might not even be that impressive.
No, but it's still, I think, always good.
Oh, it's still good,
Yeah, I guess, especially against all these Gaunt's that are out there. What is very tricky when you play Infernals is that it's so easy to get supply blocked over and over again. Once you've got the Gaunt's and you get the upgrade, Plagued Access, then you get a Fiend for every single creep you kill, and you start killing 4 or 5 creeps, you get +5 supply. And this is why we're going to see Theory be supply blocked every now and then. And it's absolutely worth it to just drop like 2 or 3 meat farms in advance. Even if that's not like the cleanest macro, you're really going to need it. Otherwise, you're supply blocked over and over again. And there are moments where you do want to start building some imps, where you do need an extra Magmadon or you know, something among those lines.
And kind of speaking of that supply block, as we see all these upgrades coming online, they're really actually already on the way to tier 3 with the Magmadons, tier 3 on the Animancers. Just a reminder, the way that Celestials work is they don't actually have a supply block. They have like a soft cap, I guess you could call it, where if they run out of energy, then their units are bad and their production's kind of bad too. Hasn't happened, I think, in any of these games as of yet, but just wanted to note that we do have a potential fight coming in the middle of the map.
Yep, seems like Mana is pretty confident in his army. He's got a lot of Argents. We've got a Cabal or 2 in the mix as well. Oh, Magmadon from the top right. That could have been so massive. But I think Theory is waiting for his upgrade to finish up so they can get a little bit quicker, and it's going to be easier to get those big stomps going.
Does the Cabal have the lift? That is my question, because they can lift the Magmadon right out of the engagement, and then it's just literally floating in the air. So that might be the plan. The Debilitate's also kind of powerful, so it's useful to have. I guess we can't actually see if they have the upgrade or not, but we will, I guess, if a Magmadon lifts guys, that's what that is.
Oh, I love it. Theory is indeed setting up a very, very, very wide concave just to make sure that he can nullify the effect of the Dark Prophecy a little bit, and those Animancers won't be able to grab his entire army. This really does feel like a crazy amount of Infernals.
That's a lot of Animancers, but they channel that Dark Prophecy, guys. So if the Magmadons push the Argents out of the way, then the Animancers either have to die or just give up on the channel and run away. So that's what Theory is trying to go over. He's just running past the Dark Prophecy, jumping on top of the Animancers, even has a Hellborn coming out here to help out, and it does look like Theory is finally going to get a map against Mana.
Yep, that was a great fight. He just had enough, right? And he still has so many high HP units left over. And Mana is forced to run back home, maybe with static defenses and another Animancer. We can actually start stabilizing, as that is a pretty good Dark Prophecy. A couple of those Gauns do get stuck. And obviously, like, those fights on the center of the map are fantastic, because those Gauns, they create so many Fiends, and it makes it almost impossible for the Argents to just stand there and fight. But eventually, if you run out of Fiends, you do need to be a tiny bit more careful, as Mana's going to try to kite these Magmadons, and he's doing pretty good. The Animancers really are amazing, but they do run out of energy. Thank the Lord, eventually.
They do. Yes, they do. And unfortunately, some of these units are not really great at walking away. The Argents do get a tiny speed boost, actually, with the upgrade, so they're a little bit faster. They're able to chase those Magmadons. And the Hellborn. The Hellborn is just generally very slow. And so, whoa, now we have the Shadow Flyers finally coming in. You can see they just instantly took that out. They could have gone after the Prism, I guess, if they wanted, but they're looking for the Collection Arrays. They're more expensive. They take longer to actually get set up, and it's just frankly more obnoxious to have to actually replace those compared to the Prism. So I do love the idea of the Shadow Flyer harassment. I absolutely love it. He just couldn't get to a place where it was actually viable with how far behind he was.
A lot of the creeps have respawned though, so Mana is still going to be able to get some income if he just takes out a few of those camps on his side of the map, and of course he didn't lose all of his collection arrays at once. I mean, it's still a close game, it's still very competitive. I want to say that I like it for Theory, but if the Animancer count goes up and Mana can force a fight in a slightly more choky area, rather than like the most wide open place on any map in the current map pool, there is a chance that it's going to be a lot more difficult for Theory to take a fight as good as he previously did.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But Theory hasn't added on all of the units that he possibly can. There is one big bad unit that we might actually see in a game like this. That is the Dragon. Yeah, it used to be a top bar ability. Now it's built from the Tier 3 Shrine and does still cost energy, but also resources. Another battle in the middle of the map. Dark Prophecy coming down here. A little awkward on the top side. Almost a surround. Not quite. Unfortunately, when the Argents move away, the Animancers are then targeted. And there's the Dragon. It is quite powerful, guys. It does get upgrades as well. Very difficult to take down. Theory now once again on the hunt for the middle of the map.
And a lot of Fiends in the mix, and those Fiends really make it complicated for those Argents to just stand there and fight, or even to just kite successfully. And Mana is honestly kind of running out of space. He's going to try to get up the ramp here and eventually make it to a safe area. But the supply Theory is not dropping. If anything, it's only going up because of the Plague Axis on the guns. Can we get the surround with all the Fiends? It's the semi-surround zombie grub, but it does look damn good. One more Animancer shows up from the left side. It's going to make it a bit more difficult for Theory to chase. But Theory is absolutely crushing this fight up to this point. Perhaps one big stomp from the Magmadon. Look at that Magmadon go.
Yeah, it's actually got a little closer in supply eventually. Dark Prophecy helping to take out the Fiend overwhelming. That's usually what happens when an Infernal really wins and Fiends pop everywhere. It gets so many units, but Dark Prophecy definitely good at taking those out. So there wasn't as much of a snowball effect, but as you see Theory get back to macro, boom, jumps up 40 more supply. 70 supply difference overall. Still has the Dragon in play, which could also go harass if you ever wanted to back away from the fight.
Yep, obviously Theory does not need to stick around here forever. He does not need to kill Mana, but he seems to believe that he still has the better army, and he can still get a couple of good trades off with that Dragon supporting his Gauns and his Brutes and his Fiends at the back. I really don't think we should be attacking up that ramp, even if we've got a 40-50 supply lead zombie grub. Why don't we just creep a little, get another base, play it safe, and let's get that first point on the board against the man who's been a bit of a menace to him today.
Yeah, absolutely. Was able to prove that he absolutely knows what he's doing versus Celestial against Maxed, but Mana did prove a little bit different. Now he's getting his chance to shine, but you could absolutely argue Mana kind of gave him a chance to shine. Maybe the map spawns did, actually. Maybe that's why Mana changed his plans, but yeah, this is maybe not something that Mana's going to allow happen again in such a fashion. But, you know, that's been kind of Theory's goal, survive until he gets to this very, very powerful army. He did check for hidden bases, didn't find any. He knows that Mana is on his last breath.
Kind of funny how Kalaris was just joking that nobody would ever take the center. Now they're both taking the center at the same time over here on Lost Hope. But Theory obviously has a 100 army supply lead. Or look, he has a lot of imps. Perhaps he has the ability on the imps as well. So he can start blowing a couple of them up if he wants to. For now, I guess we're just going to mine some Therium. Mana's going to try to do the same thing, but Theory should take control of that watchtower in the center. I think the moment he does that, he's going to see like, wait a minute, you're here too. It's not just me. It's both of us. Well, I think my army is a whole lot better than yours. And he's not wrong.
No, he is not. Mana is still in the game, but what does his army look like? 2 Animancers, Argents, and 1 Cabal, which I don't know if it's helped all that much. And well, both Animancers are actually out of the equation now. Well, weirdly enough, he's running past them. Okay, well they're not. They're coming in from the backside with Dark Prophecy, but it's just Theory knows he's overwhelming. He doesn't care.
Yep, there is a lot of Inferno here with a lot of very high speed units, especially the Magmadons are very difficult to take out. GG gets scored, and we are going to game 3 for the first time between these two gamers. Mana decided to switch it up and play a very macro-heavy style with a hidden base on a map where, yeah, it makes sense to take a hidden base, because it is really hard to find all these bases, especially the pocket base over a location where somebody did not spawn. That would be the last base I ever checked. It was one of the last bases that I think Theory checked for as well, but I'm sure that it just felt a little bit off. It's like, you found so much success, being so aggressive in my face, making life hell, and all of a sudden you've got the slowest 2.5 free base setup ever, and I can just creep the entire map. Something probably just not feel right to Theory.
Yeah, that's definitely the case, I would argue. So good on Theory. You know, he didn't get caught up. He didn't get kind of paralyzed just by his streak against Mana, which again, like, you know, we talk about the pros and their good mechanics, but then we also talk about how good they are in a best of, and that's something that Theory is proving at least a little bit here. So he didn't get intimidated just because he had lost the previous 3 games against him. He was like, oh no, that is what's happening. I will take the camps and I will snowball. So that confidence is really important as he goes into game 3.
Yep, and his army was so quick already, even without any of those tier 2 upgrades. He was flying after he took both of the speed camps. That really does have a big impact on how your army moves around the map, especially a large map like Lost Hope. Mana probably regretting that decision a tiny bit, feeling that was a little bit silly. Obviously had his little factor run by at a given point. There was 5 of them. Yeah, I got a few imps here and there, but also not really what he was looking for. But Mana did so incredibly well in a lot of those previous games. Is he either got in and he got out. But this time he got in and he never got out. He actually ended up losing all 5 of them, and that was obviously a painful moment too.
All right, we're back on Jagged Maw, another map that Theory did get close, but not quite. And the top side, it is Mana once again. Bottom side, Theory. This was a frustrating map because of how you could rush through the middle, but when it comes to the base setup that I think Theory is going for, the natural is kind of able to be blocking the main, obviously. And then the third also has a very tight choke, so you think defensively that might be well too. But that did kind of bite him in the butt a little in that game because he could not get a great concave. He couldn't get his weavers close enough. It was a lot of the way Mana played last game, but I think he also just had better chances to take good fights on a map like that.
Well, I think the Hexen has found it immediately. Now the Starforge does go down, but it's still nice to get that confirmation out.
Yeah.
Theory was looking for it. He finds it. I'm a tiny bit surprised that we're playing on this map once more because Mana really did not get a lot of momentum going. Now, sure, he ended up winning the game, and you might just think, well, if I won on it, why would I just not play it again? But I felt that was omega close, and I think with 1 or 2 different late-game decisions by Theory, if you would have spent his resources a bit different, perhaps earlier focus on the Magmadons and getting all those flying units a tiny bit later.
Yeah.
If he holds one time, I kind of feel like we could have been looking at a similar game to what we just saw in Lost Hope. Now, obviously, Mana perhaps did not know that before the series started, but it feels scary because the start felt really strong for Theory, and I don't see any reason why it should be different this time, so he does end up losing a round immediately.
It is also the case, remember that he kind of fought over the Mana's health camp for a long time, or maybe he could have capitalized on his map control to get more economy. Just ways that he could improve that game, of which he was already in a good foundation, but then just kind of missed that power play towards the end. He wasn't quite ready to go, and especially being defensive on this map, you get into those chokes. There are some open spaces over to the left, which is where he would want to actually use his army.
Oh, that's big. That is very, very big.
Ugh.
Mana a little bit greedy there. Really wanted to get that second count, and he got it. But at the cost of a Vector, and that was the healthy Vector as well. Well, Zombie Grub, everything that we were touching upon the first minute of this game is kind of happening. Last time Theory had a good start, This time it's even better. You gotta be really unhappy with this, your mana. And we clearly know how powerful this build is with mana, because we saw that in the very first game that these guys played. But on this map, with that health camp, with the support of the meat farm, with those fiends early on, this feels like it's an amazing map for Theory to play the kind of game that he wants to play. And it's not a good one for this specific opener of mana.
Yeah, it's a very good chance for him, especially if he improves on some of the notes of the first time around. Now, Mana can also improve on some things, obviously not so far, but I mean, as far as his mid-game, maybe he doesn't go into the air units, maybe he doesn't actually try and play with that, and maybe that improves it a little bit for him too. Or maybe he actually gets to his own air harassment, which is clearly his plan, and then they all kind of died. It's very impressive.
I was wondering if Mana was going to try to wake up the big bad creep there while Theory was working on his Starforge. I feel like that could have maybe saved his Starforge for a couple of seconds. As the first Vector drive-by is a fact once more. There is a Shroud Storm there helping out a little bit. Mana is being a little bit reckless. Wow. He's going to lose the first Vector very quickly. Does save the second one. Gets 2 counts. Does not really feel like these trades are worth it as Mana loses the second Vector too. Oh my goodness, Zombie Grub, the man who was in total control, won 3 maps in a row over the American Infernal player of Aftermath Esports, is having a bit of a nightmare here.
Yeah, absolutely a nightmare, 100%. Now, Theory is not trying to push the advantage as much as last time. Okay, there we go. We are going to get in the middle of the map. We're going to take the Vision Camp. That is the easier one to take, and then perhaps actually challenge that Health Camp. And I wonder if Mana is going to have a worse defense, because it was close in the very beginning. It kind of became evident he had enough defense at his base to hold, but he couldn't hold the Health Camp for very long. And that might actually go even better for Theory in this game here.
Really cool build by Theory, just a strong opening on this map specifically. I mean, Mana may get his health camp, but Theory can just safely go for the camp in the top left. That's once more going to skyrocket his supply. Should be able to get another Fiend to it too. Going to give him some bonus money that he can spend at home successfully. I am incredibly curious to see what Mana can do here to start turning this around, because it really does feel that almost everything that could have gone wrong for the man who won the first 3 games when these two played against each other has gone wrong. One more thing goes wrong. He still doesn't even have control of the health camp.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
It is much worse. It is much worse. That's just it is what it is. That is much worse. Now Theory, who again maybe invested a little bit in that first Jagged Maw game, didn't successfully break the natural. Here now we got Power Banks plenty. Had maybe a chance there to continue on. Obviously had to back away from the overcharge, but there you go. It's now gone. Comes back in. Only 2 Argents to help out. Arkship trying to help out too, but if Theory's got more units on the way, this is going to get very difficult.
And we know how Argents can be very powerful, but it just kind of feels like this is going to be one of these moments where they spawn one by one and die one by one. Now we do have overcharge being used there. That's going to push these units away from the Infernal player for a little bit. Small miss rally on the guns there, tiny bit sloppy. But I feel that Theory's start has been more than good enough to get away with a tiny micro error. Plus the second one obviously can't keep on doing this, but I still really like it for the American Infernal player. Even though the second overcharge gets dropped too. But this time in return he at least gets an Argent.
Yeah, I was worried. I mean, if he didn't have an overcharge, then that Rhea was actually in trouble. Now that is going to successfully defend. Mana is going to get his 2 bases by the looks of it, but it was very costly. Theory should have had time to actually build up his natural and probably thinking about a 3rd as well. He did just spend his money, so 3rd is coming down. Oh, he just spent his money on all the imps to saturate. There you go.
We can obviously, once we have been trading out some units, you gather up energy and you top bar a lot quicker, and then you can reset the charges of your main base. You build 3 workers, you're down to 0, use that ability, get 3 more charges, build 3 more imps immediately. It's a great way to spend your money and make sure you're going to get richer in the future.
Yep. Theory's in a powerful position, definitely feeling more like the last game, and Mana is the one that's got to figure out how to deal with it. This is a chokier map, right? So yeah. I mentioned how the battles will still be different just because of the map. If Mana can get Dark Prophecy in the same type of choke on Theory's 3rd base, it will be very powerful. There's no doubt about that, but that should be on the top of Theory's mind. I'm in a good position. What can he do to come back? Animancers in a choke. Avoid that at all costs.
And Theory's units are still so quick. Look at these Fiends, they're flying. One more Argent gets picked off. I actually think if Theory just continues doing what he's currently doing, and he takes care of all the creep camps the moment they respawn, he keeps on expanding, I think you can spam those shadow flies that you love, Zombie Grub, for days. And even if you don't get the most efficient trades ever, if you're 2.5 or 3 times as rich as your opponent, who really cares, right? Spam shadow flyers all day, every day, and don't show up with 40 guns and then fight into Dark Prophecy 3 times and lose all of them. No, just spam some shadow flyers. That actually seems like a very fun way to play out this specific map.
I think so, and he's a wonderful position to do it as well. I really believe that is his next choice. And then, again, perhaps a third base at some point. Mana definitely going to try his best to recover. What risks can he take to do so? He could once again try and sneak a couple of prisms to the right side middle, where you can pass through that, guys. It just is one of the unnatural ways to get across the map. So we do have less scouting, less vision on that side often.
Get an extra conclave or two, so Theory can pump out more units if the time comes. And we can really see that the supply is telling the tale of the early game here. Theory with a 33 supply lead as he's getting the Magneton upgrades too.
But Mana's also mismacroing again pretty hard.
Saving for something.
1,000 for something? I mean,
I have no idea, Zombie Grub. I mean, it's just been a frustrating game because especially I think on this map, it's really hard. If you feel like your opponent has total map control, kind of stuck in your little corner on the top right side of the map. The moment you move out, those very quick fiends jump on top of your slow Argents. What can Mana really do at this point? Like it's very frustrating to play if you're Mana.
Yeah, you know, people sometimes say speed is speed, right? You're just like, you're trigger happy, you're fast, like good for you, right? APM matters. What really makes people fast a lot of the time is that they just know exactly what they want to do next. They know where they want to go to in an RTS. And so a lot of pro gamers will be able to do that even in chaotic games. But even they sometimes get such a chaotic game, such a bad start to a game, that you start to see those little mini calculations that they have to do that in a pleasant game, they wouldn't have to. So they do end up making more macro mistakes.
I guess Mana's only real plan is indeed trying to take control of those Luminite mines in the center. A lot of static defenses. That's really his only game plan, right? Because you can't really move out anymore to the top left. You're just going to get swarmed. We've got an Archangel. Okay.
So he's going to go for the slam, is what I'm going to call it, through the middle of the map. I think he successfully hit it from that Fiend that was kind of doing a scout. The Fiend did see, of course, the prisms there, and it just, you know, I said it's a risk he could take, and it's really very risky because there is no way that Theory wouldn't guess something is over there, and there's no way he wouldn't make Shadow Flyers to kill all those bases off the right side. So he can, this is funny. Mana can get some mining off the right side for a little while, but then he really has to think about how much of the Shadow Flyer is going to appear. Probably not even planning on having that for very long.
Yep, and Theory is obviously just consuming the bottom left side of the map freely, still taking out important and powerful creeps as well, finding clever ways to get some value out of one of these towers. This really does remind me of those Warcraft 3 days where people found more and more efficient ways of creeping without really taking any damage. So the tank does get taken out, but the army is here. These guns are quick and going to get on top of a couple of these Argents immediately. The Archangels are going to be forced to fight. They fly in, but I don't know if they can really get out safely. Yeah,
they do take a little bit to get back up in the air, which I think is fair, but that means that they can, in larger fights, get sniped when they do that. So yeah, they might hit, but then they immediately die after. So you do have to be careful. But we're already at 2 Archangels. Again, they could go harass and hopefully live and come back. And if you get to like 6, that is a lot of explosions. They will be kind of intimidating to the gaunt army that Theory has.
It'd be very cool if Theory could maybe go for some drop lane, because we already have the Shadow Flyers, but he could maybe go for, I believe it's called Harbinger, but I'm not totally certain.
Yes, it is.
And load up a bunch of guns, drop those into the main base of Mana, because Mana's probably going to have a lot of defense over here in the center of the map, near those bases that he really wants to get.
No.
I think some drop play would be very cool on the side of Theory.
You're absolutely right. That is a very good point. And kind of funny that we forgot that that was a thing, because that was dominating some of the metas previously. The Harbinger drops were kind of crazy. But yeah, we could see that, because he might also control the skies. I don't know how that Shadow Flyer fight would have gone. I'm just going to tell you.
I mean, no idea.
Archangels, they don't shoot in the air, right? So they'd have to land, I guess? That would be very odd. And then if they land, I guess they would be free to go. So that's fair enough. I think they both looked at it and were like, no, thank you. And just ran away.
Theory is sitting on a lot of Ethereum, by the way. I'm wondering what he could potentially spend it on. Sure. If that is going to be something that he's going to have a lot of, period. And it's going to be a lot easier for him to spend his Luminite rather than...
I actually really love that. I'm not going to lie.
It's
Shadow
only 4
Flyers.
Shadow Flyers. Huh?
Yeah, well, collection arrays have proven to be very fragile. If you didn't know that, now I think this tournament has showed you it. And Shadow Flyers, they're not just good for sniping collection arrays. If Mana's plan was to turtle behind static defense, Shadow Flyers, easy.
Yeah, you can't have towers everywhere. You can have a lot of towers in the center that are going to help you out against fiends and brutes and gauns and maybe even a Magmadon or two, but you're not going to have enough towers to protect yourself from every single angle that these Shadow Flyers can fly in from. Now, the supplies are getting a little bit closer, as I do kind of wonder what is like the ultimate game plan for Theory in the end, because just blowing up a collection array over and over again without really getting anything else done, I don't know if that's really viable in the long haul. Maybe it is, like maybe he will just keep doing this for the upcoming 20 minutes and then we're like, yeah, eventually Mana can no longer take a base because he keeps on losing all of his collection arrays and the man is just broke. I do feel that Mana is starting to create a terrifying army that is going to be damn difficult for Theory to deal with.
I am not sure. I'm just going to be real with you guys. 5 Archangels with the Avatar activated.
They look strong.
They do look strong, but that's like not an army. Those are 2 Magmadons so far. Here comes the rest of the army. And I guess he was hoping that they could stay around even longer and get kind of baited here. Gaunts are going to be able to attack them, but you can see the damage is not particularly impressive.
Well, Gaunts are quick though.
Yeah. So they'll get many attacks, and then I don't know if these Archangels can heal up before they're forced back into the action, and they're not good unless they're just right there in the middle of the pack. So you can't be going in there with half-dead Archangels.
But I think as long as this kind of stuff is happening, where we're not even really trading out, it's like, all right, I attack you, you defend. If Mana can just start getting something going for himself on his side of the map and get his hands on these 2 Luminite mines, Mana's obviously going to feel a little bit better about it as he does lose one of them more, of course. There are more Shadow Flyers coming in, and this is obviously the game plan right now of Theory. That's working out pretty well, but Mana will probably just look for time, because we can't forget how poor the early game was for Mana. Like, this game felt pretty much over, and at this point it still feels very annoying and very uncomfortable for Mana, but he's probably starting to dream again a little bit.
Maybe, yeah. I think you're right. You know, you deserve you deserve a dream, guys. Go ahead. But Mana, he's actually also coming into a place where I think a lot of Celestials are having trouble. Now, I'm going to say it, I'm not an expert on that department, but it does seem to be the trend. A lot of Celestials, they get to the Supreme late game, or Theory's more there, but you know what I mean. They get to this stage, and they struggle even with a better start, even with a bigger army. So that's why I'm like, I understand that there's hope, but what will this actually look like when the two collide? So far, we've been kind of dodging a real battle.
Yep, and there really is not a lot of Luminite income at this point from Mana, so maybe that hope is starting to fade very quickly. I mean, I feel like Mana is nowhere near his dream situation, his dream army. He's got a couple of Archangels, that's very cool, but that's the equivalent of having like 5 carriers and nothing else in a game of StarCraft. It's like, yeah, they're really cool, but you do need some support for them. And Mana would obviously love more Arges on the ground, maybe a couple of trees rolling around, and then a bunch of the Animances with Dark Prophecy later on. But yeah, at this point, it really does seem like Theory is never, ever, ever going to let Mana get there. For a split second, it looked like he was giving Mana too much time, but then he started blowing up every single collection array.
Yeah.
And Mana's just kind of stuck, where if, like, this was a ladder game, he'd probably be out of here immediately, but the man came all the way here to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. He does not want to leave early. He's obviously hoping that maybe Theory takes a bad fight in range of static defenses, but at this point, Theory is doing a perfect job in not letting Mana grow any bigger.
And he also grew himself a little bit. You know, that third base was not as fast as I was anticipating, but he eventually got that saturated, and now he has a fourth. We have ourselves a battle here. The Archangel's going to slam on down, but that's not the entire army. The army was waiting over to the right side. We also got static defense helping out, and Theory, I think, is going to be happy with this fight. The Archangels are not doing enough. Magmadon on the top side taking out the Argents. We got the creep involved as well. 2 Archangels will escape. No, 1 Archangel will escape and maybe make that 0 as he taps out. That was it. Mana actually not able to do it again the second time around versus Theory. Theory adapted, got his preferred game on Jagged Maw, and was able to advance forward.
Our only Infernal player of the tournament makes it to the final against all the Celestial players that we had showing up over here. And who could have thought that after the first 3 games, especially with the way that this best of 3 started off, it just felt once more like such a disaster where, okay, we've got a plan with the meat farm out there and a Shroud Stone on top of the ramp. This is cool, right? And Mana just blinks on top of the ramp after throws on a scan. We're like, oh no, like this is the end. And that kind of was the end, but Yes, Theory really turning it around. Mana probably kicking himself a little bit for the way that he played it out. But let's see what Claris and the boys at the desk have to say about that lower bracket final.
A great series, an aftermath domination here in Riyadh, as now both of their players will make it through into that grand final. We do get Infernal versus Celestial in that final, and of course with Theory being victorious over Mana, that's a great comeback for him. Joining me, Tastosis, to talk about this one. Dan, to start with you, I mean, those last two games, fantastic stuff to be able to see these big, long macro games coming out from Infernal to get to that late game.
Dude, I love to see it. If you're not completely destroying him early on with those vectors, he's going to take you down. That was beautifully played. I love, like, I was standing here with you guys and watching. I was like, so you can just turtle and use all your Therium to kill their buildings.
Shadowflyers are good.
I might have to leave Vanguard. Like, I think that the next hero for Infernals should be Theory.
There you go. All right. Okay, let's get him in co-op.
I got to say, really cool to see there is sort of a solution there. You got to lean into the turtling play, lean into defending. It's not about trying to get into a fight in the middle of the map. It's not about trying to rush them and stop them before they start, but instead going into late game, going into macro play. And if you can defend, I mean, you were joking about it, but it's true. You stay back, and then suddenly the late game is yours. You have a solution. You can punish their array collectors. You can get in there and deny tech. You can hit the morph cores when they try to reclaim the Luminite. So it's a really punishing way to play the late game.
Well, especially on Jagged Maw, the only way to your opponent via any path is a very tight choke area. And if your opponent already has a concave in a certain area set up, how are you going to get to the other side? I saw, obviously you see at the very end that his solution to it was maybe Archangels, but even those weren't able to pack enough punch here to take down all of this army, Artosis.
I like the idea of the Archangels because you can fly around and it's Jagged Maw, but at the end of the day, like, Animancer's pretty cool. Like, you know, I see these groups of Gaunts there, and I'm like, you know what would beat that? Animancers. But yeah, I mean, there's still so much to be discovered. We're in literally day one of Stormgate.
I mean, Mana didn't do himself any favors, though, I would say, in the opening of Jagged Maw here, Nick. When you look at kind of the vectors did not pack the same punch, and I think there was a lot of overextensions from Mana in some of those moments where he loses those vectors, and then all of his pressure is gone.
Yeah, he overextended by quite a bit, got punished, and once you lose a couple of those units when you're being aggro, the game completely frees up for the defender.
Well, let's take a look at the replays then coming in from this series. We start things off technically with Mana going 1-up, playing what was kind of what we expected from him, but on a map where kind of this is more able here, Dan, it's not too much of a surprise then going into the next two. There was a bit more wiggle room for Theory on Lost Hope and
well, the early game, it's like your Gaunts aren't that strong, and Brutes are like comically slow, so you just can't really connect with the vectors, but you give them a big map, and suddenly Theory's like creeping everything, getting some great control, expanding all over the place, getting his upgrades, and it just looks fantastic. Like, I'm really liking Theory's play on these bigger maps.
Boom, and we're seeing the Shadow Flares. This is an upgrade that you can get for them, of course, which is that dive bomb, which allows them to be able to do so much damage to those buildings. What's interesting is that in theory, no pun intended, that one of the better solutions would have been... go away. One of the better solutions would technically be to lift off your collection array, because they do less damage to it when it's flying, so it's a weird dynamic.
This was, I think, a really good point by you, actually. Yeah, the concept of just lifting it off to tank damage because it's stronger there and then land it again kind of makes a funny micro mechanic here.
Yeah. I actually kind of abandoned this V5 rocket launcher, but it didn't really matter. Theory was fully in control of this game by this time, I want to say, because again, it felt like Mana had no breathing room here, Dan.
Yeah, like there was just so much pressure on him. In theory, once he took control of everything, like he took just about every single camp on the map,
both
other than the sieges.
Camps.
Yeah, even later on got one of the sieges, you know, and then he's just in control at that point and flying those Shadow Flyers around and just destroying his economy in the late game. If Theory can make it to the late game against Parting, I don't know what Parting's going to do.
Yeah, best of 5 on the way. And if I'm Parting, I'm looking at this and saying to myself, well, okay, my vetoes should be something like Lost Hope, Jagged Maw, because it gives Infernals some breathing room here, Tasteless, to just be able to play a bit of a longer game, where Celestial should surely be wanting to like bring the fight fast.
It seems like it. It seems like Celestial wants to try to get in there and rush and do whatever damage they can, ideally end the game, and maybe the Infernals hang on and hang back and tack into something stronger later on. But let's keep in mind these guys are teammates. They know each other really well, so there's going to be a lot of mind games here we don't even know about.
Yeah, this is slowly between these two becoming El Clasico for Stormgate, even though we're in day one, effectively, of our early access for free to play. Let's take a look at that bracket here, as now we have our 2 Aftermath players making it into the grand final. They are going to be very happy as an organization. Parting playing Celestials, and Theory playing the Infernals towards the end. I know that you guys are going to be commentating this last one. You excited for an Infernal versus Celestial, Dan?
This is what I was hoping for the entire time. And, you know, I think Parting tends more towards aggression than Mana. And Max said probably a little bit more aggression than that. So he's kind of in between the two.
Yes.
And Theory's beaten both of them.
Yeah.
So can he kind of zoom in on the way Parting is going to play here and counter that and be an Infernal champion on day one?
Precisely. I mean, to be honest, through past phases of the game's history, throughout the development stages, etc., where we got to play like closed beta phases, Tasteless, Parting seemed like this untouchable god in the game, regardless of what race he played. But now, here and there are chinks in the armor. There's little opportunities for people to be able to wound this man.
Yeah, right. He was 100% ahead of everybody else.
Yeah.
He seemed to be kind of leading the front on how the game was understood, which is kind of a odd position to be in, because it wasn't just with one race, it was with all of them, right? He was pretty much mapping everything out, and people were kind of copying him and emulating him, and I'm sure that will change now that the game is out and everybody can play, and we're going to have more more brains bashing into each other, trying to figure out what are the best strategies. But if anybody knows him, it's going to be Theory. So again, I think even though he will probably be rushing a lot, probably be being really aggressive, Theory has proven to have some great defense, and again, he knows this guy really, really well.
That is the toughest thing, though, for them. As much as, yes, they know each other very well, Parting has had an opportunity to watch, effectively, all of Theory's Infernal versus Celestials. So he's a smart man. He could potentially figure this out.
Of course, of course. I mean, you can't ever doubt Parting in what he's up to. Like, this guy has countless tournament wins in countless different games. Obviously, he's still the favorite here, but Theory is that underdog story that we're kind of rooting for.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Any potential predictions before you go on him?
I think my heart says Theory, my mind says, my head says Parting here, but yeah, I would love to have Theory win this. That would be so cool, considering it was an entirely Celestial tournament with the exception of him.
Yeah, it does feel like he kind of came in as the underdog, even though we know that Theory is extremely good when it comes to the game as a whole, Infernal as a whole. Just everyone kind of expected maybe a Celestial win, but for an Infernal to win it down, that would be special.
That would be nice. I think if the games go long, then Theory starts to gain maybe a little bit of an edge with his Shadow Flyer strategy, right?
Yeah,
like if he's flying around and destroying all of Parting's economy, there's not a lot Parting can do there. So I'm hoping that on some of these bigger maps, Parting doesn't get a big leg up early, and we can see like some really big macro games.
I'm trying to even theorize how you deal with the Shadow Flyer strategy into the mid and late game. And I'm thinking, okay, well, what if you went sides or something like that? But the Shadow Flyers just crash into those. What do you kind of?
It doesn't seem like they get shot down very quickly either.
No,
like they kind of just get in there and get the job done. So I don't know. I mean, maybe we'll see in this game.
I think I know the counter.
Sure.
You go vectors early and get them into their base.
Okay, well, so you don't let them get there. Nice, nice. I like that. I like that a lot. We're just waiting a few more moments before we actually go to a break and then, of course, get into that final here. But I'm just getting word that we are ready for it. So, guys, thank you very much for joining me. Stay tuned. We are ready for our grand finals in just a moment. A best of 5. Aftermath versus Aftermath. Parting going up against Theory. All right, let's get to it. The grand final here, as I'm maybe a little bit too excited, because it is like day one. We get to finally cover the new RTS in Stormgate, and we have got ourselves Infernal versus Celestial for this grand final. Best of 5, do bear in mind. Joining me, ZG as well as Roddy, who have been able to cast all of the games that have been going on so far. And we don't have a Celestial versus Celestial mirror. That's kind of a win in itself. But hey, Theory's been making Infernal look great, ZG.
He does make it look good when he gets to the prime position.
Yes,
but the
yes.
problem is that he has the same struggles as a lot of people when it comes to being harassed early on. Some struggles on particular maps as well, which now we're going to have more maps, maybe more maps without the proper setup. Yeah, he's still in it for a very problematic finals, but it's going to be interesting. They do practice with each other quite a bit, apparently, so I'm sure that they know each other's quirks, and there's going to be some mind games and meta games going on.
Yeah, I was theorizing with the boys, Roddy, like which map as parting you would ban. And I was saying, like, maybe you do take away Lost Hope or Jagged Maw, considering they're big maps that gives the Infernal an opportunity to potentially get further in. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think it's just the fact that the map is big, because maybe that could help the Infernal player, but I think the first health camp is incredibly useful. Because those vectors, obviously, they don't regen if they don't have a health camp, but if you do have a couple of guns there and you one Hex and you just get a couple of shots off, walk your units back, I think the health camp really is the ultimate key of just being completely safe against that stuff and completely fine. I don't know, I share the excitement. It's so fun because you watch a couple of games and you do that thing that you really shouldn't do, but like, I think these pro gamers make mistakes. Like, like I see stuff, and obviously it's not that simple, right? Because these guys have played so much already and they know what they're doing, but it is really fun to just see these games evolve and see what they're coming up with, and I'm incredibly excited for this best of 5.
Yeah, definitely so. Before we actually do get to this grand final as well, I do want to mention we actually have more tournaments on the way, which is very important. We'll talk about it after the grand final, but I'll also mention it now. We have the Take TV Stormgate Battle Time, which is happening on August the 24th, and that's happening at the Experian Arena over in Cologne as well. So there are more tournaments on the way. Mark that on your calendar if you've been enjoying these games so far, but also there's other great grassroots tournaments that are going on throughout the weeks as time goes on. Right, okay, it is time. It's grand finals time. Let's head over to the stage and welcome to our 2 Aftermath players. It's Parting going up against Theory. Two Aftermath players, 2 names absolutely synonymous with RTS Excellent when it comes to this fledgling RTS scene. One of them will walk away as the champion. Time to head over to Tastosis for the best of 5.
I could not be more excited for this finals, Artosis. It is Theory versus Parting. Throughout the history of Stormgate, starting with the closed beta up until now, obviously the game has just been released today. These were regarded as the 2 best players, one from the East, the other from the West. Now they are here in the first ever finals where they will fight against each other.
I know. This is a perfect story, and for Theory to have already gone through a couple Celestial players, he's shown he knows how to play this matchup, but can he do it against the best?
The question is going to be, you know, in a tournament like this where it has just been Celestials that he's had to fight, like you were saying, maybe that's all the only matchup he really has to have, and he's already, again, like you said, proven that. We've got Theory down here in the bottom left, and the top right is going to be Parting.
All right. I'm excited to see what Parting is going to do in many ways, right? Like we just got done watching a bunch of Theory games there against Mana, and we have some ideas about the types of ways he wants to play. But is Parting going to bring something special out? Is he going to say, you know what, I want to go super aggressive here? Or is he going to try to maybe really build his economy so that he can take out Theory in that later game that it seemed like Mana had so much trouble with?
On this map, we have, unsurprisingly, Parting going for a fast expand here. We've got the Hexen roaming right now. There is a lot of labyrinthian paths on this map in the upper left and then as well as in the bottom right, but the middle is generally pretty open. Infernal seems to lend itself to a kind of macro development style, especially against Celestial. It doesn't really seem like there are many, or if even any, kind of technical attacks where you can really kill the Celestial. So instead it's really kind of about balancing, developing, growing, where I do think the Celestial, at least for now, at least for this iteration of the game, does have maybe a wider range of choices.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you there. Now, taking a look at the way that Theory is wanting to open this up, I really do love to see it. He's already got some Gaunts, already got some Brutes, clearing that health camp very, very quickly. And, you know, this is something that we saw from him a little bit before as well, right? Like, if he can go around and start clearing these camps, feels like Theory really gets into a position that he's comfortable in.
I do like this setup over at the creep camp where they basically build right outside of that and even use the farm and the fell hog that comes out as something to tank a little bit of damage.
Yeah.
It's kind of a cool opening here. And over here we see, you know, your starting structure. The Arc ship is going to be part of your creeping pattern as well here, coming from the Celestials.
Yeah. And you can see just how much these guys already have it mapped out. You know, everything is changing all the time right now as the game just came out, but you can see it's like, okay, yes, if I attack here with, you know, 3 Argents and the Morph Core, I'm just barely going to kill it off without losing the Morph Core, and then I make my collection array, right? And it's just the exactitude that we're seeing on day one is very impressive.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You know, pros now are so good at, you know, developing openings that are so technical and so perfected, and we definitely are seeing that on both sides. So in this game, we have Red slowly moving from the top all the way down to the right side and expanding and taking out creep camps and getting control of the map. And the same is true for Theory, only in the opposite direction. We do have a little bit of skirmishes over here in the middle as we're going to have some Gaunts come up here as well as some Brutes. And this is a pretty narrow area. If he's got enough, he can certainly trap these units over here.
Now, Theory coming up and battling right now. I guess the Argents are a little bit low on energy. He brings some more Gaunts in from the side with that Hex and brings the Skull out as well. The Brute's actually doing a pretty good job. And, I mean, he's also kind of interfering while that camp was being cleared. Really decisive play here from Theory.
It seems almost like Theory is rushing the position that Parting was hoping to set up his own rush there. Now, the Argents look strong, but their energy slowly going down, which means if they can just get a little bit more damage in over here, I think Theory could probably flatten this position.
Yeah, it looks like he does have to back up a little bit at the moment. Turns around and starts to re-engage. Parting continuing to build over in this location, does not want to lose it. And Theory will have to back up. At the beginning of that, I felt like it was going pretty well for Theory, but by the end, it really, I question whether that was valuable for him. It doesn't feel like that actually put any dent into the play of Parting.
It's funny because it was such a narrow, boxy area, but it seems like Parting was able to basically run around the circular area with the trees and stay alive, and now the counter push is going to come in here, and Parting has a lot of momentum. No static defense up here right now. The Gaunt's being targeted and then taken down as the Argents are going to try to dive in.
Oh, man, just too much damage from this Mass Argent right now, and Parting doing a fantastic job punishing Theory.
Whoa,
GG is called already. Yeah, that was a pretty fast one right there. You know, I think that Theory, it did look like he was doing a good job, but he lost a few too many units. Didn't really break the Argents there in that more forward position, and Parting just hits with an instant counterattack, unable to stop it there.
Yeah, you can see they definitely had a very good idea of what each other were doing, and it came down to Parting setting up down at the bottom center and getting ready to try to launch an attack from that position. In Theory, basically trying to kill that strategy in its crib, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, you can't blame him for going over there and trying to take the initiative away from Parting, but did not end up working out. Maybe he should have either, you know, thought of a counterattack or maybe started to get some defenses up at home. But he'll take that all into consideration for our next map. And, you know, I'm still kind of holding out hope here. I think that Theory has potential to get onto one of these bigger maps, get his game plan really rolling, and be able to take games off Parting.
Yeah, you know, if he could rewind that game back, I would imagine he would have just not tried to apply pressure into that area. Maybe expand further into the north, set up some more static defense to absorb the damage that would have been coming from Parting, but there are really two ways to play that position, and Theory went for a very aggressive one where he could pounce on that. You got to remember that the Celestials, they can attack from a lot of different positions on the map, but that means their infrastructure is also kind of hanging out there. So if you're able to punish any advances they're making on the map like that, that's a great way to kind of scoop up a lead and carry the game out from there.
Well, we'll see how Theory tries to change his game plan here going forward. Is Parting going to continue for these quick kind of like timing attacks, very Argent focused? It seems to be that he's just very good at that type of play, but I think you're going to need a little bit more than just that here against Theory.
Okay, we're going to go into game 2 now. It's Theory down here in the bottom left and in the top right, and the red is going to be parting. This map is made for some interesting games. There are 2 entrances into your main, and they're on opposite sides of your base. There's also 2 entrances to your natural expansion, so it's just sort of a map where you're never really feeling that safe. You can't really seal yourself off like you would on a lot of other maps or in a lot of other RTS games, which tends to reward aggression. At the same time, they have this double Luminite expansion at the natural.
Yeah.
Or I guess we should say second base for beginners of RTS. And so there's a real incentive to go out and try to expand, but also a high risk that you're not able to manage defending that location as well as your main.
It's a very good point. We're going to see if he's trying to expand now, or are we going to just have some pressure across the map, right? So already a power bank going down at that double Luminite mine here for parting. And yeah, meat farm going up. Looks like Theory wants to take over this speed camp pretty quickly.
Now, I think the reason why they put a speed camp here is to incentivize people to try to come out and attack on the map. Seems to be a kind of experimental feature here. It also, you know, you take out your opponent's speed camp, but suddenly you can launch an attack onto them very quickly. Speed, probably one of the best buffs or boosts or upgrades you can get in an RTS game.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, it gets almost comical sometimes with just how quick some of the units get. Put some vectors in that. Oh, man. Now, it brings up a couple gaunts. The meat farm finishes up, so the Fellhog is actually tanking a ton of damage here for Theory. Does take a little bit of damage from these Shadow Mastiffs, but of course, Theory knows exactly how to clean these camps up very efficiently.
So he's going to get that speed buff out here. This position over here is one that looks like it's going to be set up for an aggressive play here.
Yeah, it does, doesn't
you
it?
could basically kind of make a pipeline there of units that can then push out on the map. So I think we're going to see Parting set up to be aggressive. He could just be putting that out there to try to, I guess, have a position to control the center of the map, but I'm guessing it's a rush.
You know, whether it's a rush or it's some sort of pressure type of play, I just like the position in general, right? The Argents having their range, having their high damage, I feel like they are very smart to go out there and put some pressure on. You know, the early brutes and everything, it's hard for Theory to actually do a full engage until a little bit later on.
So that third resource gathering location, I should say, is up and running. For now, neither player is really engaging with the other. Instead, it's going to be more about creeping, more about growing, more about attacking. And I don't know when exactly we're going to see that attack on either side.
Yeah, I am hoping that we see Theory start to really get some additional bases down here pretty quickly, because it feels like Parting is getting his economy into a very healthy location. And Theory is definitely doing a great job clearing camps. But the thing is, Parting is going to catch up even in that regard pretty soon, it seems like. So
Theory basically creeping and doing all this damage. He's going to try to get as many resources from the creep camps. Again, that's another way to develop on the map. But I think he's going to have to try to make something happen, because with Parting both rushing and having such a rich set of bases, he's going to be very, very healthy.
Well, right now, Theory, once again, going after another camp here, and we'll be able to clear that very quickly, of course. But Parting is coming in for pressure now, right? Like, he's gone ahead and taken 3 Luminite mines. Okay, he actually, unlucky here for Theory. Gets found out exactly where he's trying to expand to. Does cancel and bring the imp off to the side. At least he knows this army's down here. And we might actually see a very strong flank from Theory.
Now, Theory, a lot of his units are a little bit sluggish, so he has to make sure that this works. He plants down some Shroud here to get a little bit of an extra health buff.
Yeah, and look at this. Just very well microed there from Parting. He just has way too much. It really does feel like Theory's already on his back foot here. Parting is keeping that pressure on. Theory having a hard time getting a base down. Well, Parting, 3 Luminite mines. He has to be feeling very good about his position.
He's not mining any Therium, and that's by design. This is going to be a very powerful push he's coming out here with, but some of these Fiends are going to be able to get in front of these units here. Can he actually block this off from running away? Just barely not.
Yeah, and look at this. Brings them back to get charged up as well, so he can have those additional damaged attacks. Just a lot of forward pressure coming out of Parting right now. You know, we're seeing this play from Theory where he's really focusing on creeping, which does seem really strong right now. But Parting is taking advantage of that by mass expanding and then taking all the creeps on his side of the map.
Yeah, this meat farm is going to be taken out. That will actually supply block Theory here if he does lose that. And Parting's not finished. He's setting up more infrastructure to try to give him more momentum as he continues on here with this push. We've got a Brute and a couple Gaunts coming down here from the bottom. That's going to force Parting to back up a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like this is going pretty poorly right now, but you know what? He does throw down the Shroud. He's going to go ahead and start picking off some of these. Okay, we have Fiends multiplying a little bit. I do think that Parting still has too many to fully break through, but Theory is going for it. He's diving on these Argents.
Yeah, Theory's going to try to push up a little bit further here. You know, these Fiends, if they can get to the other side of these units trying to run away, they're great for blocking. The Gaunts as well, continuing to do more and more damage here, but it seems like Parting is probably backed up far enough, and that means Theory is going to be on the run. Now remember, some of the Infernal units early on are not that fast. They're not great at retreating.
It's very true. You know, the Argents at the beginning, not too fast themselves, but Theory does turn to fight there for a moment. That Brute going to be cleaned up very quickly. Theory's still trying to get a little bit of damage done, but his Gaunt force is so small compared to this Argent army.
So he continues to run back, and you can see Parting is doubling down on the pressure. He's continuing to warp in more over here. We got the push getting closer and closer here to a position where, you know, Theory's not going to have that much more control of the map if Parting can push down a little bit further. Is he going to attack the meat farm? It looks like he is. I thought he might try to wrap around here and maybe hit the main.
Well, it looks like he just wants to engage the army itself. Why not, right? Like, if you have the bigger army and you can kill your opponent's army, there's really not going to be any coming back from that.
That's it.
And
GG.
Yeah, very quick 2-0 so far.
It's not every game in Stormgate where you just see the two armies hit each other over and over and over again until one is no more, but in that game, that's what it boiled down to. It was Parting setting up, I think, frankly, a better early game opening, prepping for a push and trying to come in there and close the game out. Theory went for a creeping route, trying to develop and take control of the map, and Parting just had a little bit more muscle, and all Parting had to do was keep fighting Theory's main composition over and over, and eventually it sort of melted down. It whittled down to nothing.
Yeah, this heavy creep opening, I don't think that Theory can continue that. I think we're going to have to see him switch it up. We're going to have to see maybe a faster Shrine, maybe build his economy a little bit, and play it out in that type of way. Because the way that Parting is just like, okay, instantly expand, okay, get a few Argents out, start doing some camps, expand again, and now a lot of Argents. It's just Theory doesn't have the economy to make enough units to counter that.
That's right. I think some of that comes down to that map and the strange geography of it. The fact that I think Infernal is a race that needs to expand. It has to have a certain amount of, development. It has to have enough money that it's soaking in. And I think Theory didn't have a lot of options other than to try a creeping path. But we all know that right now Celestials are they're just very strong with these rushes that look exactly like that, where they hit you, they get more energy, they run back away when the fight's uncomfortable. And it's kind of this tug of war you see in the middle of the map where eventually the Celestial wins. Let's see what happens now as we go into Game 3 right now, Parting up 2-0 in this best of 5 for the grand finals here. It is Theory down here in the bottom left in the blue, and in the upper right in the red, it is Parting.
We're going to have an Iron Vault for Theory right away. Previously, we saw like a very, very fast Conclave, so a little bit different. Bringing up an Imp and that Hexen across the map towards the center. I think we might see some very, very fast pressure on Parting's expansion.
Okay, so where's the...
It might be like the meat farm rush, do you think?
Yeah, I was thinking that. The meat farm rush, we did have some Shroudstone play, but
Shroudstone in like the main collection array, like the main starting base.
Yeah.
Like that can be, I've seen that a lot of times. It seems pretty good.
This game's still new, guys. We're trying to figure out a lot of these strategies ourselves.
It's going to be both, I think. I think it's going to be a meat farm over here, maybe, and a Shroudstone at the other one.
Ooh.
Yeah, look at that position. So a very cheesy, aggressive play here from Theory. Theory is going to try to all in against Parting and get a ton of damage early on.
So the Celestials, they do have these global abilities that they can use based off their energy, but then if you're hitting 2 different spots at the same time, where do you want to have that energy applied to?
And during this time, probably Brutes are being made and being split into Fiends to get across the map very, very quickly. Yeah, there it is already. So Theory going to continue to lean on him. Now, the first Argent is out. It's coming up to help out here a little bit, and you can see the Fiends already getting on top of that. So the Argent does not want to fight those Fiends right now. Look at this. Theory's actually getting some good damage. That Prism's getting pretty low.
Yeah, meanwhile, back here, the Fellhogs are spawning out, and they're starting to chip away at the collection array. The Prism's being chased out. The Argent's going to come back in. It's really going to come down to some very, very specific control. One misstep on either side could cost the game. We've now got Shroud. Now remember, that's going to give the white health over here to the Rush, which gives you a lot more momentum. The collection array is going to leave. It's at about 40% HP.
And it's not mining for quite some time now, right? So that's a lot of lost income. In the meantime, still down here fighting a little bit, kind of waiting for the next Fellhog to come out to help out. But he is going to clear that camp right there. And so far, this Rush is doing reasonably well, but no, like, really permanent damage yet, right?
One of the issues is that, yeah, he denies the base, but you could see that only just now is Theory expanding, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at it only from the Celestials' perspective, it looks devastating. But the truth is that Theory also has a fairly dysfunctional economy compared to what he would want to have if it was a normal game.
For sure, for sure. But you know what? Taking control of that early game, this is like a key concept in real-time strategy games, where you kind of dictate what your opponent is having to do. So even if Parting's position is not that bad, he's going to be a little bit less comfortable in this position than he would be with his regular opener.
Yeah, I'm curious how uncomfortable Parting is right now. I'm more interested in the follow-up, really, from Theory and what kind of game he wants to make here. By the way, it seems like the Rush is going to come out regardless here from Parting.
Yeah, we're going to start sending those Argents across the map. Why not? This is what's worked for him so far. 5 Argents already, 2 more, going up to 7 Argents being sent across. Now, will Theory actually have enough to do anything here? Has to pop a Brute almost immediately. He does have a fair amount of Fiends. He cannot be losing this base, though.
He's going to move in here, but when these Argents come in, they're going to have a harder time getting out, especially with Fiends present over here. The Brutes, they're much more sluggish. They're a little bit slower and harder to get over here. He does have a couple more they're going to break in.
Yeah, it looks like that does not work out so well. The Shroud cover, only half of it going up, I think, because of that ramp right there. So the Argents are actually having a pretty reasonable time here. Only 1 Brute remains, a few Fiends left over with that Hexen. But this is looking tough. The Fellhog wants to come out to help, but gets leashed back home.
The Argents are going to be out here again. A lot of these are very low on HP. They're going to be right outside this, this battery over here. The power bank is going to be able to give them a lot more power. And it's another tug of war here. Right now, the Argents kind of splitting the position here between the second base and the first.
You know what? Right now, oh gosh,
oh,
yeah, trying to get a meat farm up there to help out a little bit. He's having such a hard time because it's so easy to kite these Brutes, right? They're so big and so they're kind of tanky. But in these early parts of the game, ranged units just having their way with them.
The Argents are going to try to come up here. If they can hit the Imps, that's going to be huge. He wants to try to claim this healing totem here. If he gets that, I don't know. That's going to be it. There it is. GG.
All right, and that means that Parting is going to take down the Stormgate Invitational on the opening day of Stormgate Free-to-Play. And he is our champion. Kind of expected going in. Had a little bit of a rough time. He's lost a few games on the way here. But now it's time for him to collect his trophy.
Parting has done it here at the EWC. He has managed to defeat Theory 3-0 in an incredibly pretty fast series, to be honest. Just to go back for a second, because it might have looked like the game ended abruptly, getting control of the healing totem in between the second base and the first base basically gives you total control of that area. There's no way that you can mine from your second base. Therefore, you're going to be flushed out of the game economically. And there's no way to attack it and recover it.
Yeah, Theory there having a little bit of a hard time stopping those Argents from their just continual kiting. Hard to keep consistent damage on them with Brute, Fiend, and one Hexen. You know, he tried his best there to kind of cheese Parting out in that third game. Unable to pull it off, and unfortunately we weren't able to see his late game plays against Celestials once again.
Parting, unable to win in Seoul just a little bit over a week ago, has managed to redeem himself here, defeating Theory in what was honestly, I think, about as exciting of a final as you could have possibly asked for. These guys have been incredibly active since day one of the closed beta. They've been both leading the forefront on how we understand the game, whether it's Vanguard, Infernal, or Celestial. And it was really cool to cast them here in the finals.
Yeah, it was especially nice seeing such a variety of strategies. It's like we just really didn't see the same strategies over and over. We saw all sorts of different unit comps, and I think the future is bright.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to throw it to the front desk here and see what everybody's thinking now that we have wrapped up this tournament and Parting is our champion.
Thank you, boys. Yes, shades of what we saw from a laser trying to figure out Infernal versus Celestial over in the Tasteless TV showdown will not be successful as Parting 3-0 in the grand final. ZG and Roddy joining me here to talk about this victory from Parting. Roddy, I'm going to start with you because you brought up a good point. All of these games, actually, from Parting's perspective, very different from one another to become the champion.
Yeah, basically complete opposites. Game 1, he shows us he can be very aggressive and get the job done. Yeah, no one is surprised.
Sure.
Game 2, he's macroing. It's all out macro for a bit, and obviously he does have a move out. He gets a cancel on the expand, which puts Theory in a very uncomfortable position. But that's technically a very macro-oriented game. Gets the job done. In Game 3, he's the defender. He's getting cheesed, but he also slams that one down, gets the job done once more. So that's really impressive.
Yeah.
You don't just win because you're very good at one specific build. No, the man can attack, the man can defend, the man can all-out macro. Obviously, that's stuff we already knew, but it's still very cool to see that being displayed in the grand finals.
Yeah, without knowing the absolutes of how truly they know how each other's going to play, it did feel like Parting kind of had Theory's number, knowing what he was going to bring to each of these maps as we take a look at the replays, ZG.
Yeah, and you pointed out even like Game 3, something that a laser had kind of shown how to do, right? And then I think because of that, Parting knew how to respond. So I think also there is just a lot of intel on what Theory does, not just in their practice games, but also on the broadcast and what Infernal can do. And Parting was clearly ready against Theory, and he was particularly ready against this particular Infernal player. So yeah, he proved to be the best, kind of just general RTS player as we might expect, but he just really understands Stormgate as well.
Yeah, very terrifying to go up against these kinds of Argent numbers, and Parting knows exactly how to get away with the numbers of Argents he requires in the early game against these Infernal players, Roddy.
Yeah, the man has very good micro, we know that, so he's obviously going to take some very good fights early on. And it's also perhaps a little bit by intimidation, because perhaps he saw what Theory is capable of at minute 8 or minute 10, as we really want to take a close look at his GG timing, by the way. We saw it a couple of times there. But yeah, perhaps Parting saw that semifinals or the lower bracket finals between Theory and Mon, and he's like, whoa, if I let Theory do his thing and he becomes like 150 supply plus Infernal player with tier 3 upgrades, that could actually become incredibly scary. So let's just rely on the power of the Argents and make sure that I can either be aggressive or at least take total map control, and he did an incredibly good job with that.
Yeah, the final moments coming in here from this as well, and by the time you've defended the Shroud Stone Rush, the Fellhog Rush and things like that, only having a few Brutes and a Hexen here to deal with these Argent, it's just not enough, CG.
Yeah, I think you have to kill the collection array, which didn't happen.
Yes.
It did float away, and then it just, sits down on another mine, and there's not much else that Theory is able to do with such a dedicated opener. Roddy and I were kind of discussing, we wonder if maybe changing the Fellhog and the Stone would have been better, but ultimately it might not have mattered, because again, collection array lives and Fellhogs would have killed it even slower. Then I think that might just be kind of the secret to surviving there.
Yeah, very specific reasons you put the farm there, because sometimes there's been moments where you put the farm on a slightly different angle and then the Fellhogs can't quite reach the collectioner. It's very finicky, very weird, Roddy, at the moment, but sometimes it happens.
Yeah, but if you would have the tower in the natural, then maybe if you take care of that area, then you can also take care of that creep camp, and then you have the health camp to work with, so then your Hexen can heal up, maybe you can get some value out of the Brute or the Fiends you have there. Who knows? I'm sure that Parting would have had an answer for it, because Parting just seems seems to always have the answer,
Yes.
and it doesn't really matter what game he's playing. Well, these games were damn fun, though.
All right, well, that's that. Final thoughts. I'm going to leave it with you guys. ZG, what are you thinking?
Really happy that Celestial versus Celestial ended up being so diverse.
It was, yeah.
I think we saw a couple of units. I'm glad that we saw some late game Infernal versus Celestial. You know, it's very clear that no one really has all of the answers. Well, Parting kind of seemed like it, but even he struggled in some of the early matches. So it's absolutely still developing. Would love to see some Vanguard action next time as well, see how that goes. But I'm really happy with how much we got to see the variety in this series.
Roddy?
Yeah, it's easy to look at the grand final and be like, man, Parting really has it all figured out. But we have to think back of that series against Maxed, where Maxed took the lead and looked very, very promising on Isle of the Dread. We actually kind of all thought it was going to go Maxed's way for a little while when he kept on sniping those bases and managed to crack some holes in the defenses of Parting. So actually Parting really did have to work for it in the series against Mana as well. So I think it was really fun. We got to see a bit of everything. It's a shame we didn't get to see any Vanguard, but I'm sure there will be plenty of opportunities in the future to see some Exos, see some Lances,
Oh, we'll
perhaps
see
a
some.
Vulcan drop or two. Who knows? We're going to see it all,
A
Clara.
cheeky Vulcan drop, you say. Interesting.
Yeah.
Somebody might like that out there, so I'm sure. And who would have guessed a Chinese player causing some chaos in an RTS? That was an interesting way to open things up. Well, thank you very much, guys, for joining me here. Thank you very much, everybody around the world, not only joining us here on the show, but also joining us on this journey of exploration and kind of uncovering the potential future of RTS here through Stormgate. Don't forget, there is the Take TV Stormgate time on the way on the 24th, another tournament on the way, brought to you by Take TV. So that will be on the way. Mark it in your calendars. That does it from us here and for Riyadh. Congratulations to Parting, and we'll see you next time for more Stormgate. Bye for now.